Death at Her Majesty's, written by Zia Bellamy, narrated by Isadora Blythe and Cross Audio Productions.
Prologue. Marmalade's preliminary observations, in which a note arrives. An uninvited presence involves herself, and my dinner does not make itself. Mrs. Penfield had been speaking about her neighbour's lemon curd for 11 minutes. I had counted, not from interest, from duty. Someone must supervise. The shop was warm, the afternoon light the colour of weak tea. Clara had that expression, the one where her mouth makes agreeable sounds while her mind is 3 inches behind whoever is speaking. I find it efficient. Mrs. Penfield has never noticed it. This is also efficient. And of course Millicent insists she uses only Seville oranges, but I have it on excellent authority from Mrs. Croft that... The bell rang. Not a customer. Too late for that, and the step was wrong. Light, quick, one of Timothy's boys. He came in cap in hand, note held out. Clara took it, read it, then read it again. Her cheeks went pink. She read it a 3rd time. Humans. Is everything all right, dear? Mrs. Penfield had stopped talking about lemon curd. The note had accomplished this in under 4 seconds. I noted the technique for future use.
Perfectly.
Clara folded it, unfolded it.
It seems I am to attend the opera this evening.
Tonight? Mrs. Penfield's voice climbed several registers. But it is already past 4, and what will you wear? Clara, is that Inspector Redgrave's hand? Clara opened her mouth. Mrs. Penfield had already turned to Timothy's boy. A coin appeared from somewhere about her person. Go and fetch Mrs. Winters. Tell her it is an emergency and she is to bring her pins.
There is truly no need to disturb.
The boy was gone. Clara finished her sentence to the empty doorway. The pin woman arrived promptly. She took in the scene. Clara in the middle of the shop, still holding the note, Mrs. Penfield vibrating with purpose, myself observing from the counter, and asked only one question. Is someone dead? Not yet, said Mrs. Penfield. We need to find her something to wear. The pin woman assessed Clara with the swift efficiency of long practice. Her fingers were already moving. They are always moving, stitching invisible seams, measuring invisible hems. Even standing still, the pin woman works. What have you got? She said. That, said Mrs. Penfield, is precisely the problem. The 3 of them looked at each other. Then from directly above their heads came a sound, a considerable sound, something large and wooden shifting itself deliberately across the floorboards of Clara's sitting room. Once, then again, with more emphasis. They looked at the ceiling. Mrs. Penfield tilted her head. I believe, she said, that we are wanted upstairs. I went first. The sitting room was undisturbed except for one thing. The cedar trunk, Genevieve's trunk, the one that lived against the far wall beneath the window, sat in the middle of the room. It had not been there this morning. I sat beside it, curled my tail around my feet, and waited. The ghost human? Of course. The lavender was unmistakable, not from any sachet, simply there the way it is when she decides to involve herself. I could have told them this was coming. I could tell them many things. They do not ask. The humans arrived on the stairs, Mrs. Penfield first, unsurprised. The pin woman behind her, eyes already moving to the trunk. Clara last, standing in the doorway, looking at the cedar chest in the middle of her own floor.
I didn't.
She started. No, said Mrs. Penfield. You didn't. Clara looked at the trunk, then at the ceiling, then at nothing in particular, or rather at something only the 2 of us could see, standing just beyond the window light, watching with considerable satisfaction.
I suppose you approve,
Clara said quietly. The lavender eased. The pin woman was already on her knees, lifting the lid. Green silk, good quality, the colour of deep summer, folded carefully among cedar and memory. The cut is old-fashioned, the pin woman said. We can remedy that. We have 2 hours, said Mrs. Penfield. I have worked with less. I knocked a spool of thread from the windowsill and retired to the doorway. Someone's dinner was not going to make itself. The note had read, wear a gown. Meet me at Her Majesty's Theatre, 7 o'clock. R. 4 readings. She gave it 4 readings. Humans.
Chapter 1. She'd arrived too early. Of course she had. She'd been ready an hour before she needed to leave, and had spent the remaining time pretending to catalogue inventory, while Marmalade watched from the counter, with an expression that could only be described as knowing. When she'd finally given up the pretence and reached for her wrap, he'd yawned, pointedly. The entrance hall of Her Majesty's Theatre was not designed for women who spent their evenings cataloguing dried herbs. It was designed for the silk and gaslight crowd currently flowing around her. Women whose gowns had not been altered from a cedar trunk 2 hours ago. Men who wore evening dress as comfortably as Clara wore her shop apron. The gilt ceiling soared overhead. The great chandelier blazed. Everything smelled of expensive perfume and warm wax, and Clara was fairly certain she still smelled faintly of lemon balm. The green silk helped. Dorothea had worked some quiet miracle with pins and determination, and the gown fitted as though it had been made for her rather than for whoever her grandmother had been when she was young. Clara had looked in the glass before leaving, and not quite recognised herself. Taller somehow. Almost like someone who belonged here. Almost. The note had said 7 o'clock. It was 7 o'clock. There was no sign of Graham Redgrave, and Clara was running out of ways to stand near a marble pillar without looking as though she were waiting for someone. She was waiting for someone. She simply preferred not to advertise it. She tucked a curl behind her ear, stopped herself, smoothed her glove, and wondered, not for the first time this evening, what exactly she was doing here. The note had said, "Wear a gown. Meet me at Her Majesty's Theatre, 7 o'clock. R." It had not said why. It had not said whether this was professional or personal, or something Graham Redgrave had a third category for, something between an investigation and an invitation that allowed him to avoid committing to either. She was going to ask him. The moment he appeared, she was going to say, "What is this about, Graham?" And he was going to give her a straight answer, and she was not going to be distracted by Miss Wetherly. She turned. He was standing 6 feet away, and he was not wearing his coat with the silver buttons. He was wearing evening dress. Well, that was unhelpful. Clara had seen Graham Redgrave in his inspector's coat, in shirt sleeves in her kitchen at midnight, in the wreckage of 20 hours' work without stopping. She had not seen this. Dark jacket, white waistcoat. He stood the way he always stood. Straight-backed, contained. But there was an ease about him tonight she hadn't seen before. As though the evening dress had unlocked a door he usually kept bolted. Third son of an earl. Of course he knew how to wear it. Of course he looked as though the room had been built to accommodate him. He smiled. Not the careful professional smile he used at Scotland Yard. Less guarded, and considerably more dangerous to Clara's concentration. "You look," he began, then stopped. Cleared his throat. "The gown is..." "It was my grandmother's," Clara said, because the alternative was standing here while Graham Redgrave failed to complete a sentence, and she wasn't sure either of them would survive that. "It suits you." Simply. No qualification. Then he offered his arm. "Shall we go in?" She took it. His arm was solid under her hand, the wool of his jacket warm. "Graham." "Yes." "What am I doing here?" "You are attending the opera." "I gathered that much from the gown. Why am I attending the opera?" "Because I asked you." A pause. "I'll explain when we're seated. I promise." "That is not an answer." "No," he agreed. "It isn't." He guided her through the crowd, and people moved aside for him. Not dramatically, just the slight shifting of bodies for someone they recognised, without quite knowing why. Clara was still trying to formulate a sufficiently pointed follow-up question when a voice rang out across the entrance hall. "Graham Redgrave, as I live and breathe." Graham's arm went rigid under her hand. The woman bearing down on them was perhaps 60, handsome, dressed in deep blue with sapphires at her throat. She descended on Graham with the force of a natural disaster, dressed for the opera, and her eyes moved immediately to Clara. The look was brief and comprehensive. Gloves, gown, the hand resting on Graham's arm, and Clara had the distinct impression of being assessed, weighed, and filed for future reference in the space of a single heartbeat. Mrs. Hardcastle. Graham's voice had acquired the particular flatness it took on when he was being polite against his will. How well you look this evening. And you, out in society. Your mother will be so pleased. The words were warm. The delivery was a promise, or possibly a threat. And who is your lovely companion? Mrs. Hardcastle. May I present Miss Wetherly? How do you do? Clara said. Delighted. Mrs. Hardcastle smiled with every tooth. How do you know our Graham? Our Graham. Clara glanced at him. His jaw could have been carved from marble. Miss Wetherly is a colleague, Graham said, and his hand found the small of Clara's back, already moving them forward. Do give my regards to Sir William. We mustn't miss the curtain. They escaped. Clara could feel the woman's gaze on her back, like a dropped stitch she'd have to pick up later. A colleague, Clara said. It was the most efficient description available. It was certainly the least informative. Would you have preferred I tell her you've solved more of my cases than the detective branch would care to admit? I'd have preferred you told me what I'm doing at the opera before that woman finishes memorising my gloves. She paused. She said your mother will be pleased. She's going to tell her, isn't she? Almost certainly. Mrs. Penfield would like her enormously. They have the same instinct. They were intercepted again before Clara could pursue that. A couple, coming toward them through the crowd. The man was tall, silver-haired, and moved through the entrance hall as though he owned it. Possibly he did. Redgrave. Good to see the old family still patronise the arts. He shook Graham's hand with both of his own. It has been too long. You must come to dinner. Eleanor, you remember young Redgrave? Of course. The woman beside him was perhaps 50, composed, wearing pearls and dove-grey silk. She inclined her head to Graham with practised warmth. Lord Beaumont, Lady Beaumont, Graham said. May I present Miss Wetherly? Miss Wetherly. Lord Beaumont acknowledged her with a brief correct nod, the kind that was perfectly polite and lasted exactly as long as manners required, before he turned back to Graham. Now, Redgrave, you must tell me what you think of this season's soprano. They say she's the finest since... He was still talking. Clara was no longer listening. Lady Beaumont had looked at her. Briefly, with a gaze Clara could not read, and then looked away. That was all. But it lingered. Graham answered Lord Beaumont in the right places, with the right words, and then they were past, moving toward the staircase. Clara glanced back once. Lady Beaumont was still standing where they'd left her, still looking, not at Graham. Then someone spoke to her and she turned away. People are staring, Clara said quietly as they reached the staircase. They're deciding what to tell my mother. A man in theatre livery appeared at Graham's elbow. Right this way, Mr. Redgrave. Graham didn't change his face, but his shoulders tightened. He said nothing. He followed. Their box was third tier, stage left. The theatre man held the curtain aside and Graham thanked him with a politeness that had an edge to it. Your family has a box at the opera, Clara said once they were alone. They do. You don't look pleased about sitting in it. I'm not. She sat. He took the seat beside her. Below them, the auditorium glittered, tears rising on three sides, the great chandelier burning overhead. The orchestra was tuning. An oboe held a note, and the strings climbed toward it, and the sound thinned and gathered like something alive. The house was still filling. People finding their boxes, settling in, the murmur of conversation rising from the stalls. They had a few minutes. Clara turned to him. We're seated. You promised. Graham glanced at the curtain behind them, checking they weren't overheard. There have been thefts, jewellery, small pieces going missing from the boxes over the past few weeks. From the boxes, while people are sitting in them. While they aren't. During the interval, mostly. People step out for refreshments and leave their belongings behind. A reticule on the chair. A wrap with a brooch pinned to it. When they come back, a piece is gone. And no one sees anything because the corridors are full during the interval. Everyone's moving. One more person walking past a curtain wouldn't be noticed. Precisely. How many? 3 that we know of, all from the upper tiers. A garnet brooch, a silver bracelet, a pair of pearl earrings. Clara looked out at the auditorium. The boxes were open at the front, hung with heavy curtains at the back, the ones they'd just walked through. Nothing but a bit of velvet between the corridor and whatever someone left on their chair. There's nothing securing the boxes at all, is there? Just the curtain. Just the curtain. So anyone in the corridor could step through, take what's been left on a chair, and be back in the corridor in seconds. That's what I believe. That explains why you're here, Clara said. It doesn't explain why I am. Graham was quiet for a moment. You needed a companion, she said. Someone who could sit in a box without raising questions. Someone who wouldn't look like a police officer. I needed a companion. He paused. I could have asked a constable. You could have. I didn't. No, you sent me a note 4 hours before curtain telling me to wear a gown. Clara looked at him. When did you decide to come tonight? 3 days ago. The case landed on my desk. My superintendent considers it beneath the detective branch, but the theatre manager wrote to the commissioner, who wrote to my superintendent, who handed it to me with the instruction to deal with it quietly. 3 days, Clara said. You've had 3 days and you waited until 4 hours before curtain. His jaw shifted. I kept finding reasons not to ask you. For 3 days. For 3 days. What changed? He turned the programme over in his hands. I ran out of reasons. The auditorium hummed below them. The oboe was still holding its note. Clara could have pressed further. She wanted to, but he'd just said more in 3 sentences than he'd managed in 3 months of tea at her kitchen table, and she had enough sense to leave it there. Well then, she said, tell me what to look for. A beat. He took the redirect with what she suspected was relief. The upper tier corridors during the interval, anyone moving toward the boxes rather than the refreshment tables, anyone who lingers when they should be elsewhere. What about the ushers? Graham went still. They work here, Graham. They know which boxes belong to whom. They know the interval timings. They have every reason to be in the corridors when everyone else is at the refreshment tables. Clara paused. If I were stealing jewellery from theatre boxes, I'd be an usher. I haven't ruled them out. But the theatre manager is adamant. His staff has been with him for years. Of course he is. It's far less embarrassing to blame a patron. Clara sat back in her chair. So, I'm watching the corridors during the interval. What about during the performance? During the performance, you may simply enjoy yourself. How generous. The corner of his mouth twitched. He was trying not to smile and losing. She turned to face the auditorium, and she was smiling, and she didn't bother to hide it. She was sitting in a box at Her Majesty's Theatre in her grandmother's green silk, and Graham Redgrave had given her a job, and she was enjoying herself far more than a woman on a jewellery theft assignment had any right to. Below them, the stalls were nearly full. Clara let her gaze travel the upper tier. Systematically, the way she'd scan her stockroom shelves, the usher nearest the staircase stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching the arriving patrons with an attentiveness that could have been professional pride or professional interest. She noted him. In the box beside theirs, an elderly couple had left a fur-lined wrap folded over the empty chair between them, a brooch glinting at the collar. Easy. 15 seconds through the curtain and back. In a box across the theatre, second from the end, Lady Beaumont sat beside her husband, pearls catching the gaslight. Lord Beaumont was leaning forward, his attention already on the stage. A few boxes down, Mrs. Harcastle was holding court with a companion, and Clara looked away before the woman could catch her eye and start composing another letter. A man in the stalls had fallen asleep before the first note sounded. His companion was pretending not to notice. She could do this all night. The house lights dimmed. The soprano's name was Juliana Rossetti. Clara found it in the programme Graham surrendered without comment, and when the woman walked onto the stage, the house went still. A held breath. Silence so complete Clara could hear the gas hissing in the lamps overhead. She was extraordinary. Small and dark-haired, and possessed of a voice that Clara had no language for. It pressed against her chest. It tightened her throat. It made the gaslight burn brighter. Or seemed to. She couldn't tell, and for once she didn't care about the distinction. Clara tried to keep one eye on the corridor. She lasted 2 arias before she gave up and simply listened. "She's remarkable," Clara said quietly, during a pause between movements. "Yes," Graham's voice was low. "She is." Below, bouquets were piling at the edge of the orchestra pit. Roses and hothouse lilies, extravagant and out of season, the kind that cost more than Clara's weekly remedies ledger. Her gaze kept drifting to them. Flowers were easier than the other thing she was trying not to notice, which was Graham Redgrave sitting beside her in the dark, close enough that the warmth of his arm reached her through her sleeve. She was meant to be watching for a jewellery thief. She was instead acutely aware that the box was very small, and the dark was very warm, and Graham Redgrave was right there. The first half ended. The lights came up. Clara blinked and came back to herself from wherever Juliana Rossetti had taken her. "I'll watch the upper corridor," she said. "You take the refreshment room. I was going to get you a drink. Later, we have 15 minutes. She moved to the curtain at the back of their box and positioned herself where she could see the corridor in both directions. Most people were flowing toward the refreshment tables. Couples, groups, a steady stream heading left. She watched for anyone going right toward the boxes. The usher she'd noted earlier was walking the corridor, slowly, not checking on patrons, checking the boxes, pausing at each curtain, listening or looking. "Graham!" He was beside her. She tilted her head toward the usher. Graham watched him for a moment. He's doing his rounds. He's pausing at the empty ones. That could be part of his duties. It could. They watched. The usher moved on, turned the corner, disappeared. "I'll speak with the theatre manager about him," Graham said, quietly. Clara allowed herself a small satisfaction. Graham acquired 2 glasses, and they took up a position at the quieter end of the corridor. Clara scanned the crowd as she sipped. Champagne, she thought, or something very like it. "The couple next to us left a wrap on the chair with a brooch pinned to it," she said. "Anyone could have taken it while they were out." She paused. "The man in the stalls who fell asleep during the overture. I don't think he's your thief, but I thought you should know. On principle." "Noted. Also, there's a woman in the second tier, stage right, who has been struggling with her necklace clasp all evening. If she takes it off during the second half and sets it down, she deserves to be robbed." Graham was quiet. He had the same look he got at her kitchen table when she'd read 3 steps ahead of him. "What?" she said. "Nothing. You're staring." "I'm reconsidering my staffing choices." "I should hope so." Clara sipped her drink. "You've had constables. You could have had me from the beginning." The bell rang for the second half. Clara set down her glass and turned toward the auditorium. "Back to work! Back to work!" The second half began, and Clara watched. She kept her position at the edge of the box where she could see the corridor through the gap in the curtain. The passage stayed empty through most of the act. Once, an usher passed. Not the one she'd flagged, a different man, moving quickly and not pausing. She watched him until he was gone. At some point during the second aria, Graham's shoulder settled against hers. Neither of them moved away. Neither of them mentioned it. Juliana moved through her final aria with an intensity that felt almost private, as though the music were a conversation, and the audience had stumbled into the middle of it. The aria ended. Silence. Then the applause came from everywhere at once, rising from the stalls and the galleries, the kind that shook the fixtures and kept building. Clara joined it and meant it. Beside her, Graham was applauding steadily, unhurried. His version of enthusiasm. She let her gaze sweep the opposite tier one last time. Lord Beaumont was on his feet, still applauding. The seat beside him was empty. In the next box, the woman with the troublesome necklace clasp was fastening her wrap. They rose with the crowd. Clara was still watching. The habit of it had settled into her now, easy as breathing. People stopped Graham, a steady stream of them, and each time his back straightened and his voice warmed, and he became someone Clara had never met. A woman in black stopped him with a hand on his arm. He bent to listen, asked after her daughter by name, remembered an illness from months ago. A grey-haired gentleman shook his hand, and Graham asked about his son's commission. When had the regiment departed, and would they be stationed near Lucknow? He moved through these people, the way Clara moved through her shop, knowing where everything was, what everything needed, without thinking about it. He'd walked away from all of this, traded it for a badge and lodgings above a bookseller in Bloomsbury, but the fluency hadn't left him, and she wasn't sure whether that made her admire him more or understand him less. Graham was caught by a white-haired woman who took his hand in both of hers and showed no intention of releasing it. Clara let her gaze move to the far end of the corridor, the narrow passage toward the backstage entrance, and saw him. A man, dark-haired, pushing against the flow of the crowd. Everyone else was moving toward the exits. He was going the other way, toward backstage, with the kind of focus that had nothing social about it. Not running, not drawing attention, but urgent, intent. Clara didn't think. She moved. She was 4 steps past a couple arguing about their carriage and 6 past an usher before she realised she had left Graham behind. The man had reached the turn in the corridor and disappeared around it. Clara followed. The passage narrowed. The gaslight was thinner here, the walls bare plaster instead of papered, and the air smelled of paint and dust and tallow. The working innards of the theatre, stripped of all its gilt pretence. She could hear footsteps ahead, retreating fast. "Excuse me." She stopped. A young man was coming from the other direction, English, late 20s, fair-haired, with the slightly rumpled look of someone who'd been backstage for some time. He wasn't alarmed. He was polite, a little surprised. "This area isn't open to the public. Can I help you find your way back?" Clara's mind caught up with her feet. She was standing in a backstage corridor, having followed a stranger away from the crowd, and she did not have a plausible explanation for any of it. "I seem to have taken a wrong turn," she said. "I was looking for the retiring rooms." "Ah, easy mistake. The corridor splits just back there." He gestured behind her. "Left takes you back to the foyer. Right brings you here. Happens all the time." "Thank you," Clara said. "I'm sorry to have troubled you." "No trouble at all." He gave a small nod and turned back toward the backstage corridor, already reaching for a door she hadn't noticed. Clara made her way back to the main corridor. Graham was free of the white-haired woman and scanning the crowd. He found Clara 2 seconds after she found him. "Where did you go?" There was a man, dark hair, middle-aged, pushing toward backstage against the crowd. "I followed him, but I lost him round the back corridor." Graham was quiet for a moment. Then, "Did you see his face?" "Not well." He knew where he was going. They stood for a moment, both scanning the corridor. The man was gone. The crowd was thinning. The last clusters moving toward the exits, carriages being called. Graham offered his arm. Clara took it, and they walked toward the open doors. The mild April air reached them first, cool after the heat of the theatre. Hackney cabs lined the Haymarket. The evening was nearly over, and Clara was not ready for it to end. She was trying to find the words for that, or deciding whether to say them at all, when a man in the dark uniform of theatre management appeared at Graham's elbow. He was pale. "Inspector Redgrave." The voice was controlled with obvious effort. "I am very sorry to intrude. We have found, that is to say..." "Take a breath," Graham said. His voice had changed. Clara heard it happen, the warmth gone, replaced by something flat and precise. "What has happened?" The man swallowed. "Miss Rossetti, sir. The soprano. She's been found in her dressing room. She's dead." Graham turned to Clara. "Stay here. I'll have someone find you a cab." "You will not. This is a police matter. And I am standing in a theatre corridor at 10:30 at night. If you think I am getting into a cab alone while you disappear into the bowels of this building, you have profoundly misjudged the situation." Exasperation crossed his face, or the nearest thing to it he'd allow. "I could order you to stay. You could try." He looked at her for 1 second. Then he turned and kept walking. Clara gathered her skirts in both hands and followed. Chapter 2. The backstage corridors of Her Majesty's Theatre smelled nothing like the front of house. No perfume, no warm wax. Here it was dust and paint, and the greasy tang of tallow from the working lamps. The walls were bare plaster, the gaslight thinner, and Clara's green silk was suddenly very wrong for the setting. She didn't care. Graham was 3 strides ahead of her and moving fast, and she was not going to lose him in this warren of narrow passages and unmarked doors. People were already gathered outside the dressing room, a stagehand leaning against the wall with his cap in his hands, a woman in a maid's dress weeping quietly into her apron, the theatre manager, the same pale man who'd found them in the corridor, hurrying to keep up with Graham's stride. Someone had propped the door open. Graham went in. Clara went in after him. The smell hit her first. Sweetness. Thick. Almost physical. Pressing against the back of her throat. Flowers. The room was full of them. Arrangements on every surface. Crowding the dressing table. The windowsill. The floor beneath the mirror. Roses and hothouse lilies and orchids. Juliana Rossetti was on the floor. She lay beside the dressing table in her performance gown, the dark silk spreading around her. A silk scarf, white, fine, Italian, lay loose around her throat, one end trailing across her shoulder. Her hands were open at her sides. Her eyes were closed. Less than an hour ago, that voice had pressed against Clara's chest and tightened her throat and made the gaslight burn brighter. Less than an hour ago, this woman had been the most alive person in the building. Clara's hands were shaking. She pressed them against her skirts and held herself still. Graham crouched beside the body, 2 fingers to her neck. He held them there for a long time. Then he withdrew his hand. He stood. His face had changed. He turned to the theatre manager. "No one else enters this room. I need someone sent to Scotland Yard immediately. Tell them Inspector Redgrave requires constables and a police surgeon at Her Majesty's Theatre. Lock the stage door. No one leaves this backstage area." The theatre manager nodded. "Inspector, the patrons. There were visitors backstage after the performance. Admirers, friends of the company. Some may have already gone. Then I need every name you can give me." He turned back to the room. Was the door locked when the dresser found her? "No, sir. Lucia, Miss Conti, the dresser. She said it was ajar." "Do the dressing rooms lock?" "There is a key. Miss Rossetti had one, but she rarely used it. The performers don't always bother." "Right. Go. Send for Scotland Yard. Lock the stage door. And then come back. I'll have more questions." The theatre manager went. Graham nodded at Clara, and they both looked. She knelt on the floor beside the body. Juliana's hands were open, relaxed. No broken nails. No scratches on her wrists. No bruising that Clara could see on her fingers. She hadn't fought. The scarf lay loose now, one end trailing across Juliana's shoulder, the other pulled on the floor beside her. Clara looked at Juliana's throat. A faint band of discoloration ran across the skin. Broad, slightly uneven, where the silk had gathered and twisted. Not the individual oval bruises that fingers would leave, but a single continuous pressure mark. Soft-edged, almost gentle-looking for what it was. "Graham!" She kept her voice steady. "Look at her throat." He came to her side and crouched. He looked, his mouth pressed into a thin line. "The scarf," Clara said. "I think we're looking at the murder weapon." He didn't answer immediately. He looked at the scarf. White silk, the weave too fine, and the lustre too rich for English manufacture. Then he stood. Clara looked at the dressing table. Cards, 6, tucked into the frame of the mirror. A glass with an inch of something still in it. A garnet brooch on a scrap of velvet. A pot of rouge. A hairbrush. A small bottle of perfume with the stopper beside it, not in it. Juliana had been sitting at this table. She'd been removing her stage makeup. She'd opened her perfume. And then she'd stopped. A folded letter lay on the dressing table, half hidden beneath the hairbrush. Graham picked it up. Clara watched him read it. Once, then again. His face gave nothing away. "What is it?" He held it so she could see. The paper was good quality, heavy, cream-coloured. The handwriting was confident, slanting. "My dear, everything is arranged. We leave next week. I have taken rooms in Paris. Be ready. I cannot wait to begin." No signature, no name. "Someone was planning to take her to Paris," Clara said. "Someone," Graham agreed. He set the letter down and moved to the drawers. The top one held ribbons, hairpins, a tin of violet pastilles. The second was locked. Clara looked at the dressing table. The powder box had been shifted slightly, a faint ring in the dust where it usually sat. She lifted it. A small brass key. Graham took it and opened the drawer. Letters, a bundle of them, tied with ribbon, stuffed toward the back. He untied them and looked at the first. The second. The handwriting was nothing like the Paris letter. Cramped, urgent, covering every inch of the page. "How many?" Clara said. "A dozen at least." He turned a page. Demanding, obsessive, accusations. "Someone she was afraid of," Clara said, "but she kept them." Graham looked at the locked drawer, then at the letters. He said nothing. Neither did Clara. Her costume from the earlier act hung on the screen in the corner, half unpinned. A chair was pulled out from the dressing table at an angle. Nothing in the room was overturned. Nothing was broken. The glass on the dressing table hadn't been knocked over. Clara stood and looked at the room. The flowers. So many flowers. On a small table beside the door, half hidden behind an enormous arrangement of roses, a modest bunch of garden flowers sat in a plain glass jar. Wildflowers and what looked like Sweet William, tied with rough string. No card. "Miss Wetherly." Graham's voice had shifted. Still quiet but professional. He glanced at the corridor where the weeping was getting louder. "I need to talk to the theatre manager, and then I'll need to interview everyone out there. But they've just had a shock, and most of them aren't going to want to talk to Scotland Yard." He didn't finish the thought. He didn't need to. "You want me to talk to them," Clara said. "I want you to see what you can learn. You're better at this than I am." He would never have said it in front of anyone. Clara kept her expression level. "Keep them calm. Keep them in the corridor, and if anyone tells you anything, I'll remember." She went, but not far. Behind her, Graham's voice carried from the dressing room, calm and steady. "How long has Miss Rossetti been with the company?" 2 seasons, sir. She joined us last autumn." "And in that time, has there been trouble? Arguments, threats, difficulties with anyone? Is there anyone who might have wanted to harm Miss Rossetti?" A pause. Clara stopped walking. "Inspector." The theatre manager's voice had changed, heavier, resigned. "Perhaps you'd better sit down. I'll need a pen and some paper." "Why?" "There's rather a list." The corridor was worse than Clara had expected. More people had arrived. Stagehands, performers, someone from the box office who'd heard the screaming. The maid was still on the floor, crying so hard she could barely breathe. 2 chorus women were clinging to each other further down the passage. Nobody was helping any of them. Clara went to the maid first. She knelt beside her, careful of the green silk, and put a hand on her shoulder. "What's your name?" The girl looked up, startled. "Annie, miss." "Annie, is there somewhere you can sit down properly? A room with a door?" "The green room, miss, round the corner." "Go and sit there. Get yourself some water. You don't need to be in this corridor." Annie nodded, wiped her face with her apron, and went. Clara moved to the chorus women. One of them was shaking badly, the kind of tremor that came from holding too still for too long. Clara touched her arm. "Were you performing tonight?" "Yes, miss." The woman's voice was shaking. "We didn't know anything was wrong until the screaming started." "I'm sorry," Clara said. "What a terrible thing." She waited. Rushing people never helped. The woman's breathing steadied just slightly. Clara turned to the other one. The flowers in Miss Rossetti's dressing room. The small bunch in the glass jar, on the table by the door. "Do you know who brought those?" The woman blinked. "Oh, those. Mr. Hale brings those. He's a composer, writes music for her. He hasn't the money for hothouse flowers." A small, watery smile. "She always put them in water, though. Always kept them." "That's kind," Clara said. "Were they close?" The chorus woman glanced at her companion. "He thought so," she said carefully. Clara let the silence sit, but neither woman said anything more. A commotion at the far end of the corridor. A man's voice, not shouting, but carrying, the kind of voice accustomed to being obeyed. Lord Beaumont was pushing past a stagehand, silver-haired, immaculate, and completely transformed from the genial man who had shaken Graham's hand in the entrance hall. His face was white. "Where is she? Let me through. I demand to see—" Graham appeared in the dressing-room doorway. "Lord Beaumont, I must ask you to wait." "I will not wait. I've been told. Someone said. Is it true? Is she—" "I'm afraid I can't allow anyone into the dressing room. This is a police matter." "A police matter?" Beaumont's voice cracked. "Tell me it isn't—" Graham stepped into the corridor and lowered his voice. His words didn't carry. They didn't need to. She watched Beaumont's face and saw the moment they landed. He put one hand against the wall. "Nobody went to him. The stagehands looked away. The theatre manager hovered but didn't approach. Clara went. She took his arm, firmly, practically, and guided him to a chair. He sat heavily. "Can I get you some water, Lord Beaumont?" He looked at her without seeing her. Then recognition. Dim, distant. "You were in the entrance hall with Redgrave." "Yes." "She was magnificent tonight." The words came out broken. She was always magnificent. Something about the way he said it, always, made Clara's hands go still on his arm. The theatre manager had said patron. That was not how a patron sounded. The theatre manager appeared at Clara's shoulder. "Lord Beaumont has been a most generous patron, a great supporter of Miss Rossetti's work." Clara let go of Beaumont's arm and straightened. A woman appeared from the other direction, tall, early 30s, her hair half unpinned. She walked toward the corridor with her arms folded across her chest and stopped. "Is it true?" she said. "About Juliana?" The remaining chorus woman nodded. The tall woman was quiet for a moment. She unfolded her arms, folded them again. "How dreadful," she said. "Who's spoken to the management about tomorrow's performance?" The chorus woman looked at her as though she'd been struck. The tall woman met the look without flinching. Clara studied her. A colleague had just been found dead 3 doors away, and this woman's first thought was the schedule. Either she had no heart at all, or she had nerve enough for 3. Boots on the stairs, 2 young constables, slightly breathless, and behind them a police surgeon with a black bag and no interest in anyone who wasn't already dead. Graham met them at the dressing-room door, spoke in a voice too low to carry, and sent the constables to take positions at either end of the corridor. Then Graham began pulling people into the dressing room, one at a time. The stagehand first, the young one with the cap in his hands. The door closed behind them. The corridor shifted. Without Graham's presence, people breathed differently. The chorus women leaned against the wall. The tall woman, Edith someone had called her, stayed exactly where she was, arms still folded, watching the closed door. Clara went to the dresser. Lucia Conti was sitting in a chair against the wall, with a stagehand's coat around her shoulders. Small and dark-haired, not much older than Clara. Her face was swollen from crying, her hands knotted together in her lap. A rough cough shook her, the kind that came from cold air and too much weeping. Clara pulled a chair beside her and sat down. "Is there anything I can get you? Water, or—" Lucia shook her head. "You found her," Clara said quietly. Not a question. She already knew. "The door was open." Lucia's voice was barely there. "Just a little. I pushed it, and I—" She stopped. "I think I screamed. I don't remember." "How long after the curtain?" 15 minutes? Maybe more. I was—" She stopped again. "I was not far. I should have been there sooner." There was something in the way she said it. "I should have been there sooner." That sounded less like grief and more like guilt. Clara waited. "She was all I had in this city," Lucia said. Her fingers tightened on each other. "She was kind to me. She was always kind." "I'm sorry," Clara said, and meant it. Lucia looked at her, really looked, for the first time. "You are not with the police?" "No, I'm a friend of the inspector's. My name is Clara Wetherly. I keep a shop in Bloomsbury. Remedies, teas, tonics." She reached into her reticule and found one of her cards. Small, plain, the shop name and address. Hawthorne and Wetherly, Bloomsbury. She pressed it into Lucia's hand. "If you need anything at all, please don't hesitate. Even if you just need to talk. The door is always open." Lucia looked at the card, then at Clara. Her fingers closed around it. "Thank you, Miss Wetherly." A young man appeared at the far end of the corridor, fair-haired, late 20s, slightly rumpled. His eyes were red. Clara recognised him. The polite man from the backstage corridor, the one who'd redirected her when she'd followed the dark-haired stranger. He stopped when he saw her. "You," he said. "You were backstage, after the curtain." "Yes. I redirected you to the foyer. You said you were looking for the retiring rooms." His eyes narrowed. "That wasn't true, was it?" "No," Clara said. "I was following someone. A man I'd seen heading backstage, dark-haired, middle-aged. I lost him in the back corridor." The young man went very still. "That was Valenti. Marco Valenti." His voice dropped. "I told him to leave. He wasn't supposed to be backstage. He was." He stopped himself. "Is that who did this?" "I don't know," Clara said. "What's your name?" "William Hale. I'm a composer. I was writing something for her." His voice broke on the last word. The dressing room door opened. Graham stepped out with his notebook and looked down the corridor. "Mr. Hale, I'd like a word, please." William straightened and went. The door shut. Clara sat beside Lucia in the quiet corridor and said nothing. From the far end, Edith Carr watched them both. The corridor emptied slowly. One at a time, Graham called them in. The theatre manager, Edith, Beaumont last. Each person who came out looked smaller than when they'd gone in. Lucia was called and came back with her arms wrapped around herself. She sat in her chair and didn't speak again. It was nearly midnight by the time Graham came to find her. "I've sent for a cab." He looked at her, properly, for the first time since the dressing room. "You look cold." "I'm not cold. You're shivering." "It's been a long evening, Graham. I'm not cold." He held the stage door open for her. The night air hit like water, sharp, clean, nothing like the corridors behind them. The cab was waiting at the curb. Clara climbed in before he could offer his hand. He climbed in after her. For a minute, neither of them spoke. The cab lurched forward, and the theatre fell away behind them. Graham stretched his legs as far as the cramped space would allow, and opened his notebook on his knee. The inspector was back. "What did you learn?" he said. Clara looked at him. He had the notebook open, but he wasn't looking at it. He was looking at her. The garden flowers in the dressing room, the small bunch in the plain glass jar. A chorus woman told me they're from a composer named William Hale. He brings them regularly. He can't afford hothouse flowers. "Hale," Graham said. "Fair-haired, late 20s. He told me he was in the green room during the second act. Said he went to the back corridor for air and was coming back when he heard the screaming." "He found me in the corridor," Clara said. "He recognised me from backstage. He told me the man I'd been following was Marco Valenti. He said he'd told Valenti to leave." Graham wrote something down. The stagehand, Pete Marsh, saw a dark-haired man at the dressing room door about 5 minutes after curtain. Foreign-looking, Italian maybe. The theatre manager identified him as Marco Valenti, a voice teacher from Milan. He's been hanging about the theatre for months, attending performances, sending notes, making people uncomfortable. "And nobody knows where he's staying," Clara said. "Nobody knows where he's staying." Graham turned a page. "What else?" "Lord Beaumont." Clara chose her words. "The theatre manager called him a patron. That isn't what I saw in the corridor." Graham's jaw tightened. He didn't look up from his notebook. "No," he said. "It isn't." He didn't say anything else about Beaumont. Clara let it sit. "And there's a soprano, Edith Carr. She says she was in her dressing room 3 doors from Juliana's during the second act. Reading. Heard nothing." "That's what she told me as well." "Graham, a woman was killed 3 doors away from her, and the first thing she said when she arrived in the corridor was who's spoken to the management about tomorrow's performance. She hadn't asked how Juliana died. She hadn't asked who might have done it. She asked about the schedule." He was quiet for a moment. Then, "People react differently to shock." "They do, but that wasn't shock." He didn't argue. He wrote something down. The dresser, Clara said. Lucia Conti. Lem. She told me she was waiting in the corridor near the green room. 15 minutes, maybe longer. Alone. She found the body when she went to the dressing room. The door was ajar. She told me she should have been there sooner, Clara said. And when she said she was alone, her hands tightened. It was a small thing, but it was there. Graham was quiet. The cab rattled over a rough patch of road, and the notebook slid forward. Hale said he was in the green room, he said. The dresser said she was waiting in the corridor near the green room. Neither of them mentioned the other. Clara looked at him. It may mean nothing, he said, but somebody's account doesn't hold. The cab swayed around a corner. Clara's shoulder brushed Graham's arm, and she straightened. So, she said, Marco Valenti, you'll start looking for him tomorrow. The Italian Quarter, the lodging houses. First thing. And what would you like me to do? She said it the way she always said it. Practically, ready to be useful. The way she'd said it in every case they'd worked together. Graham would take one thread, Clara would take another, and they'd meet in the middle. Graham closed his notebook. Go home, he said. Get some sleep. She waited for the rest. It didn't come. That's it. That's it. I see. And tomorrow? Shall I arrange my stockroom? Perhaps reorganise the tinctures? Clara, I found the key to the locked drawer. I identified the scarf as the murder weapon. I noticed the door was ajar, the room undisturbed, and no sign that she fought back. I got 3 people in that corridor to tell me things they wouldn't have told you in a formal interview. You know this. You know it because you asked me to do it. He almost smiled. Almost. That is not what I... It is exactly what you meant. You asked me to talk to them because you knew they wouldn't talk to you. And now you're telling me to stop. I'm telling you that a man who may have killed a woman tonight is somewhere in London and nobody knows where he is. The theatre manager says he's been hanging about the theatre for months, making people uncomfortable. He was at her dressing room door 5 minutes after curtain, and he fled through the stage door before anyone could stop him. He paused. I am not having you knock on doors looking for a man like that. I've knocked on worse doors. I know, that's the problem. So I'll knock on better doors. I'll talk to the people at the theatre. The chorus women, the dressers. Women talk to women, Graham. You know this. This is not... Not what? Not like the others. A woman is dead, Graham. That is exactly like the others. He turned to look at her. The gaslight from the street swept across his face, and whatever argument he'd been constructing died somewhere between his brain and his mouth. He looked tired. Not the professional fatigue of a long investigation. Something closer to the bone. I brought you there tonight, he said. I brought you to the opera, and someone was murdered, and you followed a stranger into a backstage corridor, and I didn't know where you were. His voice was rough. I didn't know where you were, Clara. I can take care of myself. I know you can. Then... I can't. 2 words, barely audible over the rattle of the cab. He cleared his throat. I can't do this work and wonder if you're safe. I won't. Not anymore. The cab rattled on. Clara's chest did something painful. Neither of them spoke for the length of a full street. I won't go looking for Valenti, she said. He let out a breath. But I am not staying away from this entirely. You can't ask me to unhear what I heard tonight, or unsee what I saw. I have eyes, Graham. I have ears. And if I learn something, I will tell you. But I won't pretend I didn't hear it. He looked at her for a long moment. Something shifted behind his eyes. Not surrender, not exactly. Recognition, perhaps, that this was the best terms he was going to get. You tell me what you learn. Immediately. Agreed. I mean it. I know you do. The cab slowed. Clara could see the familiar shape of Bloomsbury through the window. The square, the plane trees, the lamp outside Mrs. Penfield's house still burning. She opened the door before he could reach for it, stepped down onto the pavement, turned back. Thank you for the opera, she said. The first half was lovely. She closed the door and walked to her shop without looking back. The key was cold in her hand. The shop was dark. From somewhere inside, Marmalade announced his displeasure at the hour with a single pointed meow. Clara stood in the doorway and did not light the lamp. Threatening letters locked in a drawer. A lover planning Paris. A man at the dressing-room door who fled before anyone could stop him. A soprano 3 doors away who heard nothing. A dresser whose answers came a beat too slow. And an earl who had called her magnificent, as though the word was the only thing holding him upright. She had promised Graham she would not go looking for Marco Valenti. She had not promised to stop thinking. She had not promised to stop listening. And she had given her card to a woman who had not told the police everything tonight. The question was whether Lucia Conti would use it. Chapter 3.
Marmalade's observations, in which my human returns from the opera in entirely the wrong condition. 6 hours ago she left this shop pink-cheeked and smelling of cedar and pins, the green silk, the fussing, Mrs. Penfield vibrating, the ghost human moving furniture. She came back smelling of tallow and other people's flowers, no lamp, no humming. She stood in the dark shop for longer than any reasonable creature should stand anywhere without eating, and then she climbed the stairs and sat at the kitchen table and made tea she did not drink. I sat beside the cold cup and waited. This is what I do when my human comes home wrong. I have done it too many times now. I prefer the expression she left with, the one with the pink cheeks and the hair fussing. That expression involves the fish bringer and by extension kippers. This expression does not involve kippers. This expression involves staring at walls and talking to cats.
Someone died tonight, Marmalade.
Ah, that explained the tallow, the flowers, the standing in the dark.
Graham told me to stay away from it.
She looked at me. I looked at her.
I promised him I would.
We both understood what that was worth. The ghost human was present. Lavender, faint. Somewhere below us a page turned in a book nobody had opened. Clara went to bed without offering a second dinner. I had eaten, technically. But I had also waited 6 hours in the dark for a human who came home smelling of disaster, and that warrants compensation. It was not forthcoming. I followed and took my position at the foot of the bed. Someone must keep watch, especially on nights like this, especially when my human makes promises she has no intention of keeping. Clara was at the kitchen table when the knocking started. She'd been there since dawn. The green silk was draped over a chair upstairs, and she couldn't look at it yet. She'd dressed in her ordinary grey, made tea, and sat with her hands around the cup while the light came through the shop windows and the events of the evening arranged and rearranged themselves behind her eyes. The knocking was Mrs. Penfield. Clara knew this the way she knew most things about Mrs. Penfield, by volume and persistence. She went downstairs and unlocked the door.
Good morning, Mrs. Penfield. Good morning, she says. Good morning. Mrs. Penfield set a newspaper on the counter with the gravity of a woman delivering a dispatch from the front. Have you seen this? Clara hadn't. She hadn't been out. She'd barely slept. She picked up the paper. The headline was not subtle. Opera soprano found dead at Her Majesty's theatre. Foul play suspected. I heard it from Mrs. Alcott, who heard it from her husband, who was at the theatre last night, Mrs. Penfield said. The Italian soprano, murdered in her dressing room after the performance. And you were there. You and the inspector were there. Mrs. Penfield removed her gloves. Tell me everything. From the beginning. Why did he invite you? Was it Clara? Was it an engagement? A proper engagement? It was a jewellery theft. Mrs. Penfield's face fell so completely that Clara almost felt guilty. A jewellery theft. He invited you to the opera, the gown, the theatre, the evening, for a jewellery theft. Small pieces going missing from the boxes. He needed a companion who wouldn't look like a police officer. A companion. Mrs. Penfield said the word as though it had personally offended her. And the gown? The note? 4 hours' notice, and wear a gown? If he needed a companion, he might have asked you days ago. I said as much. And what did he say to that? He said he kept finding reasons not to ask me. Mrs. Penfield went very still. He said that? He said that. And what was he wearing when he said it? Evening dress. Evening dress. Mrs. Penfield pressed her hand to her chest. Our Inspector Redgrave, in evening dress, at the opera, with you in the green silk. She closed her eyes briefly, as though savouring a particularly fine pudding. Tell me he looked well. He must have looked well. He looked... Clara stopped. She was not going to describe to Mrs. Penfield exactly how Graham Redgrave had looked in evening dress. She was not going to mention the ease of it, or the smile, or the way the room had seemed built to accommodate him. He looked appropriate for the setting. Appropriate for the setting. Mrs. Penfield gave her a look that could have stripped wallpaper. Clara Wetherly, you are the most infuriating woman in Bloomsbury. Well, that is not nothing. A man who keeps finding reasons not to ask a woman to the opera is a man who has been thinking about asking her for some time. That is decidedly not nothing. She paused. And then? And then someone was murdered. Of course they were. Mrs. Penfield closed her eyes again, this time in resignation rather than pleasure. Of course. Clara Wetherly, you cannot have one evening, one single evening, without a body appearing. It is a curse. Now tell me about the murder. The shop bell rang again before Clara could answer. Dorothea Winters came through the door with her sewing basket over one arm and her nephew Timothy's boy trailing behind her. I sent for her, Mrs. Penfield said, unapologetically. Of course you did. Dorothea took in the scene. Clara at the counter, Mrs. Penfield installed behind it, the newspaper. Lord have mercy, and you were backstage? I was in the dressing room. I saw her. The shop bell again. Harriet Collins, slightly breathless, her manuscript satchel over her shoulder. She stopped in the doorway and looked at all of them. I heard. Is it true? A murder at the opera. It's true, Clara said. Right. Harriet came inside and closed the door behind her. Tell us everything. Clara looked at the three of them. Penfield behind the counter, Dorothea by the window, Harriet in the doorway with her eyes bright and her satchel clutched like a weapon. These women had helped Clara get ready for this evening. They had pinned the gown and moved the trunk and sent the boy for the seamstress. They had wanted this evening to be wonderful, and it had been wonderful, and then it hadn't, and now they were here. She told them, not everything. She didn't tell them about the cab ride, or what Graham had said, or the promise she'd made. But she told them about the dressing room, the flowers, the scarf, the way Juliana had looked on the floor, the door that had been ajar, the room that hadn't been disturbed, the letters in the locked drawer, and the Paris letter on the table, and the garden flowers in the plain glass jar. She told them about the corridor, the maid, the chorus women, the Earl who had called the soprano magnificent, as though the word cost him something, the soprano whose first question was about tomorrow's schedule, the Italian man nobody could find, the composer who'd seen Valenti backstage and told him to leave, and the dresser who had gone very quiet when asked if she was alone. My word, Mrs. Penfield said when Clara had finished. My word. The Earl who was making a scene in the corridor, Harriet said, looking up from her notebook. Lord Beaumont, you said he was very distressed. The theatre manager called him a patron, a great supporter of Miss Rossetti's work. But you don't think that's all it was? I don't know what it was. I know what I saw. Mrs. Penfield was quiet for a moment. Mrs. Croft mentioned something at church, weeks ago, that this Italian soprano was kept by someone very grand. She wouldn't say who, just someone very grand. She paused. I didn't think anything of it at the time. One hears these things. His wife was at the opera, Clara said. Lady Beaumont. She was sitting beside him all evening. He brought his wife to watch his mistress sing. We don't know she was his mistress. Clara. Someone very grand. An earl weeping in a corridor over a dead soprano. We can draw a line. We can speculate, Clara said. That's different. Harriet had her notebook open. The Italian man, Valenti. He's the former teacher, and he's been coming to the theatre for months. That's what the theatre manager said. And the letters in the locked drawer. Obsessive. Demanding. That sounds like a man who believes he's owed something. It could be, Clara said carefully. We don't know who wrote them. But the theatre manager said this Valenti has been sending notes and waiting at the stage door. And there are obsessive letters locked in her drawer. Harriet tapped her pen against the notebook. In A Penny Dreadful, that's your murderer in the first act. Which is exactly why it probably isn't, Clara said. The obvious suspect never is. In Penny Dreadfuls, Harriet said, in life, the obvious suspect is obvious because he did it. Ladies, Clara held up her hand. I'm not investigating this. 3 faces looked at her. Graham has asked me to stay away from this one. He doesn't want me involved. Since when does that stop you? Harriet said. Since... Clara stopped. Since he looked at me in a cab and said he couldn't do this work and wonder if I was safe. Since his voice went rough and he said not anymore, and something in my chest broke open. Since he asked, Clara said, and I agreed. Mrs. Penfield made a sound that communicated, in a single syllable, her complete contempt for this arrangement. However, Clara said, 3 pairs of eyes sharpened. I agreed not to go looking for Marco Valenti. I did not agree to stop thinking, and I did not agree to stop listening. Well, naturally, Mrs. Penfield said, stopping your ears would be impractical and rude. If I happen to hear things, at the shop, in the neighbourhood, in conversation, I can hardly be expected to ignore them. Impossible, Dorothea agreed. One hears what one hears. And if any of you happen to hear things, at church, at fittings, in the market... We would, of course, share them, Mrs. Penfield said, as friends do. Over tea, nothing investigative about it. Clara looked at them. They looked at her. The understanding that passed between them required no words and would have horrified Graham Redgrave. Tea, Clara said. I'll put the kettle on. While you're at it, Mrs. Penfield said, settling more firmly behind the counter, I should mention that Mrs. Alcott's husband was at the theatre last night. He saw Lady Beaumont leaving alone, getting into her carriage without the Earl. She straightened a jar on the counter that didn't need straightening. Apparently she always leaves alone. He stays behind to visit the soprano. Everyone in that set knows about it. The wife sits through the performance and then leaves before the humiliation of watching her husband go backstage. She paused. So that rumour about someone very grand is looking rather less like a rumour? Dorothea's fingers paused on her stitching. Women talk during fittings. If any of my clients know the Beaumont household, and some of them move in those circles, I'll hear about it soon enough. Harriet, Clara said, the newspapers, whatever they print about this, I want to see it. Already planned. Harriet patted her satchel. I know every penny pressman in Bloomsbury. If there's a story, I'll have it before the ink is dry. Clara poured the tea. 4 cups. The morning light was coming through the shop windows now, catching the jars of dried herbs on the shelves, the bundles of lavender hanging from the ceiling, the orange bulk of marmalade on the counter, watching them all with profound disinterest. She was not investigating. She was having tea with friends. If her friends happened to have access to society gossip, servant networks, fitting room intelligence, and the penny press, that was simply the kind of friends she had. Graham would understand, eventually, but it was not the ladies' gossip that stayed with Clara after the teacups were cleared and the shop was quiet again. It was Lucia Conti, the knotted hands, the stopped sentences. I should have been there sooner. The way she'd come back from Graham's interview, with her arms wrapped around herself and hadn't spoken again. Lucia had not told the police everything. Clara was certain of it. She had promised Graham she would not go looking for Marco Valenti. She had not promised to stop listening. And she could not stop thinking about a woman who was alone in a foreign city, with no one left to protect her, who had been too frightened to tell the truth in a corridor full of strangers. The theatre was not a dangerous place. It was a public building full of stagehands, and performers, and managers. Going back to check on Juliana's dresser was not investigating. It was decency. The shop was quiet. Clara looked at the shelves, the remedies, the tinctures, the blends she made every day for people who came to her door frightened and unwell. She had a cough remedy on the second shelf. Thyme and honey. For a woman who'd been sitting in a cold corridor half the night, the kind of thing Genevieve would have made. She could be there and back in a few hours. She would need someone to mind the shop, but Mrs. Penfield had already thought of that. She'd paused at the door on her way out, gloves half on, and looked back at Clara with the expression of a woman who knew exactly what was coming. I'll be next door if you need the shop minded this afternoon, she'd said. I assume you will. Clara reached for the brown bottle on the second shelf and began packing her basket. Chapter 4. The stage door of Her Majesty's Theatre looked nothing like the grand entrance Clara had walked through the night before. It was narrow, paint-peeling, tucked into an alley off the Haymarket that smelled of horse and old rain. A constable stood beside it, looking cold and bored. Clara adjusted the basket on her arm, the cough remedy in a brown bottle, a small tin of honey and thyme lozenges, and a packet of chamomile wrapped in paper, because she hadn't been able to stop herself. She was not investigating. She was delivering remedies to a woman who needed them. The constable looked at her. I'm here to see Miss Conti, Clara said. Lucia Conti, Miss Rossetti's dresser. No visitors, inspector's orders. I'm not a visitor. I'm an apothecary. Miss Conti was unwell last night, and I've brought her a remedy. The constable considered this. He was young. He looked at the basket, looked at Clara, and seemed to decide that a woman with a bottle of cough medicine was not the threat Inspector Redgrave had been worried about. Wait here, he said, and went inside. Clara waited. The alley was quiet. A cat, a scrappy grey thing with a torn ear, watched her from a windowsill across the way. The April light was thin and watery, nothing like the gaslit brilliance of the night before. The constable came back. She's in the green room. I'll take you through. The backstage corridors were different in daylight. Dirtier. The glamour stripped away. The bare plaster walls showing their cracks. The gas lamps unlit and replaced by whatever grey light came through the high windows. Scuff marks on the floor. Props stacked against walls. Ropes and pulleys hanging in the wings like the rigging of a ship. The green room was small and cold. Lucia was sitting in a chair by the window, wrapped in the same stagehand's coat she'd been wearing the night before. She looked as though she hadn't moved. Her face was swollen and her eyes were raw, and a rough, wet cough shook her every few breaths. Her eyes moved to Clara, then past her to the corridor, then back. Her hands were twisting in her lap. Miss Conti. Clara set the basket down and crouched beside her. I brought you something for that cough. Lucia looked at her. For a moment she didn't seem to recognise Clara. Then, Miss Wetherly, the shop in Bloomsbury. Have you eaten anything today? Clara asked. Lucia shook her head. Has anyone brought you anything? Tea? Bread? Anything at all? Another shake. Were you told to come back this morning? The inspector said everyone must be available. For more questions. Lucia's voice was raw. I have nowhere else to be. This was my life. Coming here, taking care of her. I don't know what I am supposed to do now. Her face crumpled. It is my fault. Miss Conti? It is my fault, Miss Wetherly. If only I... Her voice broke. She pressed her hands against her face. What do you mean? Lucia lowered her hands. Her mouth opened. The door opened behind them. Miss Wetherly. The voice. The tone. Clara took her time turning around. Graham was standing in the doorway. He was not in evening dress. He was in his inspector's coat with the silver buttons, his notebook in his hand, and his face was doing the thing it did when Clara had done something he'd specifically asked her not to do. Inspector Redgrave, she said, pleasantly. Good afternoon. A word in the corridor. I'm in the middle of explaining a dosage. The corridor, now! Clara finished showing Lucia how much of the remedy to take and when, set the bottle and the lozenges and the chamomile on the table beside her, and followed Graham into the corridor. He walked 10 paces from the green room door before he turned on her. What are you doing here? Delivering a cough remedy. Miss Conti was unwell last night. She has a persistent cough, and no one appears to have checked on her since you left. I told you to stay away from this. You told me not to look for Marco Valenti. I am not looking for Marco Valenti. I am bringing medicine to a woman with a cough. You are in my crime scene. I am in a green room, with a bottle of thyme and honey. If that constitutes a threat to your investigation, Graham, I think you may be overreacting. You promised. I promised not to look for Valenti. I promised to tell you if I learned anything. I have kept both promises. I have not gone to the Italian Quarter. I have not knocked on any doors. I have brought a remedy to a frightened woman who has been sitting in your green room all morning because the police told her to be available, and nobody in your investigation has thought to check on her. That is not investigating. That is basic human decency. Graham looked at her. She looked at him. You shouldn't be here, he said. Quieter now. And yet, here I am. Clara, did you speak with Lord Beaumont this morning? The shift caught him off guard. She could see it. The slight reset. That is police business. Did he confirm that Juliana was his mistress? Graham went very still. How do you know about that? Mrs. Penfield's gossip network had it before breakfast. Mrs. Croft heard it at church weeks ago. Kept by someone very grand, they said. Mrs. Alcott's husband saw Lady Beaumont leaving the theatre alone last night, which is apparently her routine because the Earl always stays behind to visit the soprano. Clara paused. Really, Graham, you must listen to women's gossip. It would save you a great deal of time. He stared at her. The ladies of Bloomsbury, he said. The ladies of Bloomsbury. You told them about the case. I told my friends about my evening. They told me what they knew. That is not the same thing as investigating, and I think you know that. Go home, Clara. I'm going. She turned, took 2 steps, turned back. Graham, she's frightened. She found her employer dead on the floor last night. I'd expect her to be frightened. Not of that, of someone. She keeps watching the door. She flinches at footsteps. That's not grief. That's a woman who is afraid of a specific person. Graham was quiet for a moment. I'll look into it. Clara wanted to say, you're wrong about her. But she didn't know that. She didn't know anything about Lucia Conti except that she was alone and afraid, and she had a cough that needed treating. The cough remedy is on the table in the green room. Make sure she takes it. And for heaven's sake, Graham, get the woman something to eat. She walked back through the backstage corridors, through the stage door, past the constable who was pretending he hadn't heard anything. From somewhere inside the theatre, distant, muffled by walls and curtains, a woman was singing. Clara stopped. The melody was unmistakable. Last night, in the dark, with Graham's shoulder against hers, Juliana's final aria. It wasn't Juliana's voice. It was competent, controlled, and entirely without the quality that had made the original feel like a conversation the audience had stumbled into. Clara stood in the alley and listened, and after a moment she placed the voice. Edith Carr, the soprano who had been 3 doors away and heard nothing, the one who had asked about tomorrow's performance before anyone had thought to grieve. She was already rehearsing. Clara stepped out into the Haymarket. She was halfway to the hackney stand before she trusted herself to breathe properly. Her hands were shaking, not from fear, not from the argument, but from the sheer infuriating waste of it. She had information Graham needed. She had access to people Graham couldn't reach. She had a network of women who could gather intelligence faster than Scotland Yard's detective branch, and she had a frightened dresser who had been about to tell her something important before Graham walked through the door. It is my fault. If only I... What had Lucia been about to say? The hackney stand was empty. Clara began walking. Bloomsbury was not far. The shop bell rang as Clara opened the door, which was wrong. She never set the bell when she was out. It rang when customers came in, not when she came home. Mrs. Penfield had set it. Mrs. Penfield had in fact done rather more than mind the shop. The counter had been tidied. The jars on the front shelf had been turned so their labels faced outward. Not how Clara arranged them, but not incorrect either. A fresh pot of tea sat on the counter beside a plate of shortbread. And Marmalade, who made a point of avoiding Mrs. Penfield because she reorganised things and spoke at a volume he found offensive, was sitting at her feet. Not just sitting. Purring. You bribed my cat, Clara said. I brought him a piece of smoked fish, Mrs. Penfield said, without looking up from the ledger she appeared to be reviewing. It seemed only fair. He's been very patient. She closed the ledger. You've been gone 3 hours. Sit down. Have some tea. Mrs. Aldrich came in for her headache powder. I found it on the 3rd shelf and charged her the usual. And young Mr. Baines wanted something for his mother's joints. I told him to come back tomorrow when you were in. Thank you, Mrs. Penfield. You're welcome. Now sit down and tell me what happened. Clara sat. She wrapped her hands around the teacup and told Mrs. Penfield everything. The green room, Lucia in the same coat from the night before, the cough, the untouched look of her. It is my fault. If only I... And then Graham in the doorway before Lucia could finish. He sent you home, Mrs. Penfield said. Not a question. He sent me home. Again. Mrs. Penfield poured more tea. Her mouth was doing something complicated. There's something else, Clara said. When I was leaving, through the stage door, I heard someone singing. Inside the theatre. Juliana's aria. The one from last night. Mrs. Penfield looked up. It was Edith Carr, the one from the corridor, the schedule question. She's studying the role, Mrs. Penfield said slowly. Already? The afternoon after the murder? Mrs. Penfield set down her teacup. The woman who asked about the schedule before the body was cold is now learning the dead woman's part. The afternoon after. She paused. Clara, that is not grief. That is not even indifference. That is a woman who saw an opportunity and walked straight toward it. She may simply be doing what the theatre asked her to do. She was the understudy. And she may not. Mrs. Penfield folded her hands. What do you know about her? Beyond the corridor. Very little. She told Graham she was in her dressing room, reading during the 2nd act, 3 doors from Juliana. Heard nothing. 3 doors away, and heard nothing. Mrs. Penfield's eyebrows rose. I should very much like to know what Miss Carr was actually doing in that dressing room, if she was in it at all. Clara looked at her. Mrs. Penfield looked back with the expression of a woman who had raised 4 children and could spot a lie across a church pew. I can't investigate this, Clara said. Graham has made that very clear. Of course not. But if Miss Carr happens to be mentioned in conversation, at fittings, at church, in the market, one can hardly be expected to stop one's ears. At her feet, Marmalade had finished his fish and was washing his face. Bribery, Clara noted, but not conversion. He'd go back to ignoring Mrs. Penfield by morning. Clara sat with her tea and thought about Lucia Conti. The card was in Lucia's hand. The cough remedy was on the green room table. Sometimes the only thing you could do for a frightened person was leave a door open and wait. But it was not the door that kept Clara awake that night. It was the sentence Lucia never finished. It is my fault. If only she had what? Chapter 5. 3 days. No word from Graham. No note, no visit, no kippers for Marmalade. The shop bell rang for customers. Old Mr. Fenton for his chest liniment, the Baines boy again for his mother's joints, a woman Clara didn't recognise who wanted something for a persistent cough, and left with a bottle of thyme and honey that made Clara think of Lucia Conti, and then made her stop thinking altogether, because thinking led nowhere useful. She swept the floor. She restocked the shelves. She labelled 3 dozen bottles of elderflower tonic and cleaned the scales twice, and reorganised the dried herb drawer in a way that would have horrified Mrs. Penfield, who had left everything in what she considered perfect order. On the 2nd day, Harriet came by with a newspaper. The story had moved from the front page to the 3rd. Italian soprano. Investigation continues. Scotland Yard pursuing leads. No details, no names. Clara read it and said nothing, and Harriet, who had the good sense to know when Clara was in a mood, left the paper and went. On the 3rd day, the bell rang at 2:30. Clara was behind the counter, grinding valerian root. She looked up. Lucia Conti stood in the doorway. She was thinner than she'd been at the theatre. The stagehand's coat was gone, replaced by a shawl that wasn't warm enough for April, and her hair was pulled back so tightly it made her face look sharp. The cough was worse, that same rough wet sound from the green room, deeper now, audible from the doorway. But it wasn't the cough that stopped Clara. It was Lucia's eyes. They swept the shop, the counter, the shelves, the street behind her, before she stepped inside. "Miss Conti." Clara set down the pestle. "Come in, please." Lucia came in. She didn't close the door. Clara went around the counter, closed it, and turned the lock. "Sit down. I'll make tea." "I should not be here." "You're here. Sit down." Lucia sat. She perched on the edge of the chair, her fingers laced together so tightly the knuckles went white. Her eyes went to the window, then to the locked door, then back to Clara. Clara put the kettle on. She brought a fresh bottle of the cough remedy from the shelf and set it beside Lucia without comment. "Have you eaten today?" Lucia shook her head. Clara cut bread and cheese, plain, practical, and set the plate beside the tea. She went back behind the counter and continued grinding the valerian root. Lucia ate, slowly at first, then with the focused attention of someone who hadn't had a proper meal in days. She drank the tea. She coughed, hard, bending over, her whole body shaking with it, and Clara poured a measure of the remedy into a cup and handed it to her. "Twice a day," Clara said, "morning and evening. Take the bottle with you when you go." Lucia held the cup in both hands and looked at Clara over the rim. "What brought you here today, Miss Conti?" Lucia's mouth opened, closed. She looked at the cup. Clara let it go. She wiped down the counter. She straightened a row of bottles that didn't need straightening. The shop was quiet, just the kettle's fading tick and the street sounds through the glass. Lucia set down the cup. "A man came to my lodgings," she said. "What man?" "Marco Valenti. He was Giuliana's teacher, in Milan, years ago." Lucia's voice dropped. "2 days ago, he knocked on my door. He was pleasant. He is always pleasant when he wants something." Her fingers tightened on the cup. "He asked me how I was. He asked about the police, what they had wanted, what I had told them. He asked about the woman who came to the theatre with the cough remedy." Marco Valenti, the name from the theatre corridor, the dark-haired man Clara had followed backstage, the man Pete Marsh had seen at the dressing-room door. Graham had told her that in the cab, and it was Graham's evidence, not hers to share. "He asked about me," Clara said, steadily. "He wanted to know who you were, whether you were with the police. I told him you were. The woman who makes the remedies. A kind woman." Lucia's eyes moved to the window. He smiled. He has a smile that... It is not a smile. It is something else wearing the shape of a smile. "Why did he come to you, Lucia? What does he want?" "He wants to know what I have said. What I will say." Lucia's voice dropped. "He has done this before. After Giuliana tried to report him to the theatre manager, he came to me, pleasant, smiling, asking what Giuliana had told them, asking what I knew." "Why are you telling me this?" Lucia looked at her. "Because a man who does this, who follows a woman across countries, who sends letters, who stands in doorways and smiles, a man who does this for years." She stopped. "Perhaps he does murder too." She didn't say it as an accusation. She said it the way a person says something they've been turning over alone in a dark room for days. "The police should know about him," Lucia said. "What he has done, what he is. Someone should tell them." "Why not tell them yourself?" "I am telling you." Lucia's hands tightened on the cup. "And I do not wish to be next, Miss Wetherly." Clara let that sit. Lucia had come to her, not to the police. "Tell me about him," Clara said, "from the beginning." Lucia wrapped her hands around the cup. "He was her teacher, in Milan. She was 16, singing in a church. He heard her and said he would make her great." Her mouth twisted. "They were lovers for a time. He was, it was not. She was very young, Miss Wetherly, and he was not." Clara said nothing. She let the silence hold. He believed she belonged to him, that everything she had because of him. And when she left Milan, when she came to London, to the company, he followed. He appeared at the theatre. He sent letters, dozens of them. She kept them locked in her drawer because... Lucia stopped. Because they were proof. If anything happened. The letters in the locked drawer. The cramped, urgent handwriting. Demanding. Obsessive. Accusations. Graham's words from the dressing room. He gave her things too. Gifts. From their time in Milan. Lucia's voice was quiet. The silk scarf. The white one that Juliana always wore. That was his. He told her it was the finest silk in Milan. He told her she should wear it always and think of him. Clara's hands went still. The white silk scarf. Loose around Juliana's throat. The faint band of discoloration across her skin. Did he threaten her? Not in the letters. Never anything so direct. It was always, I know what you owe me, and you would be nothing without me, and I am waiting. Lucia set down the cup. The threats were in person, in his voice, in the way he stood too close and smiled. And yet she wore the scarf, Clara said, the one he gave her. Lucia looked at her, faintly surprised. It was very fine silk, very expensive. Juliana was not the sort of woman to throw away a beautiful thing because of the man who gave it to her. A pause. She was practical that way. From the windowsill, Marmalade moved. Not the lazy stretch of a cat adjusting his position. A sharp, sudden movement, his whole body going rigid. He was facing the window, ears flat, fur along his spine standing straight. A low sound came from his throat. Not a meow. A growl. The street outside was ordinary. A cart passing. A woman with a basket. The lamppost on the corner. Nothing out of place. Marmalade's growl deepened. Clara stood. She walked to the window. The street was empty now. The cart had passed. The woman with the basket was gone. The doorway across the street, the one where the lamp-black cellar sometimes stood, was shadowed. She drew the curtain. Then she went to the shop door and turned the lock. The bolt slid home with a sound that made Lucia flinch. "We're closed for the afternoon," Clara said. "More tea?" Lucia was staring at the locked door. Her breathing had changed. Shallow, quick. "Miss Wetherly, is someone—" The cat startled. "It happens." Clara poured the tea. Her hands were steady. Her voice was steady. The rest of her was not. "You're safe here, Lucia." The first name was deliberate. Lucia heard it. For a long moment neither of them spoke. Lucia's breathing slowed. She looked at the locked door. She looked at the drawn curtain. She looked at Clara, standing behind the counter with the teapot in her hand, as though nothing in the world could be wrong in a shop that smelled of chamomile. Juliana wanted to leave, Lucia said, quietly, as though the locked door had given her permission to say it. Everyone at the theatre heard the rumour that she was leaving London. Leaving for where? Paris, some said. A contract, an offer. She never told me the details. A flash crossed Lucia's face, quick, bitter, gone. Everyone had a different story. The theatre manager heard she had been offered a position at the opera. The chorus girls thought she was eloping. Edith Carr was already measuring the dressing room for curtains. Edith Carr. Clara kept her voice light. She's taken over the role. The day after, she was singing Juliana's aria before the flowers on the stage had wilted. Lucia's mouth thinned. They did not get along. Edith believed Juliana had sabotaged her, told the management her voice was failing. I don't know if it was true. I know Edith believed it. Was it true? Was Juliana leaving? Something was true. She was happier, lighter, planning something she wouldn't share. Did you ask her? Once. She told me all would be well. Lucia's voice flattened. Not exactly an answer. Were you going with her? The flash came back, and this time it was unmistakable. Not grief. Bitterness. Lucia's mouth tightened and her chin came up, and for one unguarded moment the loyal servant was gone, and something raw stood in her place. Of course not. The words came clipped, hard. She had not invited me. That was for certain. She intended to leave everything behind. Her voice dropped. Including me. Lucia stopped. Her mouth pressed shut, as though the words had escaped without permission. But you must not misunderstand, she said. Quieter now. She was kind to me. She was always kind. Clara poured more tea. Who would have been angry that she was leaving? You said Marco followed her from Milan. If she left London, he would have been furious. No hesitation. He followed her once already. He would have followed again. Or he would have, I don't know. He is a man who believes he owns what he has touched. And the patron, Lord Beaumont. Lucia looked at her, startled, then resigned. Everyone knew. Would he have taken kindly to her leaving? I don't... Lucia frowned. No, I don't think so. But Lord Beaumont is not... He is not like Marco. He was generous. He was gentle with her. Generous men could be possessive men. Gentle men could turn. Clara had seen enough of that. She let a moment pass. Then carefully. The night of the murder. If Marco was at the theatre, and we know he was seen backstage. Did you see him there? Near the dressing room? Lucia went very still. Her cup stopped halfway to her mouth. She set it down. The openness was gone. Something shuttered and flat in its place. I found her, Lucia said. I pushed the door and I saw her and I screamed. That is what happened. It was not an answer to the question Clara had asked. They both knew it. Lucia was already reaching for her shawl. I must go. I've been here too long. She stood, wrapping the shawl tight, her eyes moving to the door. Whatever had loosened in the warmth of the shop was pulling closed again. Wait. Clara wrapped the cough remedy in paper, added a packet of chamomile. Take these. Come back if you need more. Come back even if you don't. Lucia took the package. She looked at Clara. A long look, the kind that carried the weight of things unsaid. You are very kind, Miss Wetherly. Come back, Clara said, whenever you need to. Clara unlocked the door. Lucia slipped through it. The bell rang. Clara watched through the gap in the curtain as Lucia walked up the street, small, hunched against the April wind, clutching the paper bag against her chest. She turned the corner and was gone. She sat behind the worktop. Her hands were shaking, not from fear, not from cold, but from the effort of holding still for the last hour when every instinct had told her to push. Did you see him there, near the dressing room? Lucia had answered every question Clara asked today, except that one. She closed the shop early. There seemed no point in staying open with the curtains drawn and her mind elsewhere. Upstairs, Marmalade was circling his bowl with the single-minded urgency of a creature who had not been fed in what he clearly considered an unconscionable number of hours. Clara fed him. He ate as though it were his last meal on earth, which was how he ate every meal. She settled into the chair by the window, with Genevieve's Afghan over her knees and the tarot deck in her hands. She turned the cards without looking at them. Shuffling, cutting, shuffling again. The familiar weight and slide of them. She wasn't reading. She was thinking. A man who does this, perhaps he does murder too. I do not wish to be next, Miss Wetherly. Did you see him there? Near the dressing room? And the answer that wasn't an answer. I found her. I pushed the door, and I saw her, and I screamed. That is what happened. The cards turned in her hands. Marmalade, finished with his supper, jumped onto her lap, turned twice, and settled against the Afghan with a weight that suggested he had no plans to move before morning. The lavender came. Faint. Not from any sachet on the shelves. Just there. The way it was sometimes, when Genevieve decided to involve herself. Clara breathed it in and looked toward the stairs. From the shop below, a small sound. China on wood. She set Marmalade aside, a process that required negotiation, and went down. 2 cups on the shelf above the stove. The blue one with the chip, Graham's, was sitting beside hers. Clara hadn't put it there. She looked at the empty shop, at the 2 cups, at the faint, impossible scent of lavender. I know, she said to no one in particular. I know. The knock came 10 minutes later. Graham stood in the doorway, hat in his hand. Something in Clara's chest lifted at the sight of him, quick and traitorous and entirely unwelcome. 3 days of silence, and he stood on her doorstep, and she was glad. She was furious with herself for being glad. I should have come sooner, he said. 3 days, Graham. I know. 3 days. Not a note. Not a word, not so much as a kipper for the cat. He stopped. A kipper? Marmalade has standards. You've been meeting them, and then you vanished for 3 days and he's been taking it out on me. She stepped back from the door. Sit down. You look dreadful. Thank you, Clara. That's very kind. It wasn't intended to be kind. It was intended to make you sit down and eat something. She pointed at the chair. He sat. She put bread and cheese in front of him and poured the tea. His cup was already waiting. I had something at the yard. That is not eating. That is surviving. He looked at the bread. He looked at her. The corner of his mouth moved. Not quite a smile, but the ghost of one. He ate. Why are you here, Graham? He set down the bread. Because the investigation has gone nowhere, and I owe you an apology. In that order, if I'm honest. You're not usually honest about the order. I'm trying something new. He pulled his notebook from his coat, the same battered leather one, the pages soft at the edges. I've been chasing shadows. I thought you should know what I've found. Or rather, what I haven't. Clara poured tea into his cup and sat across from him. Go on. Marco Valenti has vanished. No fixed lodgings. He moves between boarding houses, Clerkenwell, Hatton Garden, wherever the rooms are cheap and the landlords don't ask questions. I've had constables asking at everyone and nobody will claim him. He's either left London or he's very good at not being found. Or both. Graham turned a page. Lord, or both. Graham turned a page. Lord Beaumont, I went to call on him. And? His solicitors blocked me before I reached the front door. Lord Beaumont is indisposed and not receiving visitors. But I heard from a colleague at the yard. Beaumont was involved in an altercation at his club. An argument that turned physical. A glass was thrown. He had to be restrained by 2 other members. Clara set down the teapot. The gentle patron. Quite. What was the argument about? My colleague didn't know, or wouldn't say, but a man who throws glassware in his club is not a man in full command of his grief. Clara turned that over. The silver-haired man at the theatre. The crack in his voice. The hand against the wall. Genuine, she'd thought. She still thought so. But genuine feeling and a violent temper were not mutually exclusive. Edith Carr, Graham said, turning another page. I spoke to the theatre manager. He tells me Miss Carr has been very busy since the murder, telling everyone who will listen that Juliana sabotaged her career, went to management and told them Edith's voice was failing, told them not to give her leading roles. Is it true? The manager wouldn't confirm it, but he didn't deny it either, which tells me something. Graham set his pen down. Edith has an active grudge. Not quiet resentment. She's been making sure every person at the theatre knows what Juliana did to her. I heard the same from Lucia, Clara said. She said Edith believed Juliana sabotaged her. Whether or not it was true, Edith believed it. Graham looked up. When did you speak to Lucia? Today. She came to the shop. He closed the notebook. The inspector receded and something sharper took its place. She came here. She came here. Sit down. You haven't stood up, but you're about to. And listen. The corner of his mouth moved. He stayed in the chair. Marco Valenti has been to her lodgings. Twice. Asking questions. Clara kept her voice even. He wanted to know about the police. What they'd asked. What she'd told them. And he wanted to know about me. The woman who came to the theatre with the cough remedy. He asked Lucia who I was and whether I was with the police. Graham's face changed. Not anger. Something colder and more controlled than anger. His hand flattened on the notebook. He asked about you. Lucia told him I make remedies. Nothing more. He knows who you are. He knows you were at the theatre. He's been to Lucia's lodgings asking about you, and he's vanished from every address my constables have tried. Graham's voice had dropped to something low and flat. This is exactly what He stopped. His jaw tightened. His gaze held hers for a long moment. Then he opened the notebook again. His shoulders were tight, but his hand was steady on the pen. Tell me what she said. I'll tell you what she said. And then you'll tell me the rest. Because I know that notebook has more pages than Marco and Beaumont and Edith Carr. You're negotiating. I'm making sure this goes both ways. Something shifted behind his eyes. Not quite amusement, not quite admiration, but the place where those two things met. He gestured with the pen. Ladies first. Clara told him. All of it. Milan, the teaching, the obsession that followed Juliana across countries and years. She laid it out the way she would lay out ingredients for a complicated tincture. In order, nothing wasted. The letters in the locked drawer, Graham said. That's Marco. That's Marco, Graham wrote. There's more, Clara said. The gifts. He gave her things over the years. Possessive things, tokens, and one of them. She steadied herself. The silk scarf, the white one. Lucia says Marco gave it to Juliana in Milan. He told her it was the finest silk in Italy. He told her to wear it always and think of him. Graham stopped writing. He gave her the murder weapon, Clara said, years before he used it. If he used it. If he used it. She let that stand. There's something else. The leaving rumour. Everyone at the theatre had heard Juliana was planning something. Paris, a contract, an elopement. Everyone had a different version. Nobody had details. What did Lucia say? Said that something was changing, but Juliana wouldn't say what. Lucia pressed once and got nothing useful. Graham tapped the pen against the page. If Marco knew she was leaving, if he heard the rumour, a man who followed her from Milan to London wouldn't have taken it lightly. No, he would not. Graham was quiet for a moment. Your dresser thinks he did it. She didn't say that directly. She said, a man who does this, perhaps he does murder too. And then she said, I do not wish to be next, Miss Wetherly. She's telling you what she wants you to hear. His eyes were steady on hers. The dresser found the body. She was late getting there and won't explain why. She gave thin answers on murder night. No details about where she was, who she was with. And now, days later, she walks into your shop with a complete account of another man's guilt. She's frightened, Graham. I sat with her for an hour. She wasn't performing. I'm not saying she was. I'm saying people do this sometimes. Point at someone else to keep the light off themselves. He held up a hand before she could argue. I will use every piece of what she told you. The stalking is real. The letters are real. The scarf matters. But I am not going to stop watching the dresser simply because she's sympathetic. Clara wanted to push back harder. She didn't. Because somewhere underneath her certainty that Lucia was frightened and not a killer, there was a small cold fact she couldn't account for. She was always kind. Didn't sit well beside she intended to leave everything behind, including me. She poured more tea. She did not tell him about the bitterness. Not yet. Not until she understood what it meant. Your turn, she said. William Hale. Graham picked up his cup. When I interviewed Hale on murder night, he knew exactly where everything was backstage. Every corridor, every turning. He directed me to the stage door, the green room, the back passage, without hesitating. He's a composer working with the company. He'd know the building. He's a composer who was writing one piece for one soprano. That doesn't require memorising the backstage layout the way he has. He's been spending a great deal of time at the theatre. More than a man working on a single commission should. Clara thought of the fair-haired young man in the corridor. The red eyes, the broken voice. I was writing something for her. The garden flowers in the plain glass jar, kept in water because she was kind enough to keep them, even though they cost nothing. You think he was watching her. I think he was in love with her. Whether she returned the feeling or merely tolerated his presence is something I haven't established. Graham turned his cup in his hands. He brought her wildflowers. He learned every corridor between the stage door and her dressing room. He was in the green room during the second act, 5 minutes from her door. That's devotion, not murder. They're not as far apart as you'd like them to be. They sat with that. The evening light was going. The shop windows turning from gold to grey. Marmalade had relocated from the windowsill to the worktop, wedged between the teapot and the sugar bowl, occupying the precise centre of the available space. Graham, Clara said, someone was watching the shop today, while Lucia was here. Marmalade went to the window, fur raised, growling. I looked. The street was empty. But the cat doesn't growl at nothing. Graham's cup stopped halfway to his mouth. I drew the curtain. I locked the door. Lucia didn't see anything. She paused. I couldn't see anyone either. But Marmalade saw something out there, and I couldn't shake that. Marco, I don't know. Possibly. You locked the door. I locked the door. Clara looked at him. I am not careless, Graham. I know you're not. His voice was rough. He was looking at the locked shop door as though he could see through it to the street. I don't want you taking risks. I'm not taking risks. I'm keeping a shop. People walk in. I can't control who walks in, and I won't stop opening my door because a man I've never met might be standing across the street. He held her gaze. She held his. She was right. He was also right. Neither fact cancelled the other. Something occurred to me today, Clara said, while Lucia was talking, about Juliana. Graham waited. Juliana wore Marco's scarf. She kept William Hale's cheap flowers in water on her dressing table. She took Lord Beaumont's money and his patronage, and whatever else he offered. Clara turned her cup in her hands. Every man gave her something she needed, and she kept every one of them believing he mattered. The pen had gone still in his hand. That doesn't mean she deserved what happened to her. No, it means every man had reason to feel used, and a man who feels used by a woman he believes belongs to him is a man with a motive. Graham leaned back. You're not looking at the suspects? I'm looking at the victim. Someone has to. The light was nearly gone. His face was half in shadow, the line of his jaw sharp against the darkening window behind him. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he closed the notebook, not putting it away, but setting it flat on the table between them, as though what she'd said required a different kind of thinking than notes could hold. He stood and reached for his hat. I need to find Marco Valenti before he finds you. Before he finds Lucia. She's the one who's frightened. Before he finds either of you. He put on his hat and paused at the door. Lock this behind me. And Clara. Yes? The cat has good instincts. Trust the cat. Marmalade will be delighted to hear it. I'll add it to his list of accomplishments. Good night, Clara. Good night, Graham. She locked the door. His footsteps faded down the street. She washed the cups and wiped the table and put the bread away. The chair was still pushed back too far because his legs never fit. The shop smelled of wool and tea and something underneath both that was just Graham. From the chair where Lucia had sat that afternoon, Marmalade jumped down, stretched, and crossed the shop floor. He sniffed the chair's legs thoroughly, a full investigation, methodical, unhurried. He circled it once. Then he jumped back up, turned twice, and settled into the seat with the finality of a verdict delivered. On the worktop beside the pestle she'd left that morning, a tarot card lay face up. The Queen of Cups. She turned the card in her fingers. Marmalade watched her from Lucia's chair, steady and unblinking. Other people's grief, other people's secrets. Grandmother, Clara said to the empty shop, what are you trying to tell me? Chapter 6. The stage door of Her Majesty's theatre was unmanned. No constable this time. The alley smelled of horse and damp brick, but April sunlight reached the cobblestones where it hadn't on her last visit. The crisis had moved on. Clara could hear hammering from inside, and voices raised in the way that meant someone was being told where to stand. She shifted the basket on her arm. A fresh bottle of the cough remedy, honey and thyme lozenges, chamomile, a jar of broth she'd made that morning. The shop was in Mrs. Penfield's hands, had been for 2 days now, and Mrs. Penfield had made herself thoroughly at home. A needlepoint cushion on the stool, peppermints in a china dish, the ledger reorganised. Even Marmalade had been won over, though Clara suspected smoked fish rather than personal charm. A heavy-set doorman with a red face stepped into the alley and looked at Clara's basket with suspicion. I'm looking for Miss Conti, Clara said. Lucia Conti, Miss Rossetti's dresser. What's your business? I've been treating her cough. I'd like to see how she's getting on. He frowned. Conti hasn't been in. Today? 2 days. He shrugged. Not my concern. The stage manager's been asking after her, though. She has duties. Costumes don't mend themselves. Is the stage manager available? I'd like to leave word for her. He jerked his head toward the corridor. Through there. Ask anyone. The backstage corridors were busier than Clara's last visit. Stagehands carrying flats, a boy with a bucket of nails, 2 women sorting through a rack of costumes. Whatever grief had hung in the air the morning after the murder had been swept up with the stage dust. There was a performance to prepare. There was always a performance to prepare. She was halfway down the corridor when a voice stopped her. Lost. Clara turned. A woman stood in the doorway of a dressing room, mid-30s, dark-haired, handsome rather than pretty, wearing a green day dress with the straight-backed posture of someone accustomed to being watched. She was holding a cup of tea and examining Clara over the rim. Edith Carr. Not lost. I'm looking for Miss Conti. The dresser. Edith's mouth curved. And you've come all the way to the Haymarket to deliver cough medicine. How dedicated. She was in a bad way when I saw her last. I worry about that cough. Edith leaned against the doorframe. Well, you won't find her here. She hasn't shown her face in 2 days, which is inconvenient because costumes don't mend themselves, and I have a performance on Saturday. She drank her tea. But then the whole place has gone to pieces. Everyone wandering about looking stricken, as though none of them had ever considered that Juliana Rossetti might not live forever. You don't seem stricken. I'm not going to pretend, Miss Wetherly. Life is too short, as Juliana would now agree. She was talented. Nobody disputes that. But she was not the saint everyone is making her out to be. She was calculating, she was ruthless, and if you got in her way, she'd put a knife in your back and smile about it. Clara made a sympathetic sound and said nothing. Edith didn't need prompting. I should know. 2 years I've been singing chorus behind that woman, and every time my name came up for a lead, nothing. Somehow the management always heard something discouraging. From someone. She paused. And don't let that dresser of hers fool you with the grieving servant act. Those two were at each other's throats half the time, screaming at each other in Italian. The day before she died, they were going at it so loud the stage manager nearly threw them both out. What were they fighting about? Who knows? It was Italian, it was loud, and it was constant. Edith shrugged. Everyone here thinks it was that Marco fellow, the one who followed her everywhere. But if you ask me, I'd be looking rather closer to home. She took a sip of tea. But what do I know? I wasn't even here when it happened. Clara said nothing. She had seen Edith Carr in the corridor on murder night, standing at the far end, arms folded, watching. Do you know where Miss Conti lives? Clara asked. I'd like to look in on her. Haven't the faintest idea, but Carmine would know. She nodded toward the stagehand. Dark-haired boy, always in the wings. Why would he know? Edith gave her a look over the rim of her cup. I may not notice much, Miss Wetherly, but I do have eyes. Ask Carmine. She withdrew into the dressing room and shut the door. She found the wings. Stagehands were shifting scenery, large painted flats carried with practised coordination. A young man was coiling rope near the prompt desk, dark-haired, early 20s, lean from hauling counterweights. Carmine? He looked up. Who's asking? I've been treating Miss Conti's cough. She held up the basket. I hear she hasn't been in. You're the remedy woman. His hands slowed on the rope. She mentioned you. Terrible business about Miss Rossetti. You must all be shaken. It's been hard. He went back to coiling. Nobody knows what to think. I can imagine. Do they know yet who? I heard people saying it was an Italian fellow. Marco. That's what everyone thinks. He was always hanging about. The rope moved through his hands, loop after loop. Makes sense, doesn't it? How awful. Did you see him that night? Backstage, I mean. It must have been very crowded. The coiling stopped. Colour climbed from his collar. No, I was in another part of the theatre. Clara let the silence hold for a breath, then moved on. Have you seen Lucia recently? Day before yesterday. His hand stilled on the loose end. She came by after... I don't know where she'd been. She seemed upset. The day Lucia had come to Clara's shop. The same day. And since then? He shook his head. Do you know where she lives? That cough was bad when I saw her last, and I'd like to look in on her. Something shifted in his face. The wariness fell away, and what was underneath it was worry. Plain, sharp, unguarded. Drury Lane, he said. Mrs. Goretti's boarding house. 3rd floor. He said it fast, the way a person gives directions they don't need to think about. Tell her. He stopped. Swallowed. Just make sure she takes the medicine. Clara walked back through the corridors, past the costume rack, and the boy with the nails, and the heavy-set doorman who barely glanced at her. The afternoon sun was sharp in the alley. 2 days. Nobody had seen her. Nobody had heard from her. I do not wish to be next, Miss Wetherly. If Marco had done something to Lucia, if he had gone back to those lodgings and Clara had waited 2 days sitting behind her counter. Clara turned toward Drury Lane and made haste. Mrs. Goretti's boarding house was a narrow building wedged between a chandler's shop and a public house, the brickwork darkened with soot and the front steps scrubbed white. A hand-painted sign in the window read rooms for respectable ladies, no visitors after 9. The door was opened by a stout woman in a grey dress with an apron tied high under her bosom, and a face that suggested she had heard every excuse, believed none of them, and was ready for Clara's. Mrs. Goretti? Who wants her? My name is Clara Wetherly. I'm looking for Miss Conti, Lucia Conti. I've been treating her cough. Mrs. Goretti looked at the basket. Her expression shifted. Not warmth, but practical interest. 3rd floor. End of the corridor. She hasn't come down in 2 days. I sent the girl up with broth yesterday, and she wouldn't touch it. She stepped aside. If you can do something about that cough, I'd be grateful. The other lodgers are complaining. The staircase was narrow and steep, the banister worn smooth by years of hands. The house smelled of boiled cabbage and tallow, and underneath both, something faintly floral. Lavender, perhaps, or dried roses. Theatre people's lodgings. Costumes hung over a railing on the first landing. A playbill was tacked to the wall, outside a door on the 2nd floor. From behind another door, someone was practising scales. Badly. Lucia's room was at the end of the 3rd floor corridor. Clara knocked. Nothing. Lucia, it's Clara Wetherly. A sound from inside. Movement, slow and reluctant. The door opened a crack. One eye, red-rimmed, looked out. Miss Wetherly. Her voice was a rasp. How did you? May I come in? The door opened. The room was small. A bed, a chair, a washstand, a window that looked onto the backs of other buildings. The bedclothes were tangled. A cup of broth sat untouched on the washstand. A skin formed over its surface. The shawl, the same one, still not warm enough, was wrapped around Lucia's shoulders. She looked smaller than she had in Clara's shop. The cough came before Lucia could speak. Deep, rattling, wet. She bent over with it, one hand braced on the bed frame, and Clara heard what she needed to hear. The congestion had settled lower. If she left this much longer, it would be in her lungs. Sit down, Clara said, on the bed. Don't talk. She set the basket on the chair and worked. The cough remedy Lucia had taken from the shop was on the washstand, half empty, which meant she'd been taking it. But it wasn't enough. Not for this. Clara unpacked what she'd brought. She found the cup of cold broth and set it aside. She needed hot water. There was no kettle in the room. Is there a kitchen? Somewhere I can boil water? Downstairs, Lucia whispered. Mrs. Goretti. Stay here. She went down to the kitchen. Mrs. Goretti was there, peeling potatoes with the efficient brutality of long practice. I need hot water, Clara said, and a clean cloth, if you have one. Mrs. Goretti put the kettle on without argument. While it heated, Clara measured from the packets in her basket. Dried oregano, a generous amount, and a twist of dried marshmallow root. The oregano would loosen the congestion. It was a better expectorant than thyme for a cough this deep, strong enough to break up what had settled in the chest. The marshmallow root would coat the throat and ease the inflammation that was making every cough tear at the raw tissue. The girl is bad, Mrs. Goretti asked. The cough has gone to her chest. I'll make an infusion, oregano and marshmallow root steeped together. She needs to drink it hot 3 times a day and breathe the steam before she drinks. The steam is as important as the tea. I can see to that. Mrs. Goretti set out a clean cup. She won't eat. She will when the cough eases. The nausea comes from swallowing what her lungs are trying to bring up. Once the congestion breaks, the appetite will follow. Mrs. Goretti nodded. Poor girl, Mrs. Goretti said. First that business with Miss Rossetti, now this cough. They shared the room she's in now, you know, Miss Conti and Miss Rossetti. 2 Italian girls. Hardly a word of English between them when they arrived. Something crossed her face. Then Miss Rossetti found herself better rooms. Somewhere more suited to a rising star, I suppose. The kettle sang. Clara poured the water over the herbs, let them steep, and carried the cup upstairs with the cloth draped over her arm. Lucia was where she'd left her, sitting on the edge of the bed, her hands knotted in the shawl. The room was cold. There was no fire in the grate. Lean forward, Clara said. She draped the cloth over Lucia's head and held the cup beneath. Breathe, slowly, through your nose first, then your mouth. Lucia breathed. The steam rose around her face, carrying the sharp green scent of oregano. She coughed, hard at first, productive, which was what Clara wanted, the congestion loosening. After a few minutes, the coughing eased, and Lucia's breathing sounded less like something tearing. Now drink, Clara said. Small sips. It won't taste pleasant. Lucia drank. Her face contracted at the bitterness. Marshmallow root was slippery and faintly sweet, but oregano steeped strong was not a kind flavour. All of it, Clara said. You are a tyrant, Miss Wetherly. I've been told. Clara took the empty cup. Mrs. Goretti will make this for you 3 times a day. You will drink it. You will eat whatever she brings you. And when the cough breaks, you can go back to work. Lucia pulled the shawl tighter. There is no reason to go back. There is no one to dress. There is a company that needs costumes mended and a stage manager asking after you. I cannot go back to that place. Lucia's voice dropped. Not now, not after. She stopped. Clara waited. Lucia didn't finish. Has Marco been back? No. Lucia's eyes moved to the window. No one has come. Clara packed the basket. She left the remaining packets of oregano and marshmallow root on the washstand with instructions written on the paper wrapping. Steep in hot water, 10 minutes. Breathe the steam. Drink hot, 3 times daily. Because Lucia might not remember, and Mrs. Goretti would need to read them. I'll come back tomorrow, Clara said. If you need anything before then, send word to Hawthorne and Wetherly in Bloomsbury. Mrs. Penfield will know where to find me. Lucia looked at her, the same long look from the shop, the one that carried things she couldn't say. Why are you doing this? Because you have a cough and I make remedies. It isn't complicated. She left the door ajar. On the stairs she passed a young woman carrying a sewing basket, dark-eyed, Italian, who nodded at Clara and glanced toward Lucia's room with the resigned familiarity of a neighbour who had been hearing that cough through the walls. Mrs. Goretti was in the hall at the bottom of the stairs. She had her hand on the banister, gripping it, her knuckles white, her fingers swollen at the joints. She saw Clara looking and let go. That's nothing, she said. Old hands. It doesn't look like nothing. Clara set down the basket. I make a salve, comfrey and beeswax, with a little camphor. It won't cure what's wrong, but it will ease the aching. I'll bring some when I come tomorrow. Mrs. Goretti looked at her with the expression of a woman who had been offered many things and believed few of them. I won't say no. Tomorrow, Clara said. Keep her drinking the tea and keep her warm. That room needs a fire. Fire costs money, Miss Wetherly. And Clara reached into her coat and left coins on the hall table. For the coal. Chapter 7.
Marmalade's further observations. In which my human neglects her breakfast, and someone's priorities require correction. She had not eaten. I had been supervising since dawn. This is my duty, not my preference, though the two happened to coincide, and the only thing that had passed her lips was 3 cups of tea. Weak, poorly timed, made with the distracted hand of someone whose mind was elsewhere. The toast she put on at 7 o'clock was still sitting beside the stove, cold, untouched. There had been butter out. She forgot the butter too. I ate my breakfast at the appropriate hour. Someone in this household maintained standards. The shop had been open for 40 minutes. No customers. This was fortunate because my human was not behind the counter where she belonged. She was upstairs at the sitting room table, surrounded by paper. Lists. She had been making lists. Lists of names, lists of questions, lists with arrows drawn between them in a hand that suggested she was thinking faster than she could write. Several had been crossed out and rewritten. One had been crumpled and smoothed flat again, which told me she had thrown it away and then reconsidered. I have observed this behaviour in her before and find it both admirable and exhausting. The book was open again. The Gilded Leaf, the Ghost Human's book, the one that smells of old leather and dried roses and something underneath both that is not quite there. My human had been consulting it at odd hours. 2 o'clock that morning, the candle going, the pages turning slowly. I supervised from the foot of the bed. She did not notice. She does not notice much at present. This is concerning, not because I require her attention, I am perfectly self-sufficient and have been since I was 6 weeks old, but because a human who forgets to eat is a human who has stopped paying proper attention to priorities. And priorities in this household begin with breakfast.
The bell rang at 10:30. Clara was behind the counter by then, reorganising the dried oregano, a task that required neither thought nor attention, which was why she'd chosen it. Her hands needed occupation, while her mind turned over what she knew and what she didn't, and the gap between those two things was widening by the day. She'd come downstairs 20 minutes ago and found 2 teacups sitting on the counter. Hers, the blue one with the small chip she wouldn't replace because her grandmother had given it to her, and the plain one. Graham's, the one that lived on the second shelf and came down only when he was expected. She had not put it there. She was certain of this. She'd been upstairs all morning with her lists and her book and her cold toast. The lavender had been strong when she reached the bottom of the stairs. Not the dried bundles hanging from the beams, but the other kind, the kind that had no source and no explanation, and arrived when Genevieve had opinions. Grandmother had been restless all week. Objects had migrated. The pestle to the windowsill, a jar of chamomile from the second shelf to the counter, Clara's good pen, appearing in the middle of a list she'd abandoned, placed there with what felt like deliberate emphasis. The sitting room smelled of lavender and cedar. The shop smelled of lavender and herbs. Even the landing had it, faint but unmistakable, and the landing usually smelled of nothing at all. The air in the shop had weight to it. Genevieve was trying to say something and couldn't find the words, or she'd found them and Clara wasn't listening. The teacup sat on the counter, waiting. Clara hadn't questioned it. She'd set the kettle on. She knew his step before the door opened. Measured, deliberate, except today it wasn't. Today it was fast, heavy, boots striking the threshold with a force that had nothing to do with the rain. Graham came through the door and she straightened without meaning to. Her hands went still on the oregano jar. His coat was damp. He took off his hat and set it on the counter beside the Gilded Leaf, which she'd brought downstairs after feeding Marmalade, and he didn't sit down. What's happened? Beaumont's solicitors have filed a formal complaint with the Commissioner. His voice was flat, level, the voice he used when the anger had nowhere to go. Harassment, improper conduct, overreach of authority. They want me off the case. Clara set down the oregano and waited. I knew they'd block me. I expected that. He moved to the chair. His chair, the one she never pushed back to the table because his legs didn't fit, and he'd only drag it out again. And sat. But this isn't blocking. This is a complaint on the Commissioner's desk with a peer's name on it, and my superintendent has already asked me, politely, very politely, whether I might consider directing my attention elsewhere. The muscle in his jaw worked. And will you? I told him I had 5 suspects and a murdered woman, and no intention of directing my attention anywhere. How did he take that? Politely, very politely. He said it like a blade. They don't have to stop me outright, Clara. They just have to make it difficult enough long enough, and eventually the case goes cold, and everyone moves on, and Beaumont goes back to his club. She picked up his teacup and poured, set it in front of him without comment. He wrapped both hands around it, and she sat across from him. "You think Beaumont did it?" she said. "I think a man who throws glasses in his club and sends solicitors to the commissioner has more to protect than his grief." "That's not the same thing." "No." He drank. "It isn't. But the rest of them, Marco's vanished. Hale's cooperating. Edith Carr can't stop talking. Beaumont is the only one trying to shut this down." "Hale's cooperating," Clara repeated. "You said that as though it settles the matter." "It settles nothing. It means he answers questions when I ask them, which is more than I can say for anyone else in this case." He was 5 minutes from her dressing room during the second act. He knew every corridor backstage. He was in love with a woman who kept his cheap flowers in water and probably never looked at him twice. Clara thought of the fair-haired young man in the corridor. The red eyes, the broken voice. I was writing something for her. A man who cooperates can also be a man who has nothing left to lose. I haven't ruled him out. Good. Which could mean guilt. Or it could mean he's an earl protecting his name. Earls always have. She paused. But that's not what's bothering me. What's bothering you? He wanted you to find who did this. That night at the theatre, his voice, his face when he came to her dressing room. That was a man who wanted answers. Now he's sending solicitors to make sure you stop asking. Clara turned her cup in her hands. What changed? Graham was quiet. That had landed. People don't go from demanding justice to blocking the investigation. Not without a reason. She looked at him. What does Beaumont know now that he didn't know that night? I don't know. I can't get near him to ask. Clara pulled the list from beneath the gilded leaf and set it on the table between them. Names, connected by arrows, questions in the margins, threads she'd been pulling at for days. I went to Lucia's boarding house, day before yesterday. Graham looked up from the cup. You went to Drury Lane. I went to the theatre first. Lucia hadn't been in for 2 days. A stagehand, Carmine, gave me her address. She pushed the list across so he could see it. He knew it without hesitating. Said it the way you give directions to a place you've been to many times. Graham set down the cup. And Carmine won't say where he was during the murder, Clara continued. He turned red. Changed the subject. Wouldn't meet my eyes. He wasn't in the wings, Graham. He was somewhere else, and wherever it was, he doesn't want anyone to know. You think they were together? And there's this. Edith Carr told me that Lucia and Juliana had a screaming fight the day before the murder, in Italian, loud enough that the stage manager nearly threw them both out. Graham's pen stopped. And when I asked Edith what they were fighting about, she didn't know. Nobody did. It was Italian, it was loud, and nobody understood a word. Clara looked at her list. I didn't ask Lucia about it. She was ill and frightened, and I didn't want to press. But it's been sitting with me since. The day before. Graham's voice had gone careful. The dresser had a violent argument with the victim the day before the murder. She was supposed to be in that dressing room after the performance, and she wasn't. She won't say where she was. She won't say why she was late. And a stagehand, Carmine, who knows her address by heart, also can't account for his time. He looked up. Tell me about Carmine. Young. Works the wings. He turned red when I asked where he was during the murder. Wouldn't answer. Clara thought of the worry on Carmine's face when she'd asked after Lucia. Raw, unguarded. But she thought too of Lucia's voice in the shop. That bitter edge. She intended to leave everything behind, including me. Everyone backstage knew Juliana. I don't know yet how well Carmine knew her. Graham wrote, So I have a dresser who fought with the victim, found the body, can't account for her time, and came to your shop pointing the finger at another man. A stagehand who won't say where he was, both of them lying about the same hour. He set the pen down. You came to me with Marco and the scarf. Now you're bringing me 2 more people with secrets and no alibis. This isn't getting simpler, Clara. I know. And you're still fixed on Beaumont, she said. Beaumont is the only one trying to shut this down. The rest of them are lying, hiding, evading. But none of them have gone to the Commissioner to stop me asking questions. They held each other's gaze across the table. The shop was quiet. The tick of the clock, rain against the front window, and from somewhere near the floor, a low purring. Graham had reached down without thinking. His hand hung beside the chair, fingers moving beneath Marmalade's chin. The cat had appeared. One moment absent, the next pressed against Graham's knuckles, eyes half closed, motor running. Graham didn't notice. His fingers found the space behind the left ear, the exact pressure, the way he always did now. When had that started? When had he learned where Marmalade wanted to be touched? The cat purred louder. Graham's shoulders dropped. Clara looked away, at the teacup, the rain, the dried oregano she'd abandoned on the counter, at anything except the man scratching her cat's chin, as though he belonged in this shop, in that chair, in her life. She poured more tea. Her hands were steady. She held on to that. "I'm not giving up on Beaumont," Graham said. His hand was still on the cat. His voice had lost its edge. "But I'll look at your dresser and her stagehand. Properly this time." He paused. "And Marco." The name landed differently than the others, heavier. "Have you found anything new?" "Nothing. That's the problem." Graham pulled his hand from Marmalade and sat forward. "I've had constables at every boarding house in Clerkenwell and Hatton Garden. Nobody's seen him. Nobody will claim him. He's either left London or he's gone to ground. And a man who gave the victim the scarf that killed her, who followed her from Milan to London, who was seen at her dressing room door that night." He stopped, rubbed his face with both hands. "He should be in custody, Clara. He should have been in custody 3 days ago. And if he did it, if Marco killed her, then why is Beaumont trying to shut you down?" Graham looked at her. "That's the thing that won't let me sleep. If Marco did it, Beaumont has no reason to block me. He should want the man caught. He should be demanding it." He sat back. "And if Beaumont did it, then Marco's disappearance is a coincidence, and I don't believe in coincidences, and none of this makes a damn bit of sense." He'd been turning it over for days. She could hear it. "And while I'm chasing both of them," Graham said quieter now, "Marco's been to Lucia's lodgings asking questions about you." Clara held his gaze. She would not look away from this. The fear underneath the professional words, plain as daylight and just as hard to hold. "I'm careful, Graham." "I know you are. That's not enough." He stood, reached for his hat. "I'm putting a constable on this street. Don't argue with me about it." "I wasn't going to." That stopped him. He looked at her, surprised, searching, as though he'd braced for a fight and didn't know what to do with agreement. "The dresser," he said after a moment. "You're right that she's hiding something, but so is Beaumont, and Marco is out there somewhere. And until I find him, I need you to lock your doors and trust that cat. Don't dismiss the others because Beaumont and Marco make you angry." The corner of his mouth moved. "Good night, Clara. It's 11:30 in the morning." "It feels later." He put on his hat and went. The door swung shut behind him. Clara stood for a moment listening to his footsteps fade down the wet street, and then she faced the empty shop. Marmalade had reclaimed the counter, paws tucked, tail curled, watching her, steady, unblinking, supremely unhelpful. "Don't," she said. The cat blinked slowly. She washed the cups. She held his, the plain one, the one she still could not remember placing on the counter, and turned it in her hands for a moment before setting it back on the shelf. Second shelf, where it lived, where it waited. The lavender faded. Roses rose beneath it, warm and brief. She paused, her hand still on the shelf. "Grandmother!" She said it to the empty shop. "What are you trying to tell me?" The roses faded too. The shop was just a shop again. She went upstairs. The sitting room was as she'd left it. Lists spread across the table, ink drying in the margins, the gilded leaf's absence a conspicuous gap, but a dried sprig of rosemary from the arrangement on the mantel lay on the nearest list. It had not been there when she went down. Clara picked it up, turned it between her fingers. Rosemary. Remembrance. She looked at the list beneath where the sprig had fallen. Names and arrows and questions. Beaumont, Marco, Lucia, Carmine, Edith Carr. Every one of them examined. Every one of them accounted for. She sat down. She stared at the names until her eyes ached. She was missing something. She could feel it the way she could feel a draft in a closed room. Present. Sourceless. Cold. The rosemary sat on the table beside her. She had not asked Lucia about the fight. She had been kind and careful and patient, and she had left the hardest question unasked. Tomorrow she would not be so kind. Chapter 8. Clara had been awake since 4, making comfrey salve and rehearsing the question she intended to ask Lucia Conti. She'd asked Mrs. Penfield to mind the shop at 9. Mrs. Penfield had arrived at 8:30 with shortbread, a fresh cushion for the stool, and opinions about Clara's display of dried chamomile, which she considered haphazard. Marmalade had presented himself for tribute. The smoked fish appeared. The alliance held. By 10 o'clock, Clara was on Drury Lane. Mrs. Goretti opened the door before she knocked. The woman had the instincts of a sentry and the face to match. "She's up," Mrs. Goretti said. "Drinking the tea. Ate half a roll this morning, which is more than she's managed all week." She looked at the jar in Clara's hand. "Is that the salve?" "Comfrey and beeswax. Rub it into the joints morning and evening. It won't fix what's wrong, but the aching should ease." Mrs. Goretti took the jar. Her fingers closed around it carefully, those swollen, aching fingers, and for a moment her face did something Clara hadn't seen before. Gratitude, offered grudgingly, as though the woman resented needing it. "She's been asking for you," Mrs. Goretti said. "Since yesterday. Wouldn't say why." Clara climbed the stairs. The room was warmer. Someone, Mrs. Goretti, or the neighbour with the sewing basket, had laid a fire in the grate, and the coal Clara had paid for was doing its work. The window was cracked open an inch. Fresh air and coal smoke. The cup on the washstand was empty, which meant the oregano infusion was going down. The broth from yesterday was gone too. Lucia was sitting in the chair by the window, dressed, not the stagehand's coat and the thin shawl, a proper dress, dark wool, her hair pinned. She looked like a woman who had decided to be a person again, even if the decision was costing her. The cough was still there. Clara heard it as she came through the door, a rattle on the exhale, deep but looser than before. The congestion was breaking. Another few days. "You look better," Clara said. She set her basket on the bed and began unpacking. A fresh packet of the oregano, marshmallow root, a small jar of honey, bread, and cheese wrapped in cloth. "I feel terrible, but less terrible than yesterday, so..." Lucia's mouth moved. Not quite a smile. "Thank you. For the fire. Mrs. Goretti told me." "Mrs. Goretti's hands are worse than she'll admit. The salve should help." Clara unwrapped the bread and set it on the washstand. "Eat." Lucia ate. Slowly, the way she had in Clara's shop. Small bites, long pauses, as though she'd forgotten how. Clara let her. She busied herself checking the oregano supply, measuring what was left, writing fresh instructions on a slip of paper. She did not sit down. She did not take out the list. "Not yet." "Mrs. Goretti said you'd been asking for me," Clara said. She kept her voice light. "Is it the cough?" "No." Lucia set down the bread. Her hands went to her lap. The old gesture, fingers lacing together, knuckles whitening. "I have been thinking, since you were here last, about things I should have told you." Clara pulled the chair from beside the bed and sat across from her, close enough to see her face. Not so close she couldn't breathe. "Then tell me." Lucia looked at the window. The grey London light fell across her face, and she seemed, for a moment, much older than she was. "The inspector asked where I was during the murder. You asked. I told you both the same thing, that I was in the corridor near the green room, waiting." "Yes." "That was not true." Clara said nothing. She had known this. She had known it since murder night. Since I should have been there sooner, and the hands that tightened, and the sentences that stopped. But knowing it and hearing it were different. "I was in the prop store," Lucia said, "below the stage. With Carmine. The stage hand. Yes. Lucia's voice had gone flat, not guarded, resigned. We were fighting, not about the theatre, not about work. She stopped. Breathed. The cough rattled but held. About Juliana. Clara waited. The fire crackled. From somewhere below them, the neighbours' scales started up, ascending, uncertain, breaking on the high notes. Carmine and I. Lucia pressed her lips together. For 5 months, since before Christmas. He was mine. The one good thing in this city that had nothing to do with Juliana, nothing to do with the theatre, nothing to do with any of it. He was just for me. The past tense. Clara heard it. 2 days before the murder, I went to return a costume piece to the prop store, and I found... She stopped again. Her jaw tightened. I found a stocking, behind the screen. Silk, not mine. I knew whose it was. Everyone at the theatre would have known whose it was. Juliana wore silk stockings. A gift from Lord Beaumont, she said, as though that made it charming rather than... Her breath caught. I confronted Carmine. He denied it. Badly. And then he didn't deny it. That was the fight, Clara said. The screaming match the day before the murder. In Italian. Lucia looked at her sharply. You know about that? Edith Carr told me. She said you and Juliana were shouting loud enough for the stage manager to hear. She didn't know what it was about. Nobody did. It was in Italian. It was not with Carmine. That fight was with Juliana. The flatness cracked, and something raw showed through. I went to her dressing room. I asked her how she could do this. How she could take him. She had Lord Beaumont. She had Marco sending letters and standing in doorways. She had William Hale writing her music and bringing flowers every week. She had every man in that theatre, and half the men in London, and she could not leave me one. One, Miss Wetherly. One person who was not hers. Lucia's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs. And what did she say? She laughed. The word came out like something bitten through. She laughed and she said, Lucia, darling, I didn't take him. He came to me, as though that answered it, as though the distinction mattered. The scales below them broke off. Silence, then started again from the beginning. She could not help it. Lucia's voice dropped. That is what I told myself for 2 years. She could not help it. The men, the gifts, the attention. She needed it the way other people need air. Not because she was cruel, because she was hungry, always hungry, for all of it. She was a woman who had come from nothing, and she needed to know, every day, that she was wanted. That everyone wanted her. That if she lost one, she would still have 3 more. Lucia looked at Clara. I loved her. She was kind to me. She taught me English. She shared her room when I had nothing. And she took the one thing I had that was mine, and she laughed about it. Clara sat with that. The anger was real, not performed, not managed, not the loyal servant speaking. This was Lucia stripped bare, a woman betrayed by the person she loved most, carrying it alone for days. The night of the murder, Clara said, you were in the prop store with Carmine, fighting, about what I'd found, about the stocking, about all of it. I was supposed to be in the dressing room. I should have been there after the performance. That was my job, to help her out of the costume, and the cough took her, hard, bending, and Clara reached for the remedy bottle and poured a measure. Lucia drank, breathed, continued. We lost track of time. We were screaming at each other below the stage while upstairs. She pressed her hands against her face. While upstairs, someone walked into her dressing room, and she was alone. How long were you in the prop store? I don't know. An hour. More, perhaps. Carmine and I, we said terrible things. Things I cannot take back. And when it was over, I went upstairs and her door was ajar and I pushed it and... The sentence broke. She didn't need to finish. Clara had been in that room. She knew what Lucia had found. Lucia pressed her hands against her knees. Her eyes were wet. If I'd been there, if I had not been fighting with him, she would be alive. I know this. I know it every morning when I wake up and every night when I cannot sleep. Lucia, Clara leaned forward. Listen to me. Whoever came through that door came to kill her. If you had been there, you might not have stopped it. You might have been hurt yourself. You might have been killed. Lucia's head came up. She stared at Clara. Whoever did this was not deterred by a locked door. It was ajar, remember. The room was full of flowers and cards and people coming and going. Someone chose that moment because it was possible, not because you failed. Your absence made it easier. It did not make it your fault. You cannot know that. No, Clara said. I can't. She let the silence hold. Lucia's face was open, raw, wet, stripped of every defence she'd come to London with. Either this was the truth, all of it, or it was the most convincing performance Clara had ever seen. And she could not tell which. The fire popped. The scales below had stopped. The inspector will want to confirm this, Clara said. Carmine will need to tell him the same. Carmine will be frightened. He has been frightened since that night. Lucia pulled the shawl tighter. We are Italians in London, a stagehand and a dresser, foreigners both, with no alibi and a dead soprano. You know what Scotland Yard would do with that, Miss Wetherly. That's why he turned red when I asked him where he was. That's why you wouldn't tell the inspector. Lucia said nothing. She didn't need to. Clara thought of Graham, the careful, stubborn, decent man, and she thought of his constables at the boarding houses, and she thought of how they would have knocked on those doors. Looking for an Italian. Foreign-looking, the stagehand had said on murder night, as though that were a description. I will tell the inspector what you've told me, Clara said, about Carmine, about the prop store, about the fight. He will want to speak to you both. I know. He is a fair man, Lucia. He may be. The rest of them, I do not think so. Clara could not argue with that. She didn't try. There's something else I need to ask you. Clara kept her voice steady. The fight with Juliana, the day before. You said she laughed. You said she told you Carmine came to her. Yes. Were you angry enough to hurt her? Lucia went very still. The room contracted around them. The small bed, the low fire, the grey window, 2 women, 1 question, and no space left for the kind answer. Yes, Lucia said. Yes, I was angry enough. Her voice shook. But I did not do it. I was downstairs, screaming at Carmine while she... The cough caught her. She pressed her fist against her mouth until it passed. The last thing I said to her. The last thing. I cannot even... She shook her head. I am ashamed of what I said. And she is dead, and I cannot take it back. Clara held her gaze. The answer was honest. The anger was real. And angry enough was not the same as guilty, but it was not the same as innocent either. A woman who admitted she was angry enough to hurt the victim was either telling the truth or performing a very particular kind of honesty designed to make Clara trust her. She didn't know which. She was not going to decide today. I'll come back tomorrow, Clara said. Keep drinking the tea. You are still a tyrant. I am consistent. There's a difference. She packed the basket. At the door, she paused. Lucia, the fight with Juliana, was that the first time, or had there been others? There were always arguments. We were close. People who are close fight. Lucia's mouth twisted. But like that? Screaming in front of the company? No, that was the first time. And the last. Clara went down the stairs. Mrs. Goretti was in the hall with the comfrey salver open on the table, rubbing it into her knuckles with slow, careful attention. Better? Clara asked. It's warm, Mrs. Goretti said. She didn't look up. Warm is something. She had promised Lucia she would tell Graham, and then 2 frightened Italians would sit in a room at Scotland Yard, answering questions they had every reason to lie about. She needed the ladies. She needed Mrs. Penfield's gossip and Harriet's penny, dreadful brain, and Dorothea's quiet way of seeing what everyone else missed, because she had the uneasy feeling that she was missing something. Chapter 9. The dresser and the stagehand, Harriet said. They're each other's alibi. Yes. That's no alibi at all. The ladies were in the shop. Mrs. Penfield with seed cake and opinions, Dorothea stitching by the window, Harriet with her notebook open on her knee. Clara had laid it all out. Lucia's confession, the affair between Carmine and Juliana, the props store, the fight. Marmalade sat on the top shelf, beside a piece of smoked fish he had not yet touched. In a penny dreadful, Harriet continued, a pair of lovers who alibi each other are always lying. Chapter 6 at the latest, the reader knows it, the detective knows it, and the author is already setting up the second twist. This is not a penny dreadful, Harriet. Everything is a penny dreadful, Clara. Some of them just haven't been written down yet. Harriet tapped her pen against her teeth. But I take your point. The dresser may be telling the truth. The question is whether the stagehand will tell the same story when the inspector puts him in a chair. Graham hasn't spoken to him yet. About the prop store, I mean. He'll need to. And what about the dresser's anger? Dorothea spoke from the window without looking up from her stitching. Her voice was quiet. It usually was. The room stilled for it anyway. You said she told you she was angry enough to hurt the woman, that she said it looking you in the eye. She did. That's either very honest or very clever. Dorothea's needle moved. In my experience, people who confess to ugly feelings unprompted are usually telling the truth. It's the ones who insist they felt nothing you should worry about. Mrs. Penfield pointed her cake knife at Dorothea. That's exactly what Mrs. Bradshaw says in The Milliner's Secret. Chapter 11. The seamstress who admits she hated the dead woman turns out to be innocent, and the woman who claims she adored her is the one who poisoned the tea. Harriet finished. Yes, I know. I wrote it. Ladies, Clara said. Yes, the murder, Mrs. Penfield said, not at all chastened. Now, Lord Beaumont, I have been thinking about Lord Beaumont. As have I, Harriet said. A peer of the realm, the public humiliation of the affair, the solicitors blocking the investigation. That's a man with secrets, Clara. Or a man with a reputation, Dorothea said mildly. Solicitors protect reputations. They don't require a murder to be useful. But Graham says he threw a glass at his club. He was violent, a man who throws glassware in public. A man who throws glassware in public is a man in pain, Mrs. Penfield said. That doesn't make him a murderer. It makes him an earl who has lost his composure, which in their world is very nearly as bad. Harriet wrote something in her notebook. What about the wife? You said she leaves before he goes backstage. Every performance. Lady Beaumont. Clara poured more tea. She sits through the performance and leaves alone. The affair is an open secret. Mrs. Alcott's husband saw her getting into her carriage without the Earl. It's her routine. How dreadful, Mrs. Penfield said. To sit in a theatre box beside your husband while he watches another woman sing and everyone in the house knows why he's watching. Dreadful and dignified, Dorothea said. She endures it. That takes a particular kind of strength. Or a particular kind of numbness, Harriet said. She made a note. The enduring wife is always more interesting than the raging husband. Well, at least the woman has his purse, if not his fidelity, Mrs. Penfield said, with the particular huff she reserved for faithless husbands. Dorothea tells me Lady Beaumont keeps a modiste on the Rue de Rivoli. Paris gowns twice a year. I should think so. If my husband were making a fool of me at the opera every Thursday, I would be ordering 3. And William Hale, Mrs. Penfield said. You said the man brings flowers every week, writes her music, lives at the theatre practically. Hale is grieving, Clara said. That much is real. But he knows those corridors better than anyone, and he was there that night. A man who writes music for a woman and brings her flowers is either in love or auditioning, Harriet said. Either way, he had access. And the understudy, Dorothea said. Edith Carr. You mentioned she was rehearsing the dead woman's aria before the body was cold. Before the funeral, Clara said. She says she was asked to. That it's her duty to be ready. Duty. Mrs. Penfield's tone could have stripped wallpaper. I'd like to know who asked her. So would I. Clara turned her cup in its saucer. And then there are the jewellery thefts. Graham was at the theatre that night because of the thefts. They'd been happening for weeks before the murder. Different crimes, Clara said. The thefts were happening before Juliana died. Different crimes, same theatre, same corridors, same cast of people walking around backstage as though they own the place, Harriet said. I wouldn't separate them yet. Connected, then? Clara set down her cup. I keep thinking that. But I can't see the thread. Harriet tapped her pen. Neither can I. Yet. What about this Marco? Mrs. Penfield said, steering them gently back. The Italian. The teacher. He's still missing? Graham's had constables looking for a week. A man who gave the victim the murder weapon, who followed her across countries, who was seen at her dressing room door, and who vanished the night she died, Harriet said, counting on her fingers. In a penny dreadful. That's your killer. Chapter 3. Open and shut. And in your books, Clara said. Harriet smiled. In my books, that man is dead by chapter 9, and the real killer is someone the detective spoke to on the first page and never looked at twice. A small silence. Well, Mrs. Penfield said, that's terrifying. It's fiction, Harriet said. Real life is rarely that tidy. Dorothea's needle paused. Who has the detective spoken to and not looked at twice? The question hung. Clara thought of the entrance hall at the opera, the faces, the hands she'd shaken, the people Graham had greeted. She thought of the corridor after the murder. Everyone she'd spoken to, everyone Graham had interviewed. The list was long. The names on it were the names on her list upstairs. Beaumont, Marco, Lucia, Carmine, Edith Carr, William Hale. Everyone on the list, Clara said, and probably someone who isn't. That's the spirit, Harriet said, and underlined a name. Now, Mrs. Penfield said, brushing crumbs from her lap. Before we go any further, there is a constable outside your shop. Again, Harriet said. Again, Mrs. Penfield confirmed. Young man, lamp post, newspaper, doing a poor job of all three. Graham is concerned about Marco, Clara said. The man has been asking questions about me. Concerned, yes, the way he was concerned last spring, and prudent the autumn before that. Mrs. Penfield folded her arms. The man is going to run out of constables, Clara. He has plenty of constables. He has one heart, Clara, and he has pinned a constable to your doorstep to guard it. Mrs. Penfield leaned forward. Mrs. Harcastle told Lady Clifford, who told Mrs. Baines, who told me that Graham's mother has made inquiries about the herbalist her son brought to the opera. Inquiries, Clara. His mother. Can we please... His mother. The murder, Mrs. Penfield. He's not even armed, Mrs. Penfield said. He's reading a newspaper. Badly, Harriet added. On the top shelf, Marmalade's head turned toward the empty corner beside the dried lavender, the corner where the temperature dropped and the candles guttered for no reason anyone could name. He chirped once, softly, and settled his chin on his paws, watching the nothing with half-closed eyes. Your grandmother's listening, Mrs. Penfield said, without missing a beat. She's been restless all week, Dorothea said mildly, not looking up from her stitching, as though a ghost in the herbalist shop were no more remarkable than a draught. Have you asked the cards? Mrs. Penfield said. The Tower, twice this morning. Mrs. Penfield pursed her lips. Harriet wrote it down. Well, Dorothea said, that settles the constable question at least. Clara pressed her fingers against her eyes. If Marco is watching the shop, Dorothea said quietly, and the laughter died, then you should not be going places alone. I have been to Drury Lane, the theatre, and visited Lucia. I am perfectly fine. And a man who has stalked one woman to her death is asking questions about you. Dorothea set down her needle. She did not do this often. Clara, this is not a joke. I know it isn't. Then you'll not go alone. I have to go to the theatre tomorrow. There's a man I need to speak with, William Hale. He's been living at the theatre, practically, and there are things about his story that nag at me. I'll go, Mrs. Penfield said. Clara opened her mouth. I'll go, Mrs. Penfield repeated, in the voice she used when she had decided something, and the universe would simply have to adjust. I have never been backstage at a theatre, and I think it's high time. Mrs. Penfield, this requires a certain tact, delicacy, restraint. Mrs. Penfield straightened her cuffs. I raised 4 children, ran a household for 30 years, and have been managing the late Mr. Penfield's investment since his death, with a return that would make his banker weep. I think I can manage a conversation with a composer. She'll be terrible at it, Harriet said cheerfully, but she'll be there, and that's the point. Clara thought of the last time Mrs. Penfield had accompanied her on an investigation, the evening they'd gone to clear Harriet's name, and Mrs. Penfield had pretended to be a female author, incognito, and drawn the attention of the entire coffee house. They had been supposed to be inconspicuous. I was not terrible, Mrs. Penfield said, as though she could hear Clara thinking. I was effective. You reorganised Clara's shop in an afternoon, Harriet said. You have the subtlety of a brass band. I improved Clara's shop. The chamomile was on the wrong shelf. It was on the shelf I chose for it, Clara said. It was on the wrong shelf. It was on the wrong shelf. Now. Tomorrow. What time? Clara looked at the 3 of them. Penfield armed with cake and certainty, Dorothea with her needle paused and her eyes steady, Harriet with her pen poised and her penny dreadful brain already working 3 chapters ahead. These women had dressed her for the opera and mined the gossip networks and posted themselves in her shop without being asked. They were not going to let her walk into a theatre alone while a man who'd been asking about her was somewhere in London with nothing left to lose. 10 o'clock, Clara said, and Mrs. Penfield, please do not interrogate anyone. I never interrogate, I converse. There is a world of difference. There is not. Does Graham know? Dorothea said. The question landed quietly, in the exact place no one wanted to look. Not yet, Clara said. Your inspector will be furious, Mrs. Penfield said. Yes, but William Hale will not open his mouth if Graham is looming over him. He's a composer, not a criminal. Or if he is, he's the sort that shuts like an oyster when a policeman walks in. Clara straightened the tea things. I have questions Graham can't ask. About the music, the corridors, Juliana's habits, the things a man notices when he's in love with a woman, and watching her every night from the wings. Hale will talk to me. He will not talk to Scotland Yard. And afterward? Dorothea said. Afterward, I'll tell Graham everything. He'll be furious. He'll get over it. He won't, Harriet said. But he'll forgive you, which is not the same thing. And the shop, Mrs. Penfield said, if we're at the theatre. From the top shelf, Marmalade descended and crossed the counter with the deliberation of a magistrate entering chambers. He passed Mrs. Penfield, acknowledging the fish debt with a slow blink, circled Dorothea's chair at a wary distance, and settled himself in Harriet's lap. Harriet looked down. Marmalade looked up. She moved her notebook to accommodate him without breaking her sentence about the governess, and her free hand found the space behind his ears without seeming to think about it. Clara laughed. I think that's settled. I have 3 chapters to write anyway, Harriet said. Marmalade and I will manage. Then I'll come as well, Dorothea said, setting down her needle. Mrs. Penfield will do the talking. I'll do the listening. Dorothea is invisible, Harriet said. No one ever notices she's in a room until she's already heard everything worth hearing. I am not invisible, Dorothea said mildly. People simply forget to notice me. It is not the same thing. Clara poured the tea and did not say what she was thinking, that the tower had come up twice, that her grandmother's ghost was pacing, and that tomorrow the 3 of them were walking into a dead woman's theatre where someone was trying to get away with murder. Chapter 10. Mrs. Penfield was early. Clara had said 10 o'clock. Mrs. Penfield arrived at 9:20 with her good bonnet, a wicker basket covered in a cloth, and the air of a woman embarking on an expedition of national importance. I brought scones, she said, setting the basket on the counter. One does not question a man on an empty stomach. His or ours. Oh, and Dorothea sends her apologies. A client arrived first thing with a fitting emergency. Something about a hem and a dinner tonight. She was furious. We are not questioning anyone. We are visiting the theatre, and I am having a conversation with a composer. You are there for company. Naturally. Company. Mrs. Penfield straightened her cuffs. "And the scones?" "Are for the cab." "They are not for the cab. They are for the composer. People open up over baked goods, Clara. This is a proven principle." Clara looked at the ceiling. The ceiling, as always, offered nothing. Harriet was already settled behind the counter with her manuscript pages and a pot of ink. Marmalade sat on the counter beside her. 3 chapters, Harriet said without looking up. "I intend to finish 3 chapters before you're back. Do not be early." Mrs. Penfield reached toward Marmalade to scratch behind his ears. He withdrew to the far end of the counter. "Ungrateful creature," Mrs. Penfield said. "I bring him kippers every Thursday." The constable on the lamp-post looked up sharply as they climbed into the cab. Clara saw him fold his newspaper and glance down the street as though calculating whether to follow. "He'll send word to Graham within the hour," Mrs. Penfield said, settling her skirts. "You know that." "I know that." "And Graham will know exactly where we've gone, because that young man has been watching your door since yesterday and is not nearly as subtle as he thinks he is." Then we'd better make good use of the time we have before the inspector arrives to be furious." The cab took them west along Oxford Street and down through Soho. Mrs. Penfield talked the entire way. About Mr. Penfield's investments, about the price of coal, about Mrs. Aldridge's daughter, who had married a man with a weak chin and no prospects. Clara led Mrs. Penfield around the side to the stage entrance. The porter nodded when he saw her. She had been here often enough now that he no longer asked her business. "Mr. Hale," Clara said. "Is he in?" The porter glanced at Mrs. Penfield, who was examining the corridor behind him with open curiosity, and back at Clara. "Rehearsal room. 3rd floor. End of the passage. Hasn't left in a week, that one." "Hasn't left," Mrs. Penfield said. "The theatre? Sleeps here near enough. Comes in at dawn. Stays past midnight. Stage manager's had words, but he don't listen." The porter shrugged. "He ain't in anyone's way. Just plays that piano until we're all half mad with it." They climbed. Mrs. Penfield had never been backstage and was having the time of her life. "Look at this," she said, pausing at a rack of costumes. "Is this velvet? This is real velvet. And the stitching. Clara, feel this hem." Mrs. Penfield. The beadwork alone must have taken. "Mrs. Penfield?" "I'm coming." They passed a door with a padlock on the latch, and Clara thought of Lucia and Carmine. The prop store, the screaming, the fight that had left Juliana alone in her dressing room. She pushed past it. The rehearsal room was at the end of the 3rd floor corridor. The door was open. The sound reached them before they reached it. Piano, single line. The same phrase repeated and altered and repeated again. Clara paused at the threshold. William Hale sat at an upright piano that had seen better decades. He was in shirt sleeves, waistcoat unbuttoned, hair unwashed. Sheets of manuscript paper covered the piano's lid, the bench beside him, the floor around his feet. Some were clean. Most were crossed through. Several had been torn in half and reassembled with what looked like paste. He played the phrase again. Changed one note. Played it again. Shook his head and struck a chord that rang flat in the small room. "Mr. Hale." He turned. The red-rimmed eyes were the same as the night of the opera. He was thinner. The collar of his shirt was loose. "Miss Wetherly." He stood. His hands went to his waistcoat buttons, remembered they were already undone, fumbled them closed. "I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting. I should have sent word. I apologise." Clara stepped into the room. "The porter says you haven't been eating. I'm an herbalist. I worry about these things. This is Mrs. Penfield. A friend." Mrs. Penfield was already past her. She had crossed the room, set the basket on a clear corner of the piano lid, and was looking at the scattered pages with frank interest. "Is this what you're working on?" she said. "All of this?" Hale blinked. Yes, I'm trying to finish a piece." "For the opera?" "For..." He stopped. His jaw worked. "For Juliana. It was meant to be for her. A setting of a poem she loved. Petrarch. She used to recite it in the wings before she went on, for luck, and I thought..." He sat down on the piano bench. The sentence didn't finish. Clara had prepared her questions on the cab ride over. The corridors. How did he know them so well? The backstage movements during interval. Where exactly had he been? For how long, and who had seen him? The passage where she'd found him that night. What was he doing there when he'd claimed to be in the green room? She opened her mouth. "You're setting Petrarch to music," Mrs. Penfield said. She had pulled the cloth from the basket and was arranging scones on a handkerchief she'd produced from her sleeve. "Which one? The canzoniere?" Hale looked at her. "Sonnet 292, he said. "The one that begins Gli occhi di Cio parlai sì caldamente, the eyes of which I spoke so warmly. She's gone, the poem says. She's gone, and I am still here, and the world is poorer." His voice cracked on the last word. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. "I'm sorry." "Don't apologise for grief, young man. It's the only honest thing left." Mrs. Penfield set a scone in front of him. "Eat something. You look like you haven't had a proper meal in days." "I haven't." "Eat. Then tell me about the music." Clara stood by the door. She had come to ask questions, and Mrs. Penfield was feeding the suspect and asking him about Petrarch. This was precisely what she had feared. This was chaos. Hale ate, slowly as Lucia had. Mrs. Penfield watched him and said nothing. "I started it 6 months ago," Hale said. He wiped crumbs from the manuscript page nearest him. "I was writing an orchestral piece for the theatre. That's why they let me in. That's why I had access to the rehearsal spaces. But the real work, the thing I was actually writing, was the Petrarch setting. For her voice. For Juliana's voice specifically." "You knew her voice that well?" Mrs. Penfield asked. "I knew every note she could reach, every register, every colour, the way she moved between chest voice and head voice. There was a place in her middle range where the sound changed, warmed, and if you wrote for that place..." He played 3 notes on the piano. Soft. "If you wrote for that place, it was like nothing else in the world." Mrs. Penfield sat in the only other chair. She asked about the transition between the second and third sections, and Hale showed her, playing a passage that made Clara's chest tighten, though she couldn't have said why. They talked about Juliana's voice, the warmth in her middle register, the way Hale had written for it specifically. Mrs. Penfield listened with her whole body leaned forward, hands still. Clara let them talk. She watched Hale's hands on the keys, watched the way he reached for manuscript pages without looking. He knew exactly where everything was in this room. He knew this building the way he knew his own music. Every corridor, every shortcut. "The flowers," Clara said, when the music paused. "You sent them every week." Hale's hands stilled on the keys. "Who told you that?" "A chorus woman mentioned them. Wildflowers, Sweet William, tied with rough string, every week for months." "Why are you asking me about flowers?" He looked at her properly for the first time. "You're not the police." "No, I'm an herbalist. I've been treating Lucia Conti, Juliana's dresser. She's very unwell." Clara let that settle. "I've spent time with the people who love Juliana. I've heard things the inspector hasn't. You don't have to talk to me, but I'd rather you talk to me than to him." That landed. He looked at Mrs. Penfield, who was watching him with a scone in her hand, and no judgment on her face. He looked back at Clara. "What do you want to know?" "Were you and Juliana together?" "Together?" He said the word as though it had a taste. "No, but you wanted to be." Clara didn't wait for an answer. "You wrote music for her voice. You brought her flowers every week. You spent 7 months in this building. Were you in love with her?" He didn't answer. Mrs. Penfield had stopped arranging scones. "Yes," he said. "Obviously, yes." "And she?" "She put the flowers by the door." His mouth twisted. "Not on the dressing table. By the door. Next to the umbrella stand. I don't think she knew the difference between that and throwing them away." "Did you give her anything else? Besides the flowers?" "No. Nothing. In 7 months. I couldn't afford... What do you want me to say? That I showered her with gifts? I'm a composer, not a lord. I had no money. I had flowers and music, and that was all I had." He was looking at his hands now. "That was all I had." Clara watched his face. He'd said it too quickly and repeated himself. She let it sit. "She had other admirers," Clara said. "Lord Beaumont." "Everyone knows about Beaumont." You were bringing her wildflowers while an earl was taking her to Paris. Something cracked. I know what I was. You don't have to say it like that. Like what? Like I was pathetic. His voice had gone hard. I knew what Beaumont was giving her. I knew she wore his gifts and went to his box and let him parade her in front of his wife and half of London. And I knew she smiled at me the same way she smiled at the porter, politely, because I was harmless, because a man with penny flowers, no name and no money is not someone you have to take seriously. Mrs. Penfield's hand had gone still on the handkerchief. She took everything I had to give, and she was going to leave with him. Hale's fists were on his thighs. Paris, he was taking her to Paris, and I was going to stand here in this room and finish a piece she'd never sing, and that was going to be the end of it. You were angry, Clara said. Don't tell me what I was. Mr. Hale? I was angry. I was furious. A married man with a wife at home, and he was going to take her away and ruin her, and she was going to let him because he had money and a title and I had nothing. His voice broke. And then someone killed her, and none of it mattered anymore. The room was quiet. Mr. Hale, Clara said after a moment, the night Juliana died, you told Inspector Redgrave you were in the green room. The room changed. He went very still. I was in the green room. The whole time? He didn't answer. Mrs. Penfield looked between them. You know the passage behind the fly gallery, Clara said. You know which corridors are empty during interval and which aren't. You've been here every day for 7 months. That's not... I found you in that passage. After the performance, you told me you'd come from the green room, but the green room is in the other direction. Hale stared at the keys. His jaw worked. For a long moment, Clara thought he would shut down entirely. Close like an oyster, the way she'd told the ladies he would if Graham were here. I had finished the piece, he said. Quietly. That afternoon, I copied it clean and brought it to the theatre to give to her after the performance. He reached under the stack of papers on the bench beside him and pulled out a bound manuscript, clean copied, tied with string. He set it on the piano. The title page read, in careful hand, Gli Occhi, a setting of Petrarch's sonnet, 292, for soprano and piano, for GR. I took the passage behind the fly gallery because it's quiet. I didn't want to be seen carrying it. And, Clara said. He pressed his hands flat on his thighs. I heard a scream. The room went still. One scream. From the corridor where the dressing rooms are. He stopped. Started again. And someone running. I couldn't tell the direction. The passages carry sound oddly. Away from the dressing rooms. That's all I know. What did you do? Nothing. The word came out flat. I stood there, and then I went back to the green room and sat there until the inspector came. You didn't tell him any of this. I told him I was in the green room, which I was, before and after. He looked at his hands. I left out the middle. Clara let the silence sit. He had been 20 feet from the dressing room with a sheaf of music in his hands, and he had heard a woman die and walked the other way. Did you see anyone? She asked. In the passage, before or after? No. Nothing? A shape? A door closing? Nothing. I've been over it 100 times. There's nothing. Clara let a breath pass. Then, what about Marco Valenti? Hale's head came up. Marco? He was at the theatre that night. Backstage. Did you see him? Hale rubbed his mouth. Yes, before the performance. He was in the corridor near the dressing rooms. Agitated, angry, speaking Italian to himself. He paused. But to be fair, Marco was always agitated and angry and speaking Italian to himself. That was just Marco. Did you speak to him? No, he didn't see me. Or if he did, he didn't care. He was trying to get to Juliana's dressing room. He was always trying to get to her. Clara watched his face. And after the performance, during interval, in the passage, did you see him then? No. Hale was quiet for a moment. His fingers found a key and pressed it without sound. Miss Wetherly. Did he do it? He looked at her. Did Marco kill Juliana? Clara held his gaze. She had no answer to give him. I don't know. Because he followed her here. From Milan. He followed her across 2 countries, and he was there that night, and he... Hale stopped. His throat worked. If he did it, and he's out there somewhere, and no one has found him. The inspector is looking for him. The inspector has been looking for him for weeks. That landed. Clara had nothing to say to it because it was true. Mrs. Penfield had a scone in her hand and had forgotten to eat it. Mr. Hale, she said quietly, the music you wrote for her. May I see it? Hale hesitated. Then he untied the string and opened the manuscript on the piano. He played the opening bars. The melody was simple. It ached. Mrs. Penfield listened. Her hand had gone to her throat. That's beautiful, she said. It's the best thing I've ever written. Hale's hands fell from the keys, and no one will ever sing it the way it was meant to be sung. I wrote it for a voice that doesn't exist anymore. Clara watched him. She didn't know what to do with this. He had lied to Graham. He had been in the passage. He knew this building well enough to move through it unseen. And now he was sitting at a piano playing music for a dead woman and weeping into his shirt cuffs. Mrs. Penfield reached across and put her hand on his arm. She didn't say anything. She didn't need to. Clara stepped into the corridor. She needed air. She needed to think. Hale knew this building, every turning, every shortcut, every empty stretch and its timing. He had been 20 feet from the dressing room the night Juliana died. He had heard the scream and the running, and he had lied to Graham about it. That was damning. That was the kind of thing that put men in front of a magistrate. But the manuscript was real. The grief might be real. She couldn't be sure yet, and she wasn't going to let a few tears and a Petrarch sonnet make her sure. She filed it. She did not confront him. There was nothing to confront him with, only a thread, thin and unproven, and pulling it now would snap it. When she returned to the rehearsal room, Mrs. Penfield had cleared a space on the bench and was sitting beside Hale, turning pages of the Petrarch setting, while he pointed out passages. His voice was steadier. His hands had stopped shaking. Mr. Hale, Clara said from the doorway, you should tell Inspector Redgrave what you told me, about the passage, the scream, all of it. He'll want to know. Hale looked at her. He'll think I did it. He'll think you lied. Which you did. And lying to an inspector of the Metropolitan Police is a worse position than telling him the truth would have been. She kept her voice level. I can speak to him first, if that would help. Hale nodded. Mrs. Penfield packed the remaining scones into the basket. She had left 3 on the handkerchief beside the piano. For later, she told Hale, and the tea in the pot on the table downstairs. Is that yours? The porter makes it. It will be dreadful. I'll speak to him on the way out. Mrs. Penfield, Clara said, the man is living on bad tea and grief. Someone should do something about at least one of those. They left him at the piano. As they descended the staircase, Clara heard the music start again behind them. The same phrase, repeated, altered, repeated. The Petrarch setting. The piece Juliana would never sing. Mrs. Penfield said nothing until halfway down the second flight. He didn't do it. We don't know that. I know that. A man who writes music like that and can't eat and hasn't changed his shirt in a week is not a man who strangled the woman he wrote it for. Grief is not an alibi, Mrs. Penfield. People who loved someone can still have killed them. In fact, they usually did. Don't quote statistics at me, Clara. I have eyes and I have 30 years of reading people across a dinner table, and that young man is destroyed. I know he is. Then why are you still... Because a woman is dead, and everyone who loved her is destroyed, and that is exactly the problem. Clara stopped on the landing. I can't sort the guilty from the grieving when every one of them is both. Mrs. Penfield looked at her. The bustle went out of her. The bonnet and the basket and the certainty. No, she said quietly. I suppose you can't. They descended the rest of the stairs in silence. Clara nodded to the porter. Mrs. Penfield stopped and told him that if he was going to make tea for the building, he should at least warm the pot first, and that she would send a proper tin of leaves round in the morning. The porter stared at her. Penfield, she said, the tea will arrive before noon. and Clara took her arm and guided her through the stage door. The cab was waiting where they'd left it. In the cab, Mrs. Penfield looked out the window and turned her gloves in her hands. "You were good in there," Clara said. "I wouldn't have got him talking, not like that." "I asked about the music, that's all." "That's everything. Nobody else has asked him about the music." Mrs. Penfield looked at her hands. "Mr. Penfield used to play the piano, badly, but he played every evening after dinner. Schubert, mostly, and always the same 3 pieces because he couldn't manage the others. And when he died, I couldn't bear to hear those pieces for 2 years. She paused. "I knew what that young man was carrying because I've carried it. Not the same weight, but the same shape." Clara reached across the cab and pressed Mrs. Penfield's hand. They rode the rest of the way without speaking. Harriet was behind the counter where they'd left her, manuscript pages spread around her like a barricade. Marmalade, asleep, on chapter 14. 3 chapters? Harriet said without looking up. "Nearly. He sat on the 3rd one." "Something came while you were out." Harriet reached under the counter and held up a folded piece of paper. Cheap, creased, no envelope. "It was under the door when I came back from the privy. No one knocked. No one came in." Clara took it. The paper was rough, not stationer's stock, not anything bought at a shop that cared about its customers. The handwriting was cramped and uneven, the ink blotted in places, the letters formed by a hand that was not used to writing in English. "Signora Wetherly, I no kill her. You must believe me. I was there that night. Yes, I find her. I find her on the floor in the scarf around her neck, and I run because I am afraid, and I am foreign, and I know what they will say. But I see something. Before, a woman in the corridor by the dressing room, a lady, moving fast, away, fine dress, dark hair. She should not be there. No one like her should be in that corridor. I no go to the polizia. They will put me in a cell and no one will listen. You are not polizia. You ask questions. People say you are kind. I will be at the Church of St. James, Clerkenwell, Wednesday, 6 o'clock in the evening. I will wait 1 hour. Come alone, or I will not be there. No polizia, please. No polizia. MV. Clara read it twice. The second time her hands were not steady. MV Marco Valenti. He had been at her door. And he had seen a woman. Clara. Harriet was standing now. The manuscript pages were forgotten. What does it say? Clara looked at her. She looked at the door. The bolted, ordinary, everyday door that Marco Valenti had stood on the other side of while Harriet was 10 feet away. She thought of Graham. She thought of the constable on the lamp-post who had not seen a thing. Wednesday, Clara said. Are you busy Wednesday evening? Harriet's eyes went sharp. She didn't ask what for. She didn't ask who had written the letter, or what it contained, or why Clara's hands were shaking. No, Harriet said. I'm not. Clara folded the letter and put it in her pocket. She did not reach for her coat. She did not send word to Graham. Harriet, she said, we've got someone to meet. On the counter, Marmalade lifted his head from chapter 14, looked at Clara, and pushed Harriet's inkwell off the edge. Chapter 11. The churchyard of St. James's was empty. Clara had known it would be. It was Wednesday, not Sunday, and the parish of Clerkenwell did not attract the kind of congregation that lingered among gravestones on a weekday evening. But she had hoped for a figure on a bench, a man pacing by the gate. Something. Harriet stood beside her, hands in her pockets, surveying the churchyard as though she were already writing it down. It's a good church for a clandestine meeting, she said. I'd have chosen it myself. 2 exits, clear sight lines to the street, and the rector appears to have gone home. This is not research, Harriet. Everything is research. Harriet tilted her head toward the iron gate. We're early. They were. The church clock had not yet struck 6. The April sun sat low over the rooftops, casting long shadows across the graves, and the air had the particular softness of a London spring evening. Not quite warm, not quite cold, the kind of light that made everything look gentler than it was. Clara chose a bench near the south wall where she could see both the gate and the lane beyond it. Harriet sat beside her. They looked, Clara supposed, like two women visiting a grave. Respectable. Unremarkable. She had shown Harriet the letter on the cab ride over. Harriet had read it twice, folded it, handed it back, and said, "His English is terrible, and his penmanship is worse, and he is either telling the truth or he's very good at pretending to be frightened. Which do you think?" "I think a man who writes no polizia twice in one letter is not performing for an audience. That's real fear." Harriet had looked out the window. "I also think we should have told the inspector." Marco said, "I know what Marco said. I also know what your inspector will say." Clara had not answered that. She knew what Graham would say too. She had chosen not to think about it. The clock struck 6. Clara watched the gate. Every person who passed on the street beyond, a woman with a basket, 2 boys running, a man in a brown coat who walked too slowly and turned out to be looking for a house number, became Marco for half a second, and then became no one. "What does he look like?" Harriet asked. "Dark hair, slight build, Italian." Clara realised how little she actually knew. She had never seen Marco Valenti. She had a description from Lucia, a few words from the porter, the image of a man at a dressing room door that someone else had seen. "I'll know him." "You won't." "I'll know him." 6:15. A man entered the churchyard and Clara's breath caught, dark-haired, thin, moving quickly. He crossed to the far side, knelt at a grave, and began pulling weeds. He was 60 if he was a day. "Not him," Harriet said. "No." 6:20, 6:25. The shadows lengthened. The old man finished his weeding and left. A pigeon landed on the bench opposite and regarded them with suspicion. "Harriet!" "The constable, the lamp-post on the corner." "I know, I saw him before we reached Oxford Street." Clara stared at her. "And you didn't say anything?" "I thought you knew." Clara's hands went to fists in her lap. She wanted to march over there and tell him to leave. She wanted to grab him by his stupid newspaper and shake him and say, "Do you have any idea what you've just cost me?" She wanted to walk to the lamp-post and stand in front of him and ask him, very calmly, whether Inspector Redgrave had told him to follow her or just to watch the door, and whether he understood the difference, and whether it had occurred to him at any point during the last hour that he might be the reason the churchyard was empty. She didn't. She sat on the bench and pressed her nails into her palms and said nothing. "Clara," Harriet said quietly, "if you say something sensible right now, I will scream." I wasn't going to. 6:30, 6:45. Clara made herself sit. She watched the gate and the lane and the rooftops, and she waited because she had said she would, because a man had begged her to come, and she had come, and she owed him the full hour, even if the hour was already empty. 7 o'clock. The bell. The churchyard was still empty. "He's not coming," Harriet said. Not a question. "No." They sat a moment longer. The light was going now, April generous but not infinite, the sky turning from gold to grey above the rooftops. Clara looked at the churchyard one more time, the bench opposite, the iron gate, the lane beyond. She stood. Harriet stood with her. They walked to the street. The constable followed at a distance, not even bothering with the newspaper anymore. In the cab, Harriet was quiet for a long time. Clerkenwell fell behind them. The streets changed, narrower to wider, rougher to smoother, the slow gradient back toward Bloomsbury. "You're going to have to tell him," Harriet said. "I know." "Not eventually. Tomorrow. The constable doesn't know what we were doing, but your inspector will ask you, and you are a terrible liar." Clara pressed her fingers against her eyes. "He'll be furious," Clara said. "Yes. He'll say I should have told him. He'll say I compromised his investigation. He'll say I put myself in danger." "You did put yourself in danger." "I put myself in a churchyard in Clerkenwell at 6 o'clock on a Wednesday. Children were playing in the street. A churchyard where a man who may have murdered a woman had asked you to come alone. A man who gave her the scarf she was strangled with. A man who followed her across 2 countries and was at the theatre the night she died." Harriet's voice was careful. "Clara, I read the letter. He admits he was there. He admits he found the body. That is not the letter of a man you should be meeting in a churchyard." Clara said nothing. Because Harriet was right. Marco had given Juliana the scarf she was strangled with. He had followed her from Milan. He had been at the theatre the night she died and found her body and run. He had been hiding for weeks. He had frightened Lucia so badly she'd come to Clara's shop shaking, wanting to know what Lucia had told the police, what she'd told Clara, pressing and pressing until Lucia was too afraid to go home alone. And now he was writing desperate letters to women he'd never met, asking them to come alone to a church at dusk. She would have arrested him too. "Then why did you go?" Harriet said, as though she'd heard the thought. "Because of the woman." Clara said it before she'd finished thinking it. If Marco killed Juliana, why tell me he saw someone else? A guilty man says, "I didn't do it," and disappears. He doesn't write to a stranger and hand her a witness. Harriet was quiet. "The woman," Clara said, "in the letter. He saw a woman in the corridor. I read it. Not Lucia, not Edith, not anyone from the company. Marco knew those people. He would have named them. He says a lady, someone he didn't recognise, someone who doesn't belong backstage." Harriet was watching her. Someone from the audience? Perhaps, but she'd know the building. She'd know how to get backstage without being stopped. "That's still a long list, Clara." "No, it's not. It's the half of London that has access to a theatre box and knows the building well enough to move through it during a performance. That's not half of London. That's a very small number of people." Harriet said nothing. The cab swayed. "I can't narrow it further," Clara said. "Not yet. But Marco can. If I can find him. If he'll talk to me. If the constable doesn't chase him to Dover first." Clara almost laughed. It wasn't funny. None of it was funny. But the image of Graham's earnest young constable, inadvertently chasing their best witness out of London, was so precisely the kind of thing that would happen to her that she couldn't help it. "Tomorrow," Harriet said, "go to Graham, show him the letter, tell him everything, and when he shouts at you, and he will shout at you, remind him that his constable is the reason Marco ran. That won't help. No. But it will be true. And your inspector is a man who respects the truth, even when it makes him want to put his fist through a wall." Clara snorted. It surprised her. The sound. The release of it. She pressed her hand over her mouth, but it was too late. The cab stopped outside the shop. Clara paid. She stood on the pavement and looked at the door. The door Marco Valenti had stood at. The door he'd slipped a letter under. The door the constable had been watching the whole time without seeing a thing that mattered. Clara let herself into the shop. Marmalade was on the counter. There was ink on the floor, dried now, a dark stain on the boards where the inkwell had landed. He looked at her. She locked the door. She took the letter from her pocket and set it on the counter beside Marmalade. She looked at it. Tomorrow she would go to Graham. She was not looking forward to tomorrow.
Marmalade's observations, in which the lamppost man proves useless, and I handle everything myself. The man on the lamppost was gone. I had noticed this some time ago, around the second hour of darkness, when his scent shifted from tobacco and boredom to tobacco and sleep, and then, shortly afterward, to nothing at all. Gone, wandered off, left the lamppost unattended as though a lamppost was something that could look after itself. I was not surprised. The lamppost man had never been adequate. Same spot every night, same newspaper, same cheap tobacco. He watched the front of the shop as though it only had one door. It has three, if you count the windows. I count the windows. The shop was dark. Clara was upstairs, asleep, doing what humans do at night, which is nothing useful. I was on the counter. The ghost was quiet in her corner, the lavender still, the air warm, the candle steady, all as it should be. Then, a scent on the draught under the door. Not tobacco. Not the lamp-post man. Something I had smelled before, 2 days ago in the middle of the afternoon, while the paper and ink lady was in the privy. The same man, damp wool, stale bread, unwashed skin, and underneath all of it, thick as smoke, fear. My ears went flat. I know fear smell. Mice have it. Birds have it. The crying woman who comes to the shop has it. The one who smells of camphor and shakes when she sits down. This was the same smell, but bigger. A man's fear, pressed against the other side of my door. A shadow crossed the gap beneath the door. Footsteps, soft, slow, placing each step the way a cat does when it does not wish to be heard, except this was not a cat, and he was not as quiet as he thought. Paper scraped across the threshold. A scrap of it pushed through the gap, sliding across the boards. I was off the counter. I landed without sound. 3 strides and I was between the door and the stairs. My back arched. Every hair on my spine stood. The growl came from low in my chest. Not the warning I give the kipper woman when she reaches for me uninvited. The real one. He was still there, still at the door. I could hear him breathing, quick, shallow, a creature that was afraid and angry at the same time, which is the most dangerous kind of creature there is, I hissed, full-throated from the back of my jaw, the sound that means go. In her corner the ghost woke. The temperature dropped. The candle flames stretched sideways and died. The lavender bundles swayed on their hooks though there was no wind, and something rattled on the high shelf. The rosemary jar, the one Clara keeps beside her grandmother's photograph. It rattled, and then it fell and shattered, and the smell of rosemary burst through the shop like a shout. The breathing stopped. The shadow pulled back. Footsteps, fast now, not careful, not placing anything, moving away. The scent thinned, faded. The draught under the door carried nothing but night air and the distant smell of the river. Gone. I stayed where I was. I watched the door for a long time until the ghost settled and the air warmed and the only smell was street dust. The man came. I told him to leave. He left. This is how things work. The humans put a boy with a newspaper on a lamppost. I put myself between the door and the stairs. One of these arrangements is effective. I stepped over the broken jar and the scrap of paper on the floor and went upstairs. Clara was sleeping. This was not acceptable. There had been a threat. I had handled it. The rosemary jar was broken and there was a mess on the floor, and it was nearly morning, and the least she could do was wake up. I jumped onto the bed. She did not stir. I walked up her body and sat on her chest. She made a sound. I pressed my nose to her chin. She pushed at me. I settled my full weight and waited. She opened her eyes.
Marmalade, get off.
I did not get off. She sat up. I allowed this. And she said something about the hour and the light and cats who had no respect for sleep. She smelled of warmth and lavender soap and nothing else. No fear. She did not know what I had done. She carried me downstairs. She set me on the counter. She saw the rosemary jar first, the shattered pieces, the herbs scattered across the boards. She frowned. She looked at me. I looked back. Then she saw the paper. She picked it up. She read it. And I watched her face change. The colour going, the stillness coming in, and a smell rising off her skin I had not smelled on her in a long time. Sharp, sour, the same smell the man had carried. She looked at the door. She looked at me. She looked at the paper in her hand. She swept up the glass. She filled my bowl. She did not fill her own. She did not say thank you. Then she was out the door, and the paper with her, and I was alone with the scattered rosemary and the smell of fear still fading from the shop. I do not know what the paper said. I cannot read. But whatever it was, it made Clara leave the shop without checking her bonnet twice, without locking the back window, without so much as a word to me. A thank you would not have gone amiss.
Chapter 12. I said no polizia. 4 words. Same rough paper. Same cramped hand. Clara stood in the shop in her nightgown with the morning light coming through the shutters and the rosemary sharp on the floor where the jar had shattered and the scrap of paper in her hands. He had been at her door, in the night, while she slept. She was dressed and out of the shop in 20 minutes. If she was going to be shouted at, she preferred to get it over with before noon. Scotland Yard was busy at 9 o'clock. Constables in the corridors, clerks carrying files, the particular hum of men who began their days with tea and bad news. Clara had been here before. She knew the way to Graham's office, which corridor to take, which staircase. She did not need to be shown, which was fortunate, because every time she was shown, it ended with some bright-eyed sergeant calling ahead to announce that the inspector's herbalist had arrived. Today was no different. She passed Sergeant Holloway on the stairs, who who touched his hat and said, "Morning, Miss Wetherly. Shall I tell the inspector you're here, or would you like to surprise him?" "I think he's expecting me, Sergeant." "He's always expecting you, miss, whether he knows it or not." Holloway grinned. Clara did not. She knocked. "Come." Graham was at his desk. He was in shirt sleeves, which meant he had been here since early morning. The window behind him was open. There was tea on the desk, untouched, and a stack of reports, and his coat on the hook by the door, and his face, which told her everything before he said a word. He knew. "Miss Wetherly." He did not stand. "Sit down." She sat. She had both letters in her pocket, the first and the one she'd found under her door this morning. "Clerkenwell," Graham said. He picked up a piece of paper from the desk. "The constable's report," she assumed. "Constable Davies followed you from the shop at 5:30. You and Miss Collins. You sat in the churchyard of St. James for approximately 1 hour. You left at 7. You went home." He set the report down. "Clerkenwell is not Bloomsbury, Clara. It is not where you go. Would you like to tell me what you were doing there, or shall I spend the morning guessing?" His voice was careful. Not angry. Not yet. Puzzled. The tone of a man turning over a piece that did not fit the board he was looking at. Clara reached into her pocket and set the letter on the desk between them. The rough stock. The cramped English. Graham picked it up and read it. He read it once, quickly. Went back to the beginning. Stopped on a line. She knew which one. She had stopped on the same one. And his jaw tightened. His shoulders changed. The puzzlement left his face, and something harder moved in behind it. He set the letter down. "When did you receive this?" "Monday." The silence that followed was worse than shouting. "Monday," he said. "This is Thursday." "Yes." "You have had this letter for 3 days." His voice had dropped, not quieter, but denser. The words pressed flat. "A letter from the man I have been searching for. The man I posted a constable at your door to protect you from. A letter that constitutes material evidence in a murder investigation, and you kept it in your pocket for 3 days. He said no police." "I can read, Miss Wetherly. If I'd shown you this on Monday, what would you have done?" Graham's mouth was a line. "I would have. You would have sent constables. You would have sent men to the church and men to the boarding houses and men to every street in Clerkenwell, and Marco Valenti would have seen them coming from a mile away, and he would have run. He is terrified of the police. He said it twice. No polizia. Please, no polizia. And instead you went yourself, to meet a man who may have strangled a woman with his bare hands, with Miss Collins. Harriet is a novelist, Clara. I am fond of Miss Collins. I am glad she was with you, but she is not a constable. She is not armed. She is not trained. She writes penny dreadfuls." He stood. The chair scraped. "You went to Clerkenwell to meet the primary suspect in a murder investigation, and your protection was a woman who writes fiction about murder." "I know what it looks like, Graham." "Do you?" He gave her the scarf she was strangled with. He followed her from Milan. He was at the theatre the night she died. He found the body and he ran. He has been stalking your doorstep and threatening you by letter. That is not a witness. That is not a frightened man with a story to tell. That is the primary suspect in a murder investigation, and you went to meet him in a churchyard at dusk. Clara held his gaze. "And he writes, 'No polizia, please,' twice in one letter, and his handwriting shakes. Desperate men are dangerous men." "Desperate men are desperate, Graham. That doesn't make them murderers. It makes them unpredictable. You walked into a situation you could not control with no way to protect yourself, and you did not tell me." "Because you would have stopped me." "Yes, I would have stopped you. That is my job. Your job is to find who killed Giuliana Rossetti, and your constable followed us from the shop, all the way to Clerkenwell, in broad daylight, in April. Marco saw him. Of course he saw him. That is why Marco didn't come. This is a police matter, Clara, not yours." "Then where is he?" Clara was standing now. She didn't remember standing. "You have been looking for Marco Valenti for weeks. Weeks. Your constables, your resources, Scotland Yard and all its men. And you couldn't find him. But he found me. He came to my door. He wrote to me. He was ready to talk to me. And your police that he will not go near, chased him off. My protection is the reason you came home safe. Is it? Clara reached into her pocket and pulled out the second note. She set it on the desk beside the letter. I found this under my door this morning. Graham read it. 4 words in Marco's hand. I said, no polizia. The room changed. He was at my door, in the night, while I slept, while your constable stood 20 feet away and saw nothing. Clara's voice was steady. She was going to keep it steady if it killed her. Your protection didn't keep him away, Graham. It made him angry. And he walked past your constable in the dark and put a note under my door while I slept. Graham's knuckles were white around the scrap of paper. So which is it, Inspector? Did your constable keep me safe, or did he make things worse? She had come to him. At 9 a.m, without arguing, without making him come to her. She had never done that before. She would die before she told him why. Graham's hands were at his sides. His jaw was set. Both, he said. And you know that. She did know that. She hated knowing it. This time, he stepped toward her. 1 step. His hand came up and stopped. Hung in the air between them. Too close for his office. Too close for an inspector and a witness. Too close for whatever they were supposed to be to each other. You could have been hurt, Clara. Not Miss Wetherly. Her name, said quietly, in a voice that had nothing to do with the investigation, or the letter, or the constable. Clara did not step back. She should have. She knew she should have. But his face was right there. The fury and the fear and whatever was underneath both. And she didn't move. But I wasn't, she said. Graham's hand dropped. He turned away, walked to the window, stood with his back to her, hands on the sill. The shoulders straightened, the jaw squared. Inspector Redgrave came back, piece by piece, like armour being buckled on. When he turned around, his voice was level. The letter, the woman in the corridor. Tell me what you think. Clara breathed. Her hands were still unsteady. She clasped them in her lap and made herself think about the case. Marco says he saw a woman, a lady, fine dress, dark hair, moving quickly away from the dressing rooms. He doesn't name her because he doesn't know her. He's a voice teacher from Milan. He knew the company. He knew Lucia, Carmine, the stagehands. If the woman had been anyone from the theatre, he would have said so. Meaning she wasn't from the company. Marco knew those people. Lucia, Carmine, the stagehands. If it had been any of them, he would have said so. This was someone he didn't recognise. Someone who had no business being backstage. That still leaves half of London. No, it leaves someone who knew the building well enough to move through it during a performance without being stopped. That is not half of London, Graham. That is a much smaller number of people, and Marco can narrow it further. If he'll talk. Graham rubbed his face. He opened his office door and leaned into the corridor. Sergeant Marsh, my office, now. Marsh appeared, a broad man with a notebook, and the unhurried manner of someone who had worked under Graham long enough to know when not to ask questions. Valenti, he's been in Clerkenwell, the Church of St. James and the streets around it. I want men at the boarding houses, the Italian Quarter, the doss houses. He's frightened and he's running. And he's been to Miss Wetherly's door twice without my constable seeing a thing, so I want a better constable. Sir. Today, Marsh. Marsh left. Graham closed the door. He stood with his hand on the knob for a long moment. When he turned back, the fury was gone. What was left was worse. Tiredness. There's something else, Clara said. Before the letter, before any of this, I went to the theatre. I spoke to William Hale. Graham's head came up. You went to the theatre? Yes. To interview a witness in my investigation. And who accompanied you on this excursion? Miss Collins, Mrs. Penfield. The cat. Mrs. Penfield. She brought scones. Scones? Graham dragged his hand through his hair. You interrogated a witness in a murder investigation armed with scones. We didn't interrogate anyone. We had a conversation. And the scones were very effective. Clara? Hale lied to you about the green room. He wasn't there during the performance. He was in the passage behind the fly gallery. He heard a scream. He heard someone running. And he went back to the green room and sat there and said nothing. That stopped him. His hand moved to the desk, reaching for a pen, for the habit of writing things down. He told you this. He told me. He also told me he saw Marco backstage before the performance, near the dressing rooms, agitated. You should have brought this to me immediately. I'm bringing it to you now. Clara leaned forward. And Graham, he knows that building. Every passage, every shortcut, every empty corridor, and when it's empty. He's been there 7 months writing music, but that is not how a composer learns a building. Graham wrote something. She straightened. We have to look at all angles. I am looking at all angles, Clara. That is my job. This is not your concern. Oh, no. Clara sat forward. You are not doing that again. I am helping with this investigation, Graham, whether you approve or not. I have been helping since Mrs. Penfield walked into my shop, and you know it. A sound came from the back of his throat. Not a word, not agreement, something closer to a growl. Clara went on undeterred. What other angles are you looking at? Graham picked up his pen and set it down without writing anything. Beaumont's solicitors sent another letter to the Commissioner yesterday, suggesting I am pursuing the family on insufficient grounds. He will not speak to me at all now. Every door I try, the solicitors have been there first. He insisted on finding Juliana's killer. He demanded Scotland Yard take the case seriously. And now he is trying to make it all go away. Clara held his gaze. What changed? I don't know, but I intend to find out. Perhaps he simply realised what an investigation would mean. The questions, the newspapers. His name attached to a murdered opera singer. Perhaps he wants to distance himself from the scandal. Graham considered this. She could see him turning it, weighing it against whatever else he was holding. It is possible, he said, but I intend to evaluate the possibilities for myself, if Beaumont will let me near him long enough to ask a question. The 2 letters sat on his desk between them. Marco's broken English, the 4-word threat, 3 suspects, no proof for any of them, and the clock running. There's something else, Graham said. She waited. Lady Ashworth is hosting a charity musical on Saturday evening. Beaumont and his wife will attend. Clara looked at him. And I need to be there. Then go. Graham's jaw worked. He looked at the window. He looked at the desk. He looked at a point somewhere above Clara's left shoulder. After the opera, after I brought you, there has been a certain amount of talk. Talk. He cleared his throat. Mrs. Harcastle told Lady Clifford. Who told? It does not matter who told whom. The point is that an inspector of the Metropolitan Police who attends the opera with an unmarried woman in green silk is, apparently, the most interesting thing to happen to London society since the Duchess of Thornfield insulted the French ambassador. I wasn't aware I was so fascinating. You are not the fascinating part, Miss Wetherly. I am the fascinating part. The 3rd son who became a policeman and then appeared at the opera with a Bloomsbury apothecary. I am told this is the stuff of Mrs. Bradshaw novels. Harriet would be delighted. Harriet is not the one whose mother has written 4 letters in a week. Graham pressed his fingers against his eyes. If I attend the musicale alone, I will spend the evening fending off every matron in London. If I attend with the apothecary, the matrons will be focused on you. And I can actually get near Beaumont. Besides, he paused, the Duchess will be there. She says she hasn't seen you in far too long. The Duchess of Thornfield. Clara felt a stab of guilt. She had not been to the townhouse in weeks, had not checked the greenhouses, had not so much as sent a note. How had she let that slip? She would go this week. Tomorrow. She would... She pushed the thought aside. Her pulse had not quite settled from 10 minutes ago. She ignored it. So you need me. I need access to Beaumont in a social setting where his solicitors cannot intervene. The musicale is my best chance. And I am... He stopped. Started again. I am not going to attend another society event unescorted. Not after the opera. He was looking at the wall behind her. at the window, at anything that was not Clara. "You realise," Clara said, "that taking the same woman twice will make the talk considerably worse." "I am aware. Your mother will be thrilled." Graham made a sound that was not quite a groan and not quite a word. "My mother is already thrilled. My mother has been thrilled since the opera. My mother has made inquiries about you through 3 separate channels, and if I attend another event alone, she will arrive at my office with a list of eligible women, and I will have to arrest her to make her stop." Clara bit the inside of her cheek. "I don't have another green silk gown. Wear whatever you like. Wear an apron. I don't care. Will you come?" Saturday, 8 o'clock. I'll send a cab." "You'll send a cab." Clara picked up her gloves. "Will there be supper?" "There will be indifferent champagne and the Duchess of Thornfield asking pointed questions about my intentions." "Then I'll come for the champagne." His shoulders dropped. Just slightly. Just enough. "I should go," she said. "I'll see you home." "I can make my own way home, Graham." She pulled on her gloves. "And I am sure you will have your constable follow along regardless." His jaw tightened. He swallowed whatever he'd been about to say. Saturday, 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. She left. She walked down the corridor and out into the street, and the April air hit her. Saturday, 8 o'clock. She hated to admit, even to herself, even in the privacy of her own thoughts on a Thursday morning in bright spring sunshine, that she was very much looking forward to Saturday. Chapter 13. The blue dress had been finished at 6:30. Dorothea had performed something closer to surgery than sewing. 3 days of pins and chalk marks and muttered words, fabric cut and recut and pressed within an inch of its life, the bodice taken in twice because Clara had lost weight without noticing, and Dorothea noticed everything. The result was silk, the colour of a winter evening, fitted close through the waist, the sleeves set just so. Clara had stood in front of the glass in Dorothea's workroom and thought, "This is not my life." She had spent Thursday afternoon convincing herself she was not excited. Friday had been easier. By Saturday morning she had built a perfectly reasonable case. This was an investigation. Graham needed access to Beaumont in a social setting. He was using his family's name, something he detested, because the case required it. It was practical, professional, even admirable in its way. She was a useful piece on the board, and she had agreed to be moved, and that was all. By Saturday at 7, she believed it entirely. At 10 minutes past 8, Graham's cab arrived. Clara came down the stairs and Mrs. Penfield was at her window across the street. Curtain drawn back an inch, lamp turned low, not even pretending she wasn't watching. Clara lifted a hand. The curtain twitched shut. Graham was standing beside the cab. He was not in shirt sleeves. She had seen him in evening dress once before, at the opera, when the green silk had caused all the trouble. She had been prepared for it then. She was not prepared for it now, and the stupid traitorous flutter beneath her ribs arrived on schedule and settled in as though it owned the place. She was going to need to get that under control. Immediately. Starting now. Miss Wetherly. He offered his hand to help her into the cab. Inspector. His eyes moved over the dress. Over her. He said nothing. His jaw did something complicated and he looked at the street. "You're late," Clara said. "I am 10 minutes late because my sergeant decided this was the moment to deliver a report on the Clerkenwell boarding houses." And nothing. No sign of Valenti. No one has seen him. No one will admit to seeing him. Graham sat opposite her. The cab started. "I am beginning to think the man has left London entirely." Clara said nothing. She thought of the 4 words under her door. "I said no polizia." Marco had not left London. Marco was hiding in London, from the police, from whoever had frightened him, from everyone except the woman whose door he kept coming back to. "The Duchess will be there," Graham said, as though changing the subject was something he did gracefully. "You mentioned—" "She will ask you about the greenhouses." Clara winced. The Duchess had given her the run of the Thornfield greenhouses after Clara's shop burned, a key to the garden gate, free use of the potting shed, and instructions to treat the place as her own. Clara had repaid her by solving a murder in the woman's household. The Duchess had declared Clara the only tolerable person in London, and that had been that. Clara had not been to the townhouse since, she counted, 3 weeks before the murder at the theatre. The Roses would be furious with her. The Duchess would be worse. She will, also, Graham said, and paused in a way that suggested the next words would cost him. Ask about us. There is no us, Inspector. I am aware. The Duchess is not. The Duchess has decided there is an us, and she has decided she approves, and she will spend the evening making that approval as public and as uncomfortable as possible. Lovely. She once told the French ambassador his wine was adequate to his face at his own table. She is not a woman who concerns herself with subtlety. The cab turned onto Piccadilly. The street lamps threw long shapes across the seats. Clara smoothed the blue silk over her knees and reminded herself that this was an investigation, that the flutter was irrelevant, that she was here because Beaumont would be here, and Graham needed her, and the dress was just a dress. The dress was not just a dress. Dorothea had known it, Mrs. Penfield had known it, the curtain twitch had confirmed it. Clara clasped her hands in her lap and watched the city pass. Lady Hartwell's house was lit like a cathedral. Every window blazed. Carriages lined the crescent too deep, footmen handing down women in silk and seed pearls, the pavement bright with gaslight, and the hum of money arriving somewhere it expected to be welcome. Clara stepped down from the cab and felt the distance between Bloomsbury and Mayfair in every stone beneath her feet. Graham offered his arm. She took it. His sleeve was warm under her gloved hand. Beaumont, she said. Inside. His wife as well. Graham's voice was low, pitched beneath the carriage noise. Stay near the Duchess. She'll draw Lady Beaumont out better than I ever could. I need 20 minutes with Beaumont if I can get them. And if his solicitors are here? His solicitors do not attend charity musicals. That is the point. They went in. The hall was marble and candlelight and too many flowers, hothouse lilies, the smell thick enough to taste. A string quartet played somewhere deeper in the house. Clara counted heads as they passed through the receiving line. Lady Hartwell, thin and gracious, who looked at Clara with polite blankness. Lord Hartwell, who shook Graham's hand and called him Redgrave, and said something about his father. Graham steered her through the crowd, with a hand at the small of her back. The music room was long and white and already full. Chairs in rows, gilt-edged programmes on every seat, a piano at the far end where a young woman was warming up with scales that sounded expensive. Clara scanned the room. Lord Beaumont was by the windows. She recognised him from the opera, tall, fair-haired, handsome, and pleased about it. His wife stood beside him, small and dark and very still, her hand on his arm. Lady Beaumont. Graham had introduced them at the opera, briefly in the foyer. Clara remembered pearls and an unreadable look, and nothing else. She was not smiling now. There. Graham's chin moved a fraction. Stay visible. I'll find my way to him during the interval. He left her. She stood alone in a room full of strangers in a blue dress that cost more than her month's rent, and thought, this is exactly the sort of evening that ends with me hiding behind a potted palm. Clara Wetherly. The voice came from behind her, low, amused, and accustomed to being obeyed. Clara turned. The Duchess of Thornfield was seated in a high-backed chair near the wall, a glass of champagne in one hand and a walking stick in the other. She was dressed in black, as she had been every day since the Duke died, and her eyes were sharp as a blade. Your Grace, you are wearing blue. I am. It suits you. Sit down before someone makes you talk to them. Clara sat. The chair beside the Duchess was empty. Whether by design or because no one dared occupy it, Clara could not say. I have not seen you in 3 weeks, the Duchess said. I know, I'm sorry. I have been involved in a murder investigation, I am told, by my housekeeper, who was told by her sister, who works for Mrs. Penfield. The Duchess sipped her champagne. The roses are sulking. The foxglove is magnificent. And you are here with the inspector, which I approve of, so don't bother denying it. I wasn't going to deny anything, Your Grace. Good. Denial is tedious, and I am too old for it. The Duchess tilted her head toward the room. Lady Beaumont is here. Did you notice? Clara's pulse shifted. I noticed. Interesting woman. Quiet. Keeps herself well in hand. But she has been watching you since you walked in. The Duchess's eyes moved to Clara's face. I wonder why. Clara did not answer that. She watched Lady Beaumont across the room. The stillness, the hand on Beaumont's arm that looked decorative, but held on too tight. The music began. A soprano, not from Her Majesty's, from somewhere else. Someone young and tentative. Sang Schubert. Clara listened with half an ear and watched the room with both eyes. Graham had positioned himself near the fireplace, close enough to Beaumont to be incidental, but not close enough to be an approach. He was drinking champagne he would not finish, and talking to a man with white whiskers about something that required him to nod a great deal. At the interval, the room broke apart. People stood, stretched, moved toward the champagne and the cold supper laid out in the adjoining room. Graham moved toward Beaumont. She saw him intercept the Earl near the fireplace, draw him into conversation, steer him toward the far end of the room, away from his wife. The Duchess gripped Clara's arm. Come, I want supper, and I want to talk to Lady Beaumont about her pearls. Her pearls? They are paste. I want to see if she knows. Clara was fairly certain the Duchess had no interest in pearls, paste or otherwise. The crowd parted for them. The Duchess moved through a room the way a warship moves through harbour, and they arrived at the supper table where Lady Beaumont stood alone. Up close, Lady Beaumont was younger than Clara had thought. Perhaps 30, with dark hair, pinned simply, and a face that would have been pretty if it had not been so controlled. She wore dove-grey silk and the same pearls from the opera, and she held a glass of champagne she had not touched. Lady Beaumont, the Duchess said, your pearls are lovely. Thank you, Your Grace. Her voice was steady, practised. She had learned to speak at events like this out of necessity, not pleasure, and it showed in every careful syllable. Sit with us, the Duchess said. It was not a question. They sat. The Duchess talked. About the music, about the soprano's pitch, about Lady Hartwell's lilies, which she declared excessive. Clara let her talk. Lady Beaumont answered when spoken to. Polite, careful, every word a closed door. Clara waited. The woman beside them, Lady something, Clara did not catch the name, leaned across the table. Have you heard? Mrs. Calder lost a brooch at Her Majesty's last month. A garnet. Simply vanished from her box during the interval. That is the third this season. Jewellery just walking out of the theatre. Fourth, the Duchess said. Lady Marchmont lost a bracelet in February. She was too embarrassed to report it. It's getting worse. First the thefts, now the murder. What is that theatre coming to? The talk turned inevitably, unstoppably, to the dreadful business. The Duchess had steered it there. Clara had watched her do it. Terrible thing, the Duchess said. That poor girl. Italian, wasn't she? Yes, Lady Beaumont said. Her hand tightened on the champagne glass. A soprano. I understand the police are still investigating. No arrest. I wouldn't know, Your Grace. My husband does not discuss it. No, I don't suppose he does. The Duchess looked at Clara. Clara kept her face still. The same woman leaned in again. I heard she was quite beautiful. The soprano. And that she had admirers. She was an opera singer, Lady Beaumont said. The words came out clipped. Precise. They all have admirers. It's the nature of the profession. Accepting tributes from one gentleman and parading them before another. That is what they do. That is what she did. The table went quiet. Not the silence of shock. The silence of women recalibrating, deciding whether that had been sharp or merely honest. Clara's hands went still in her lap. Accepting tributes from one gentleman and parading them before another. Of course, she was bitter. Her husband's affair was the worst kept secret in London. But the bitterness was one thing. The detail was another. A tribute. Paraded. Not the vague resentment of a humiliated wife, but something seen. Something specific. Clara reached for her champagne and drank and said, "The music is rather good tonight, don't you think?" The conversation moved on. Lady Beaumont's colour was high, but her voice did not waver. The Duchess caught Clara's eye across the table and held it for exactly 1 second. 1 second was enough. Graham found her on the terrace. She'd stepped outside after the second half of the programme. A cellist, very good, who played something mournful that Clara could not name, because the room was too warm and the lilies were too strong, and she needed to think. The terrace overlooked a garden she could not see. The night was cool and the sky was clear, and the noise from the music room was muffled behind the glass doors. "You spoke to Beaumont?" Clara said without turning. "Briefly?" Graham stood beside her. Not too close, not too close, not far enough. He was civil. He answered nothing. He said the investigation was a matter for the police, and he had every confidence in the Metropolitan Force, and he hoped the matter would be resolved soon. That is a man reciting what his solicitors told him to say. "Word for word, I suspect." Graham leaned on the balustrade. "I got nothing. He is polished and careful, and his wife watches him from across every room as though she is waiting for him to break something. His wife said something tonight." Graham looked at her. Clara told him. The tributes, the parading, the bitterness that was too specific to be second-hand. He said nothing for a long time. Then, she knows about the scarf. She knows about something. A gift, given by one man, worn in front of another. Her husband's affair is common knowledge, Clara. Half the women in that room could have told her. They could have, but they didn't say it the way she said it. Graham was quiet. It could be nothing. A wife repeating what her husband told her, or what the servants told her, or what she overheard at a dinner. It could be. But you don't think so. I don't know what I think. Not yet. They stood on the terrace. The music had stopped. Somewhere inside, applause, and then the sounds of a room breaking up. Chairs scraping, voices rising, the rustle of coats and shawls. "Clara." She looked at him. The gaslight from the doors caught the side of his face. He was not looking at the garden, or the street, or the sky. He was looking at her. "The blue suits you," he said. Low, as though it cost him something. Clara's chest did the stupid thing again. She ignored it. She was getting very good at ignoring it. "Thank you, Graham." He held her gaze for a moment too long. The distance between them was wrong again. Not the wrong of his office on Thursday, where the fury had been in the way, but a different wrong. A softer one. The wrong of two people standing on a terrace in the dark with nothing between them but the thing neither of them was willing to say. Clara looked away first. "We should go," she said. "Yes." Neither of them moved. The shop was dark when she came home. Marmalade was on the counter beside Genevieve's photograph, which was unusual. He preferred the windowsill at night, where he could watch the street. But tonight he was pressed against the frame, his eyes half closed, and the air in the shop was warm and smelled of lavender. Genevieve's lavender. Stronger than it had been in weeks. Clara set her gloves on the counter. Marmalade opened one eye, regarded her, and began to purr. He did not purr often. He did not purr for food, or for affection, or for any reason Clara had ever been able to identify. He purred when he chose to, and tonight he chose to, and the sound filled the dark shop alongside the lavender. Clara touched the photograph. Genevieve's face, young, sharp, the same jaw Clara saw in the mirror, looked back at her from behind the glass. "I know," Clara said quietly. "Don't start." Mrs. Penfield's lamp was still on across the street. Clara went upstairs. She sat on the edge of her bed in the blue dress, and the terrace came back, his voice, the distance between them, the way he had said her name.
Marmalade's observations, in which Clara comes home smelling wrong, and I have opinions she came home late, smelling of other people's candles and too many flowers and champagne, and underneath all of it, threaded through like a scent she had walked through and could not shake. The tall one. She reeked of him, not on her skin, humans are not so straightforward, but in the warmth rising off her coat, in the quickened pulse still beating beneath her jaw, in the way she set her gloves down on the counter and stood very still and touched the ghost's photograph and said, "I know, don't start." I was on the counter. I had been waiting. This is what I do. She goes out into the world and comes back smelling of strange rooms, and I catalogue every scent she brings home and determine whether any of it constitutes a threat. Tonight, candle wax, lily pollen, cold air, wine, and the tall one, warm and close, so close that his wool and tea smell had settled into the silk of her dress. She was doing the face. The one where her eyes go soft and her mouth does something complicated, and she stands in the dark shop replaying a conversation she cannot tell anyone about. I have seen this face before. It has been getting worse. The ghost was thick in the air tonight, lavender and warmth and something that pressed against my fur like a hand that was not there. She does this when the tall one has been close. The air changes, the candle steadies. I do not pretend to understand how the dead manage these things, but the ghost has opinions about Clara's prospects, and she is not subtle about them. I began to purr, not for Clara, not for the ghost. I purred because the shop was warm and the night was quiet and Clara was home, and the tall one's scent on her coat meant that someone else was watching over her when I could not, and this was acceptable even if his methods were painfully slow. She scratched behind my ears. I permitted it because I am generous. She went upstairs. The stairs creaked twice. The bedroom door closed. The shop settled around me. The ghost's lavender thinning slowly, like breath leaving a room. Clara Wetherly is a sensible woman in every respect except one. And the one respect is approximately 6 feet tall and smells of wool, and cannot seem to manage a simple courtship without involving the Metropolitan Police, a dead soprano, and several months of unnecessary anguish. I have tried to be patient. My patience is not infinite.
Chapter 14. On Monday morning, Graham was at her door, the shop not yet open. Clara saw him through the glass, coat on, hat in his hand, his face wrong. She unlocked the door. He stepped inside without being asked. He hung his hat on the hook by the door. His hook, though neither of them had ever said so. "Sit down," Clara said. "I'll put the kettle on." "Clara, sit down, Graham." He sat. At the table in the back of the shop, the small one with the scarred wood and the dried herbs overhead, and the window that looked onto the yard. Clara filled the kettle. She set it on the stove. She cut bread and put out butter, and the jar of Mrs. Penfield's damson preserve that lived on the shelf by the window. She did these things because they needed doing, and because Graham's face told her that whatever he had come to say would be easier said over bread and tea than standing in a doorway. Marmalade jumped from the counter to the table. Graham reached out and scratched behind his ears. Marmalade permitted it. He permitted it from Graham, from very few others. "Marco Valenti is dead," Graham said. Clara's hand stopped on the teapot. She set it down. "Found this morning. Bottom of a staircase in a boarding house off Leather Lane. Head wound. The coroner will rule it a fall. A drunk foreigner who tripped in the dark." He took the bread she pushed toward him, left it untouched. "The commissioner is relieved. Everyone above me is relieved." "And you?" "The only witness in my murder investigation turns up dead the week after he tries to talk to you, and the coroner calls it an accident." Graham looked at her. "I do not believe in coincidence, Clara. I never have." The kettle began to whistle. Clara made the tea. The back door opened without a knock. Mrs. Penfield appeared with a plate of seed cake. She had seen the cab. She had drawn her conclusions. "Inspector." She set the cake on the table as though she had been expected. "You look dreadful. Eat something." She looked at Clara. "I saw the cab. I assumed. Am I intruding?" "Yes," Graham said. "Good." Mrs. Penfield pulled out the third chair and sat. "Then it must be important. What has happened?" Graham looked at Clara. Clara looked at Mrs. Penfield. There was no point in sending her away. There had never been any point in sending Mrs. Penfield away. "Marco Valenti is dead," Clara said. Mrs. Penfield's hand went still on the cake plate. "The man who wrote to you?" "Found at the bottom of a staircase. The coroner is calling it a fall." Mrs. Penfield looked at Graham. Graham said nothing. Mrs. Penfield cut 3 slices of cake and pushed one toward each of them, and kept the third and said, "Well, I don't believe that for a moment, neither do you." She stayed. Of course she stayed. She poured herself tea from the pot without asking, and sat at the table and listened while Graham and Clara caught her up. The musicale, Beaumont's polished non-answers, the solicitors, the commissioner closing ranks. "And Lady Beaumont," Mrs. Penfield said. "How did she seem?" "Controlled," Clara said. "Composed. But she said something." "She always seems controlled," Mrs. Penfield said, cutting more cake. "Dorothea says she's cancelled half her spring fittings, and I heard from Mrs. Alcott, who heard it from the Beaumonts' housekeeper's sister, that they've cancelled their trip to Paris altogether. Shame. I gather she'd been looking forward to it." Graham looked up. "The Beaumonts had a trip to Paris planned?" "Apparently so. Well, with all this dreadful business, I can certainly understand why they wouldn't go. One can hardly be seen holidaying on the continent while the police are asking questions about one's dead mistress." Mrs. Penfield brushed cake crumbs from her fingers. "Now, what did Lady Beaumont say at the musical?" Clara filed it. The Paris trip, cancelled, alongside everything else. She told Mrs. Penfield about the slip, the tributes, the parading. Mrs. Penfield listened with her cake-cutting knife still in her hand and her eyes sharp. "Interesting," was all she said. Clara knew that voice. Inquiries would follow. Graham picked up his tea, drank it. "They are already closing the case around me. I am running out of room." "Marco said he saw a woman in the corridor," Clara said. "Someone he didn't recognise. That doesn't die with him. Edith Carr was backstage that night. Lucia was there. Someone else saw something. I'll speak to them again. Both of them." Graham rubbed the back of his neck. "And Beaumont is still blocking every door I open. His solicitors, the commissioner, the whole machine." He set his cup down. "Clara, if it's Beaumont, if he did this, you know what happens. He is an earl. His solicitors have the commissioner's ear. If Beaumont killed that girl, or if Beaumont killed Marco, he will not face justice." Clara knew that. She had known it since the first time Graham's inquiries were redirected by a polite letter. Not as outrage, but as weather. Something you dressed for and endured. "That isn't fair," she said, because it needed saying. "No, it is not." Clara turned her cup in her hands. Something nagged at her, a shape she couldn't see clearly yet. "Graham, if Beaumont killed Juliana, why would he kill Marco?" Graham frowned, because Marco was a witness. A witness to what? Marco saw a woman. Not Beaumont, a woman. If Beaumont strangled Juliana in her dressing room and Marco saw a woman leaving, what does Marco know that threatens Beaumont? He picked up the bread and tore a piece and ate it, turning it over. Not the bread. The question. "It doesn't fit," Clara said. "Either Beaumont killed Juliana and Marco saw something unrelated, or whoever killed Juliana is the same person who wanted Marco silent, and that is not necessarily Beaumont." Graham looked at her across the table. The morning light caught the lines around his eyes. He looked tired. "I will speak to Lucia and Edith this week," he said. "Will you come?" Clara blinked. In all the investigations, all of them, he had never asked her that. She had pushed her way in. She had shown up uninvited. She had gone behind his back and been shouted at for it. He had never once asked her to come with him. "Yes," she said. "I'll come." Graham nodded. He finished his tea. He ate the bread with the damson preserve, and Clara poured him a second cup, and they sat at the table in the morning light and talked about the case. About Lucia and Edith, and what questions to ask, and where the gaps were. They worked. Mrs. Penfield left first. "I have a butcher to see about a lamb shank, and a housekeeper to see about a Paris trip," and kissed Clara's cheek on the way out. When Graham left, he took his hat from the hook by the door and said, "Wednesday, I'll come for you at 10. "I'll be ready." He paused in the doorway, looked back at her. Whatever crossed his face, he kept it to himself. He put on his hat and walked out into the morning.
Marmalade's observations, in which a familiar scent returns, and I take the night watch. The tall one arrived before the light was fully up, before the bread cart, before the milk, before the square constable had finished his first pipe on the pavement. He knocked. Clara opened the door. She was wearing the green wrapper, which means she had not expected company, and she touched her hair in the doorway, which means she wished she had. Humans, honestly. They sat in my shop for the better part of a morning doing the thing they do, which is to say, talking about death while their bodies did something else. She made tea, she cut bread, she put out the damson preserve, which she never puts out for herself, only for him. I have noted this. I note everything. Then the loud woman from across the street arrived with cake and opinions, which is her only function as far as I can tell, and there were 3 of them at my table, taking up all the space, and none of them thought to offer me cake. I sat on the table between them. The tall one scratched behind my ears. His hands are good, large, warm, steady. If he would simply apply those hands to the Clara situation with the same competence he applies to my ears, this entire farce would be over. The loud woman left first, then the tall one, finally, after eating all the bread and most of the cake, and sitting in a chair that is becoming, I notice, his chair, at a table that is becoming their table, in a shop that is mine. I have not yet decided how I feel about this. He has good hands, but he takes up a great deal of room. He left when the sun was high. I watched him go, in the long stride, the coat, the shoulders tight and high, not angry at Clara, angry at the dead. And then, the scent. Not the square constable, not a neighbour, not the bread cart or any of the 100 ordinary smells that make up a morning on this street. Something else, something I have smelled before, not once, not twice, but many times now, for months, since before the fear smell man came to our door, since before the constables started watching the shop, longer than any of it. A man across the road, 3 doors down from Mrs. Penfield's window, dark coat, hat low, sitting on a step as though he belonged there. But he did not belong there. He was watching. He had been there when the tall one arrived. He was still there when the tall one left. And when the tall one's cab turned the corner, the man stood, brushed his coat, walked in the same direction, not watching Clara, watching the tall one, following him, as he has been, on and off for a long time now, longer than this business with the constables, longer than the fear smell man. I first caught his scent in the winter when the streets were frozen and the tall one was coming to the shop every other day about a different dead person. The square constable did not see him. The constable watches the shop. This man watches the tall one. Different quarry, different angle. The constable will never see him because he is not looking in the right direction. I see him. I have always seen him. I do not know what he wants, but he has been circling my territory for too long, and I do not like it. Clara closed the shop when the light went amber. She ate soup. Not enough soup. She never eats enough. I have opinions about this. And sat at the table with her papers and her cold tea, and the look she gets when she cannot find the edge of a thing. Later she came downstairs.
Come upstairs, Marmalade.
No.
Marmalade. Bed.
I jumped onto the windowsill. I pressed my shoulder against the glass. I gave her my back, which is the clearest communication I know. She sighed. She scratched behind my ears. I permitted it because I am generous.
Suit yourself, then.
She went upstairs. The light went off. The shop was dark. I watched. The man was not there now. But he would be back. He always comes back. And the constable will not see him, and Clara will not see him, and the tall one will not see him, because the tall one is too busy with his dead people and his circling and his absolute catastrophic inability to resolve the simple matter of Clara Wetherly. I settled my weight on the sill. The street was empty. The glass was cold. I would watch all night if necessary. I have done it before, and I will do it again, and no one will thank me. And that is perfectly acceptable because I am a cat, and I do not require thanks. I require a full bowl and a warm shop, and for the people in my household to stop being such tremendous fools about each other. 2 out of 3 will have to do.
Chapter 15. Graham's cab arrived at 10. Clara was at the door before he reached it. "You're early," he said. "You're punctual. That's worse." He held the cab door. She climbed in. Brown wool today. The dress she wore when she did not want to be noticed. Graham glanced at it and said nothing, which meant he understood. The cab turned toward Haymarket. Clara smoothed her gloves and said, "Do they know about Marco?" "They'll know what the papers printed. A foreigner found dead in a boarding house. Nothing more." Graham looked out the window. "Neither of them knows about the note." "Good. What's the approach?" "I'll lead. You watch." Clara raised an eyebrow. "I am asking, Clara, not ordering." "I know. That's why I'm not arguing." Something passed between them. Not a look, not quite a smile. The cab rattled on. By the time they reached Haymarket, the morning fog had thinned into something colder and harder. Clara pulled her gloves tighter. Graham showed his card at the stage door. The doorman stepped aside. They went in. Lucia was in the wardrobe room. She was mending a costume, something green and heavy with gold braid, and she looked up when they came in and flinched. She had been expecting another visit. She had not been expecting Clara. "Inspector." Lucia set down the needle. Her eyes moved to Clara. Back to Graham. "Miss Wetherly." Graham pulled a stool from beneath the work table and sat. Clara stayed standing. She leaned against the doorframe, close enough to see Lucia's hands, chapped and red at the knuckles from lye soap. The wardrobe room smelled of camphor and old velvet, and the faint sweet rot of costumes that had been worn too many times by too many bodies. Clara knew that smell. Fabric held everything. "Miss Conti, I have news about Marco Valenti." Lucia's hands went still. The needle caught the light. "Marco is dead. He was found at the bottom of a staircase in a boarding house off Leather Lane on Monday morning. The coroner has ruled it a fall." The colour left Lucia's face. Not all at once. It drained, like water through cloth. Her mouth opened, closed. "No," she said. "No, that is not..." Her hands found the edge of the work table. Not grief, Clara thought. Not exactly. Shock, and something older. Someone watching the last piece of a world she'd known disappear. Marco had frightened her, but Marco had also been Milan, and Juliana, and the life before London, and now that was gone too. "He was not a good man," Lucia said, "but I knew him, from before, when things were different." She pressed her hand flat on the wood. "A fall. You said a fall." "That is what the coroner ruled." Lucia looked at him. Her eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. Marco had a dancer's balance. Light, precise. He did not fall. "No," Graham said. "I don't think he did either." Before he died, Marco left a note. He left it for Miss Wetherly. Graham paused. Let it sit. He said he was behind the stage that night, in the corridor near the dressing rooms, and he saw a woman. A woman he did not recognise, moving quickly, away from the dressing rooms. The silence stretched. Lucia's hands tightened on the green fabric. "A woman," she said. "You think a woman did this?" Graham waited. "You think..." Lucia's voice changed. The steadiness cracked. "You think it was me?" "I am asking what you saw, Miss Conti." "You think I killed her?" Lucia stood. The costume slid to the floor. "I loved her. I was with her for 3 years. 3 years, and I would not..." She stopped. Pressed her hands flat on the work table. Breathed. "Inspector." Her voice was low now. Controlled. "Marco knew me. He knew me from Milan, from before any of this. We sat at the same table. We drank the same wine. If Marco wanted to say it was Lucia, he would say Lucia. He would say my name. He said a woman he did not know." She looked at Graham. "That is not me." Clara felt the logic settle. Lucia was right. Marco knew every member of the company. He had followed Juliana from Italy. He had watched her world for years. If the woman in the corridor had been Lucia, he would have said so. Graham's face gave nothing away. "Who else was backstage that night, Miss Conti? Not just someone who shouldn't have been there. Someone who was. Someone you saw and didn't think twice about because they belonged." Lucia shook her head. "I was not in the corridor. I was..." She stopped. Her face closed. "I was in the prop store with Carmine. We were arguing. I heard nothing. I saw nothing. When I went to the dressing room, she was... Her voice broke. She sat back down, picked up the costume, held it in her lap. I cannot help you, Inspector. I wish I could. Clara pushed off the door frame. Lucia. Both Graham and Lucia looked at her. Clara crouched beside the table, not standing over her, not interrogating. Level. The woman Marco saw. You said he would have named someone he knew. But think about it differently. Not who shouldn't have been backstage. Who was always there? Someone you'd see and not think twice about. A patron's wife. A sponsor. Someone the doorman would wave through. Lucia's brow creased. She did not answer for a long time. Many people come backstage, she said, after the performances. The patrons, their wives. They bring flowers. They stand in the corridor and wait to be noticed. She shook her head. I do not remember anyone from that night. I was not paying attention. I was... She stopped. I was elsewhere. Graham stood. If you remember anything, anyone at all, even someone you'd expect to see, you will send word. Lucia nodded. She did not look up. In the corridor, Graham was quiet. Then he said, I've spent 12 years listening to people lie to me, Clara. I've heard every kind. The practised kind, the panicked kind, the kind that sounds more truthful than the truth. He rubbed the back of his neck. She didn't do it. Clara let out a breath she hadn't known she was holding. Her logic is sound. Marco would have named her. Her logic is sound, and her grief is real, and she is carrying enough guilt about that night without adding murder to it. He glanced at her. You saw it too, when you asked about the patrons, the wives, her face. She didn't remember anyone? No, but she thought about it. She tried. He stood for a moment in the dim passage, the sounds of the theatre moving around them, hammering somewhere above, a woman's voice running scales in a distant room. Thank you for coming. Clara looked at him. He was not a man who said that easily. Don't thank me yet, she said. We haven't spoken to Edith. The corner of his mouth moved, not a smile. The ghost of one. God help us both. Up 2 narrow staircases, the air thinning, they found Edith Carr in the rehearsal room. She was standing at the piano, sheet music open in front of her, her posture the kind of straight that took effort. She turned when they came in, bored, contemptuous, ready, and Clara thought, she has been practising this too. Inspector Redgrave. Edith closed the music. Again. Miss Carr, a few more questions. I've answered your questions. Twice. Then a third time should be easy. Graham pulled out a chair. He did not sit in it. He stood behind it with his hands on the back. The night of the murder. You told my sergeant you were in the green room during the performance. The whole performance. I was. We've spoken to someone who saw you elsewhere. Edith's chin lifted. A fraction. Clara watched it happen and thought, he's stretching. Graham did not have a witness who placed Edith elsewhere. He had a hunch and a gap in the timeline, and he was pressing it like a bruise to see what bled. Edith said nothing for a long moment. Her fingers rested on the closed pages. Her jaw worked. I stepped out, she said, briefly. Where? That is not your concern, Inspector. Miss Carr, a woman is dead. Everything that happened in this building that night is my concern. Edith's composure held, but her colour changed, not the flush of guilt. Clara had seen guilt in her shop 100 times, in women who came for remedies they didn't want to name. This was different. Edith was embarrassed. I met with someone, out back, near the loading bay, a private conversation. About my career, Inspector. About leaving this theatre and taking a position elsewhere. She said it flat, matter of fact, but her cheeks were high. I was in discussion with Mr. Fenwick. He manages the Prince of Wales's company. We had been corresponding for some weeks, and the only time he could meet was during the performance. So I stepped out. For 20 minutes. Perhaps less. Graham's expression did not change. Mr. Fenwick, you have his address? His offices are on the Strand. Number 42. He will confirm it. Edith looked at him. I was trying to leave. Not because I killed anyone. Because I was suffocating. 3 years understudying a woman who would never retire and a management that would never promote me. I wanted my own stage. Is that a crime? No, Graham said. It is not. He let the silence hold. Then, Marco Valenti. Before he died, he saw a woman behind the stage that night, near the dressing rooms, someone unfamiliar. Edith's eyes narrowed. A woman. Someone he did not recognise. Edith said nothing. She looked at the piano, at the empty rehearsal room with its high windows and dust motes turning in the light. Well, she said, wives are vicious creatures, Inspector. I should look closer to home if I were you. Graham went still. What do you mean by that? I mean what everyone in this theatre means, and no one will say to your face. Edith turned back to the piano, as though the conversation were already over. Everyone knew about the affair. Everyone knew the wife was humiliated, paraded in front of, season after season. Did I see anyone backstage? No, I was at the loading bay with Mr. Fenwick, discussing my future. But you asked me what I think, and I think you are looking too hard at the company and not hard enough at the box seats. That is speculation, Miss Carr. Yes. She turned a page. It is. Graham buttoned his coat and turned to leave. Clara followed. Outside, Graham stood on the pavement. The wind had picked up. Clara pulled her coat tighter and waited. She didn't see anyone, Clara said. No. But she said it, and she's not a woman who says things she hasn't thought about. Graham was quiet. He looked at the theatre, then at Clara. You're cold? I'm fine. You're cold, and you won't say so because you think it will make me fuss. He flagged a cab. Get in. I'll buy you tea and we can argue about whether Edith Carr's opinion constitutes evidence. It doesn't. No, it does not. The cab pulled up. He held the door. But she said it, and I cannot unhear it, and that is going to keep me awake tonight. In the cab, Clara said, gossip in a better dress. That's what it is. It's not nothing either. Graham looked out the window. Your words, not mine. They were quiet for a moment. The cab rocked over a bad stretch of road. Then Graham said, The Commissioner has given me the theft reports. Clara looked at him. 4 incidents this season. Brooches, bracelets, small pieces, all from the boxes, all during intervals. He wants them solved. Graham's mouth thinned. My murder investigation is inconvenient. The thefts are manageable. I believe the Commissioner would prefer I occupy myself with smaller problems. Will you? I'll look at the reports. I would be a fool not to. Whoever is stealing from the boxes knows this building. Every corridor, every interval, every empty passage. Clara was quiet. The cab rocked. Something was turning in her head. Not a thought yet, just the edge of one. Graham, what if it isn't about love? He looked at her. Everyone we've spoken to, Marco, Lucia, Edith, it's all about passion, jealousy, affairs. But what if that's not what this is? She thought of the Duchess's household. The missing trinkets, the jewellery, the small paintings no one noticed were gone. The footman dead at the bottom of the stairs, and everyone assuming it was a love affair gone wrong, until Clara had found the pawnbroker's receipts in his room. At the Duchess's. Do you remember? Everyone thought it was about the affair. It wasn't. It was about the stealing. The murder was to cover the theft. Graham was still. You have theft reports. 4 incidents this season, all from the boxes. Someone in that theatre is stealing. And Juliana's dressing room was full of trinkets, gifts, brooches, things men gave her. What if some of those weren't gifts at all? What if they were stolen and she didn't know? Or she found out? Graham leaned back against the seat. You're saying someone killed her to keep a theft quiet. I'm saying cross-reference your stolen items with the evidence catalogue from her dressing room. See if anything matches. He was quiet for a long time. That is a long reach, Clara. So was the churchyard in Clerkenwell, and I was right about that. He did not argue. The cab let her down at the corner of her own street as the gas lamps caught. The shop was cold when she came home, not the cold of a fire gone out. The hearth was banked and glowing, exactly as she had left it. A different cold. the kind that came from inside the walls, that pressed against her skin and raised the hair on her arms and had nothing to do with the weather. "Grandmother!" Clara set down her bag. The lavender on the counter was sharp, not the warm, faded scent that usually drifted through the shop, but something raw and bitter, the way lavender smelled when you crushed it too hard. "Grandmother!" Clara said. The candle on the counter, the one she kept beside the photograph, guttered and went out. The shop was dim. The cold pressed closer. Clara stood very still. She had lived with her grandmother's ghost for years. She knew every mood her grandmother had: warmth, comfort, the steady candle when Graham was near. This was new. Something was wrong, and her grandmother could not say what. The jar of rue rattled on the shelf, rattled again, slid an inch toward the edge and stopped, as though a hand had pushed it, and then thought better. "I don't understand," Clara said. "Tell me." The rue jar shook once more, hard, and then the cold began to ease. The lavender softened. Whatever her grandmother had been trying to say, she had spent herself saying it. Clara reached up and steadied the jar. Rue. She kept it for the bitterest remedies, the ones women asked for quietly, at the end of the day, when the shop was empty. She could not think why her grandmother would push it. She set the jar back on the shelf and stood there for a moment. Then she went to the work table where her tarot deck sat in its cloth. She did not always draw a card. She drew one now. 3 of swords, 3 blades through a heart. Clara looked at it for a long time. Betrayal, heartbreak, a wound that came from someone close. She put the card down. She was thinking about theft, about the Duchess's household, about brooches and trinkets, and someone covering their tracks. The card did not fit. She set it aside the way she sometimes set aside the things her grandmother told her, carefully, without understanding, for later. She lit the candle again and went to make tea.
Marmalade's observations, in which a jar will not stop moving and my nap is ruined. The jar has been rattling since the last cold rain, the bitter one. 3rd shelf behind the chamomile, the one that smells sharp and makes my nose itch when the lid is off. The ghost has been pushing it 3 times yesterday. Twice this morning while Clara was out. Once while I was sleeping, which I will not forgive. I put my paw on it. It vibrated under my pad. I removed my paw. It moved another inch. I put my paw back. We did this 4 times. The ghost won. The ghost always wins. I went to the windowsill and washed my face and pretended the whole business had not happened. Clara came home in the middle of the afternoon. She had not eaten. I checked the bread when she set her bag down, and it was untouched from the morning. 3 cups of cold tea on the work table from before she left. She is not taking care of herself. This is noted. She smelled of the tall one and the big dusty building, camphor and old velvet and too many bodies. She stood in the shop and spoke to the ghost, and the ghost rattled the jar again, and Clara took it down and looked at it and put it back. Then she sat at the work table and turned over one of her picture cards, the one with the swords, and stared at it for a long time. She put it down. She made more tea. She did not drink it. The ghost was not calm after this. The air pressed and the lavender burned and the floorboards hummed. Clara picked up the jar, put it back, picked up the card, put it down. She does this. The ghost rattles and Clara tidies, and neither of them gets anywhere. She went upstairs. She did not eat supper. I have noted this too. The street was dark. The square one in the dark uniform was at his post. The other one, the one in the dark coat, the one who appears when the tall one visits and leaves when the tall one leaves, was not there tonight. The tall one had not come. There was no one for him to follow. I settled on the windowsill. The jar was still. The ghost had worn herself out. My bowl was not full. I went upstairs and sat on Clara's pillow and stared at her until she understood. She came down in her wrapper and filled it. This took 4 minutes. Her standards are slipping. I have concerns.
Chapter 16. Dorothea arrived first, trailing the smell of pressed linen and chalk marks, a bolt of muslin under one arm. "I brought the muslin for your curtains," she said, setting it on the counter beside the scales. And I brought news, but the news will wait until everyone is here, because I am not telling it twice." "Is it good news?" Clara said. "It is interesting news. Put the kettle on." Clara put the kettle on. She had learned years ago that Dorothea's interesting news was worth more than most people's urgent news, and that it arrived on Dorothea's schedule and no one else's. Mrs. Penfield came through the back door 10 minutes later with a basket of scones, and Harriet behind her. Harriet had a book under her arm. She always had a book under her arm, and she set it on the table spine up and open, which meant she was in the middle of a chapter and resented being pulled away from it. "I was at a very good part," Harriet said. "You are always at a very good part," Mrs. Penfield said. "Sit down. Clara, are those the ginger scones or the plain?" "Plain. I ran out of ginger on Tuesday." "I brought ginger." Mrs. Penfield produced a jar from the basket. "And butter. And the marmalade from Mrs. Alcott's cook, which I am told is extraordinary, but I have my doubts." Marmalade lifted his head from the windowsill, decided nothing in the basket concerned him, and went back to sleep. They gathered around the table, the small one in the back of the shop, the one with the scarred wood and the herbs overhead. Clara poured tea. Mrs. Penfield cut scones. Harriet closed her book with visible effort. Dorothea sat with her hands folded and waited, and Clara could see she was waiting, and so could Mrs. Penfield, who said, "Out with it, Dorothea. You are sitting there like a woman who has swallowed a secret and is choking on it." "I am sitting here like a woman who has manners," Dorothea said. "But since you insist." She looked at Clara. "You told me about the musical. What Lady Beaumont said. The tributes, the parading." Clara nodded. She had told Dorothea the day after, standing in the fitting room while Dorothea pinned a hem, in pieces, between pins, the only way they ever talked about anything that mattered. "I've been thinking about it since," Dorothea said, "because it bothered me. Not what she said. Wives say bitter things, and she has cause. What bothered me was how she said it, as though she had seen it. Not heard about it, seen it." "That's what I thought," Clara said. "So I asked." Dorothea picked up her tea. "Not Lady Beaumont. I would never get near Lady Beaumont. But I know Margaret Lacey. She does Lady Beaumont's fittings. Has done for 6 years. Margaret and I trained under the same woman in Marylebone, and she trusts me, and I trust her, and neither of us repeats what is said in a fitting room." She paused. "Except when it matters." The shop was quiet. Even Harriet had stopped reaching for her book. "In January," Dorothea said, "Lady Beaumont came to Margaret for a fitting. 3 gowns. Not her usual order. Lady Beaumont is careful with money, always has been, orders 2 gowns a season, and makes last year's do for the rest. But in January she ordered 3, and she was pleased about it. Margaret said she had not seen her so pleased in years." Dorothea set down her cup. "The gowns were for Paris." Clara's hands went still on the teapot. "No, Lady Beaumont told Margaret she and her husband were going. A trip. Just the 2 of them. She talked about it without rushing, not giddy, not foolish, relieved. She said she had found papers in his study, travel arrangements. She believed he was planning a surprise." Mrs. Penfield's knife stopped on the scone she was buttering. "She chose fabrics," Dorothea said. "She discussed the cut. She came back twice for adjustments. She was happy, Clara. Margaret said it was the first time in years she had seen her happy." No one spoke. Clara could hear the clock on the shelf and the faint sound of the street through the front window and Marmalade's breathing from the sill. "And then," Dorothea said, "in March, weeks before the murder, she cancelled everything. All 3 gowns. Sent a note. Did not come in person. Margaret wrote to ask if something was wrong and received no reply." Clara sat back. "She found out," Clara said. "She found out," Dorothea said, "and she cancelled the gowns 2 weeks before Juliana Rossetti was strangled in her dressing room." The table was silent. Mrs. Penfield set down the butter knife. She picked it up again. She set it down. Clara had never seen Mrs. Penfield at a loss for words. It lasted 4 seconds. "Well," Mrs. Penfield said, "that changes things." "It changes everything," Harriet said. She had gone pale. "That's not jealousy. She thought he was coming back to her. She thought the trip meant he had chosen her. And then she found out he hadn't chosen her at all. He'd chosen the other woman. We don't know what she did with that, Clara said. She could feel the room pulling toward a conclusion, and she was not ready to let it. No, Dorothea said. We don't. But you asked me how Lady Beaumont knew about the tributes, about one man's gift paraded before another. And I think the answer is that she went to that dressing room. I think she saw it. I think she saw all of it, the flowers, the scarves, the gifts, and she saw what her husband's money had bought for another woman while she was ordering gowns for a trip that was never hers. Clara looked at the table, the scones, the tea, the four of them sitting in her shop on a Wednesday afternoon, while something terrible took form between the teacups. Clara, Mrs. Penfield's voice was careful now, not her usual voice. What are you going to do with this? I'm going to think about it. You're going to tell Inspector Redgrave. I'm going to think about it first. Clara picked up her cup. The tea had gone cold. Dorothea, does Margaret know why I'm asking? Margaret knows I asked about Lady Beaumont's order. She does not know why. She will not ask. That is not how we work. Good. Keep it that way. Harriet had her hands flat on the table, her book forgotten, her face tight. In my books, Harriet said, this is the part where the detective realises the answer was in front of them the whole time, the person nobody suspected, because nobody was looking. This isn't one of your books, Harriet. No, Harriet said. In my books, the killer gets caught. Nobody reached for a scone. Clara was staring at the table, but she was not seeing the table. She was seeing the theatre, the opera, the boxes above the stage, gilt and velvet, and the Beaumont box, and the seat. Lady Beaumont's seat. Empty. She had looked up during the encore, and it had been empty, and she had not thought about it again, because why would she? But Lady Beaumont had ordered 3 gowns for Paris, and cancelled them weeks before a woman was strangled in a dressing room, and her seat had been empty before the encore ended. She had not been in it. She had been somewhere else. I need to talk to Graham, Clara said. Yes, Mrs. Penfield said. You do. Dorothea stood. She picked up the bolt of muslin from the counter and set it on the chair. For your curtains, she said. When you have time. There is no hurry. She kissed Clara's cheek. Mrs. Penfield gathered the scones. Harriet picked up her book and held it against her chest and looked at Clara in the doorway and said, Be careful. I'm always careful. You are never careful. That is what worries me. They left. The shop was quiet. Clara stood at the counter with a table full of crumbs and the last of the tea cooling in the pot. She washed the cups. She swept the crumbs. 3 gowns for Paris. Cancelled in March. A seat empty before the encore ended. And a soprano, dead, with a silk scarf around her throat. Chapter 17. The shop smelled of lemon balm and rain. Clara had been drying bundles since morning, hanging them from the beams above the counter, the stems still damp from the garden, and the air was sharp and green and had nowhere to go. Graham arrived at 4:30. He did not knock. He had stopped knocking weeks ago, and Clara had stopped pretending she minded. He sat in his chair. She poured tea without asking. These were the rituals now, small, domestic, neither of them willing to name them. Marmalade appeared from behind the counter and wound once around Graham's ankle before retreating to the windowsill. This was also ritual. 1 circuit, no more. They found the stolen items, Graham said. Clara set the pot down. Among Juliana's things. A garnet brooch. It matched one of the pieces reported missing from the boxes. The trail led to Hale. He picked up the cup. Did not drink. He gave her the brooch. A stolen piece. Given to the woman he claimed to love. Hale admitted to it. To the thefts. All of them. He has been stealing paste jewellery and small pieces from boxes during intervals for months. His backstage knowledge, the thing you noticed at the theatre, was not from composing. It was from stealing. Graham turned the cup in his hands. Hale is charged with the thefts. The commissioner is content to leave it there. And you believe that? No. He set the cup down. Juliana never threatened him. She never asked where the brooch came from. She never looked too closely at the men who gave her things. His secret was never in danger. The murder motive collapses the moment you press it. He looked at her. But it does not matter what I believe. Hale is charged with the thefts. Marco Valenti killed Giuliana Rossetti, then drank himself into a stupor and fell down a staircase. Both cases closed. The commissioner is satisfied. My superintendent is satisfied. Everyone above me is satisfied. And you? I am not satisfied. The words landed flat, like something rehearsed on the walkover. That was not an accidental fall, and I am expected to accept that it was. He turned the cup again without drinking. And I am expected to stop asking questions about Lord Beaumont. You still think it was Beaumont? I have thought it was Beaumont since his solicitors appeared. Men do not send solicitors unless they have something to protect. The muscle in his jaw worked, and no one wants me to prove it, and every door I have tried has closed before I could knock. Clara sat across from him. Water dripped from the damp bundles overhead. She watched his hands on the cup, tight, the knuckles pale, and thought about what she was about to do to him. Graham! He looked up. What if Beaumont didn't kill her? His face changed. Not anger, confusion, as though she had switched languages mid-sentence. You think Beaumont is innocent? I think something is wrong with the shape of it. I've thought so since the musicale. She paused, chose her words. What if he's not hiding what he did? What if he's hiding what someone else did? Who? Clara reached for the teapot, poured herself a cup she did not need. Her hands wanted something to hold. I spoke to Dorothea. She has a friend, Margaret Lacey, who does Lady Beaumont's fittings. Has done for years. In January, Lady Beaumont ordered 3 gowns for Paris. Paris, Graham said. He sat forward. 3 gowns, expensive. Not her usual order. Lady Beaumont is careful with money, but she was happy about it. She had found arrangements for a trip in her husband's study and believed it was for her. Paris, Graham said it again, slower. The unsigned letter in Juliana's dressing room. Someone was taking her to Paris. What if that is not a coincidence? What if that letter was from Beaumont? Graham's brow creased. I don't understand. What does that have to do with dresses? Just follow me for a moment. This is what I think happened. Clara set down her cup. Lady Beaumont found papers about Paris and thought the trip was for her. She was so pleased she ordered gowns. But in March, weeks before the murder, she cancelled everything. All 3 gowns. Sent a note. Did not come in person. Graham's face was changing. What if she found out Lord Beaumont was not taking her to Paris at all? What if he was taking Juliana? She watched the thought land. Humiliation is one thing, Graham. A wife can endure that. Lady Beaumont has endured it for years. But utter ruin, her husband running off with his mistress, abandoning her entirely, that is something different. Graham stood, walked to the window, stood there with his back to her, looking at the street. And there's more, Clara said. The night of the murder. During the encore, I looked up at the Beaumont box. Lady Beaumont's seat was empty. He turned. I didn't think about it, not then, not for weeks, because she is the kind of woman no one thinks about. She sits beside her husband and smiles, and leaves, and no one notices when she goes. Clara held his gaze, but her seat was empty before the encore ended. She was not in it. She was somewhere else in that theatre. The shop was quiet. Water dripped from the beams. Marmalade watched from the sill with his ears forward. Graham ran his hand through his hair. She had seen him do this before. Twice, perhaps 3 times in all the months she had known him. It meant he had run out of professional composure and was operating on whatever was underneath. You cannot be serious. I am serious. Clara? He came back to the table, did not sit. His hands were flat on the wood, his weight forward. Every door in London has closed in my face over this case. Everyone. And now you are telling me I have been pushing on the wrong door. You are telling me it was his wife. I am telling you he is covering for her. That is why the solicitors. That is why the blocking. Not because he killed Juliana, because he knows who did. Graham stared at her. She could see him turning it. The whole case. every piece, and she could see the moment each piece settled into a new position. The Paris letter, the cancelled gowns, the solicitors who appeared not when Graham accused Beaumont, but when the investigation moved toward the dressing room, toward the night itself, toward anyone who might have been backstage. Marco, Graham said, Marco saw a woman in the corridor. A woman he did not recognise. Not Lucia, not Edith, not anyone from the company. Lady Beaumont. Lady Beaumont. He pulled out the chair, sat, put both hands over his face, and held them there for a long moment. When he dropped them, he looked exhausted. Well, he said, that has made everything considerably worse. I know. I cannot touch her, Clara. You understand that? An earl's wife. His solicitors have buried me, and that was when I was aimed at the wrong person. He shook his head. She is behind a wall I cannot even see, let alone climb. Clara said nothing. She had seen this coming. In Dorothea's fitting room, at the ladies' table, in every hour since. The truth did not help. The truth made it worse. And Marco. The fight had gone out of him. Marco gave a statement. He told me he saw a woman backstage, someone he did not recognise. It is in my notes. His gaze dropped to the table. And then Marco died. Neither of them spoke. Our prime suspect, the one man who claimed to have seen someone else backstage, suddenly falls down a staircase. It is too convenient. He pressed his fingers against his eyes. And I cannot prove that either. No. So I have a murdered soprano, a dead witness, a theory I cannot prove, and a suspect I cannot reach. He dropped his hand. Is that the shape of it? That is the shape of it. He stood, reached for his hat, paused at the door. You realise you've just taken my entire investigation apart? You're welcome. The corner of his mouth moved. Not quite a smile. That was not a compliment, Clara. It wasn't meant to be one. He put on his hat and went out into the rain. Clara washed the cups. She swept the crumbs from the table. She put the kettle back on the stove because the shop felt cold without him in it, though she would not have said so. Marmalade had moved from the sill to the counter and was watching her with the patient, unblinking attention that meant his bowl was empty or the world was ending. She filled the bowl. He accepted this without comment. She stood at the counter with her hands on the wood and thought about walls she could not climb and doors that would not open. The gilded leaf was on its stand beside the scales, closed, the leather cover dark with age and use. Clara had not opened it today. She had not needed to. Genevieve had not stirred all afternoon. No lavender, no rattling, no pages turning, of their own accord. But now the cover lifted, slowly, as though a hand were drawing back a blanket. The pages riffled, not from wind, there was no wind, and settled. Clara looked down. Her grandmother's handwriting. Small, precise, certain. Atropa Belladonna, the beautiful lady. Below it, notes on preparation and dosage in Genevieve's careful hand. But Clara was not reading the notes. She was reading the name. Beautiful lady. She thought of Belladonna, where it grew, her poison garden, the locked gate on the Duchess's grounds, where the nightshade spread in the shade of the wall, where Clara kept the only key, the Duchess of Thornfield, who had known her grandmother, who had sheltered Clara's most dangerous plants behind her own walls, who moved through the drawing rooms of London with the kind of authority that opened every door Graham had found closed. The Duchess could call on Lady Beaumont, the Duchess could bring a guest. Grandmother, she said aloud, you are a genius. The lavender came then, faint, warm, unmistakable, and if the candle on the counter flickered, just once, as though someone were laughing, Clara chose not to mention it. Chapter 18. The poison garden smelled of whetstone and something older, earth that had been turned and turned again, season after season, until it held the memory of every root that had ever split it open. Clara let herself through the gate with the brass key she kept on a chain inside her coat. The lock was stiff from the last rain, and she had to work it with both hands before the mechanism gave. The wall was 8 feet of brick, moss dark, older than the Duchess and older than the house behind it. Inside, the air changed. Cooler. Greener. The smell of a place that grew things no one was meant to touch. The Duchess would not be ready to receive her for another half hour. A note had been waiting at the door when Clara arrived, apologising for the delay and asking her to make herself comfortable. Clara had made herself comfortable the only way she knew how in this place, with her hands in the dirt and her mind on what was growing. The monkshood was flowering early. She cut it back before the seeds could set. The foxglove near the south wall had been struggling since March, its leaves spotted and curling at the edges. The murder, the case, the long nights at the work table with the gilded leaf open beside her. Everything had crowded out the work that did not involve death. Except this garden was nothing but death, handled carefully. She crouched beside the foxglove and pressed a thumb to the soil. Too wet? The drainage had silted up again. She would need to dig out the channel before the roots sat in water long enough to rot. She pulled her gloves from her coat pocket and set to work, clearing the gravel with her fingers, packing the soil back from the stem. The foxglove was beautiful, digitalis purpurea, its spotted bells hanging in a spire that could restart a heart or stop one, depending on the dose. Genevieve had taught her that. Genevieve had taught her everything in this garden. The belladonna was against the east wall, where it liked the shade. Atropa belladonna, the beautiful lady. It had spread since Clara's last visit, new shoots pushing through the leaf litter, dark-stemmed and glossy, already setting buds. She stood and crossed to it, crouching again, turning a leaf between her fingers. The plant her grandmother had opened the gilded leaf to, the name Clara had understood. A beautiful lady who killed. She heard the footsteps on the gravel path outside the wall before the voice. "I thought I might find you here." The Duchess of Thornfield stood at the open gate, one hand on the frame, the other holding the collar of her coat against the morning. She was dressed for calling, not for the garden, but she had come out anyway. "Your foxglove is drowning," Clara said, still crouched. "The drainage channel is blocked." "Then I am grateful you are here to save it." The Duchess stepped inside the wall and pulled the gate closed behind her. She did not come further. She never did. She respected the garden the way she had respected Genevieve, with the understanding that some knowledge was not hers to handle. She stood at the entrance and watched Clara work. "How is the monkshood?" "Flowering early. I've cut it back." Clara wiped her hands on her apron and stood. "It will need another trimming in a fortnight." "I shall put it in my diary." The Duchess's tone was dry. She did not keep a diary. She kept a household of 40 and the social calendar of a woman who had outlasted 3 prime ministers. "You did not come for the monkshood, Clara." Clara pulled off her gloves. "No. Nor for the foxglove, I suspect, though I appreciate the rescue." The Duchess studied her. Silver hair, dark eyes, the gaze of a woman who had been assessing people since before Clara's mother was born. "You have that look your grandmother used to get. Just before she did something that would cause me a great deal of trouble. I need to call on Lady Beaumont." The words landed in the walled garden and stayed there, held by the brick and the moss and the cool green air. The Duchess did not speak immediately. She looked at Clara, and Clara saw her measuring it, the ask, the cost, all of it, before a single word came back. "You believe she is involved?" "I believe I need to speak with her, privately." "That is not what I asked." Clara met her gaze. "No." The Duchess looked past Clara to the belladonna against the east wall, the beautiful lady spreading in the shade. She looked at it for a long moment. "Your grandmother once asked me to trust her judgment about a patient everyone else had given up on. I told her she was mad. She told me she was right." The Duchess pulled her collar tighter. "She was right." "I know. If I bring you into that woman's drawing room and you are wrong, the consequences fall on me as well as you. You understand that?" "I understand." The Duchess nodded once. Brisk, decided. "Then we shall go this afternoon. I will send word that I am calling and that I am bringing a guest." She turned toward the gate, then stopped. "Lock up your garden, Clara. We have a different kind of house call to make." The Beaumont house was in Mayfair, behind a facade of cream stone and black railings that told the street exactly what it needed to know about the people inside. A footman opened the door before the Duchess's driver had set the step. They were expected. The drawing room was pale blue and cream, immaculate, cold, every surface polished, every cushion placed, every ornament aligned. It smelled of beeswax and hothouse flowers, lilies, white, arranged in a crystal vase on the mantel, with the precision of someone who wanted beauty without disorder. Clara looked at the room and thought, this is a woman who controls what she can because she cannot control what matters. Lady Beaumont received them standing. She was smaller than Clara remembered from the opera, shorter, narrower, the kind of woman who diminished when she was not beside her husband. Dove, grey dress, high collar, hair pinned without a strand loose. Her smile was perfect and reached nowhere near her eyes. "Your Grace, what a pleasure." She turned to Clara. Her smile thinned, barely briefly, smoothed before the Duchess could notice. "And Miss Wetherly, how kind of you to come." "Miss Wetherly has been advising me on my gardens," the Duchess said, settling into the offered chair with the authority of a woman who had been settling into other people's chairs for 50 years. "She's quite indispensable. I thought you might enjoy meeting her properly. You were introduced at the musicale, I believe, but only briefly." "Of course." Lady Beaumont rang for tea. "Please, sit." They sat. Tea came. The Duchess accepted a cup and launched into conversation with the ease of a woman who could sustain talk on any subject for any duration. The opera season, the weather, the difficulty of finding competent staff, the price of coal. Lady Beaumont responded in kind. Her voice was pleasant and even. Her hands were steady on the saucer. She laughed at the right moments and asked the right questions and was, in every visible way, exactly the woman she had been trained to be since girlhood. Clara watched. She held her cup and said very little, and watched the way Lady Beaumont's fingers rested on the arm of her chair. Lightly, precisely, as though she had learned long ago not to grip anything too tightly in case it was taken from her. The Duchess set down her cup. "Lady Beaumont, would you forgive me terribly if I imposed upon your housekeeper for a moment? I have been looking for a particular lace pattern for months, and my own woman is hopeless. I am told yours has exceptional taste. Would you mind if I had a word with her? I shan't be long." "Of course, Your Grace. I'll have Simmons show you up." The Duchess rose. She looked at Clara. A single, steady glance that said everything it needed to say. Then she followed the footman out of the room. The door closed. The drawing room was very quiet. The lilies smelled of nothing. Hothouse bread. Beautiful. Scentless. The clock on the mantel ticked. Lady Beaumont lifted her cup, drank, set it down. Her composure was intact. Her hands were still steady. Clara did not speak. Graham had given her this. "People cannot bear silence," he had told her once. "They will fill it. Every time." She waited. Lady Beaumont looked at her. Looked at the door the Duchess had gone through. Looked back. "Why are you here, Miss Wetherly?" Lady Beaumont's hand moved to the arm of the chair. The fingers pressed down, just slightly, just enough to whiten the knuckles, and then released. Clara set her cup on the table between them. She folded her hands in her lap. "In January you ordered 3 gowns from your dressmaker. Expensive ones, not your usual order. For Paris." The clock ticked. Lady Beaumont did not move. "You were happy about it. You believed the trip was for you. A holiday with your husband. You told your dressmaker as much." Clara kept her voice level. Not accusatory, not sympathetic. Steady, the way she spoke to a patient who needed to hear something difficult. "And then you cancelled the order. All 3 gowns, before the murder." "I don't see what my dressmaker has to do with anything." "Your seat was empty before the encore ended. I was in the theatre. I looked up at your box during the final applause, and your chair was empty." Something moved behind Lady Beaumont's eyes. Not fear, not yet. The recognition that the ground she was standing on had shifted. "At the musicale, you said something about Giuliana Rossetti, that she was shameless, accepting tributes from one gentleman and parading them before another." Clara paused. Let the silence hold. "That is not gossip, Lady Beaumont. That is something a person would know if they had been in that dressing room, if they had seen what was there." The clock ticked. The lilies held their scentless vigil on the mantel. Lady Beaumont's hand was on the chair arm again, the knuckles white. She did not speak. Clara waited. The silence stretched. 10 seconds. 20. The fire cracked in the grate and Lady Beaumont flinched. A small, sharp movement, as though the sound had come from somewhere else entirely. "You don't know what you're talking about." Clara said nothing. "You're a shopkeeper. You have no idea what it is to—" Lady Beaumont stopped. Her jaw tightened. She looked at the window, at the street, at the pale afternoon light falling through glass that had been cleaned that morning by someone whose name she probably did not know. Clara waited. "He was going to leave me." The words came out flat, stripped of performance, stripped of composure, stripped of everything Lady Beaumont had spent decades constructing. Just the fact, bare on the drawing room floor. "I found the papers in his study. A trip to Paris. Arrangements for 2. Not for the household, not with the children. For 2. Her voice was steady, but the steadiness cost her. Clara could see it in the tendons of her neck, the way she held herself upright as though something in her spine might give way if she allowed it. "I thought it was for me. I was so pleased. I cannot tell you how pleased. I ordered gowns. I told my dressmaker I wanted something beautiful for Paris." She stopped, swallowed. "And then I found the rest. The letters, the arrangements for a house, not a hotel, a house, in Montmartre, for them, for him and that woman." Her fingers curled against the chair arm. "I was not going to Paris, Miss Wetherly. I was going to be left behind. Abandoned. In this house. With everything I have endured for 20 years made public and permanent." "When did you find out?" "March, 3 weeks before she died." Lady Beaumont closed her eyes briefly. "I cancelled the gowns. I could not bear to look at them." The fire settled in the grate. Clara did not move, did not speak, did not reach for her cup. She let the room hold what Lady Beaumont had just given it. "On the night of the performance," Clara said, after the silence had done its work, "you did not leave early." "No. You went backstage." Lady Beaumont looked at her. The composure was gone now, not shattered, but set aside, like a garment she had taken off and folded and placed on the chair beside her. What was underneath was smaller than the clothes had made her look. "I know the theatre. I've been going there for 15 years. I know where the dressing rooms are. I know which corridors are empty during the encore. Everyone is in the wings or in the house." She pressed her palms flat against her skirt. "I went to speak with her. That is all I intended. I went to ask her, to beg her, to leave him alone, to let me keep what little I had left." "And what happened?" She laughed. Lady Beaumont's voice cracked on the word, and she caught it, held it, forced it level again. Not cruelly, or perhaps it was cruel, I don't know any more. She told me they were going to Paris together, that it had been arranged for months, that I would be left behind, and there was nothing to be done about it. Lady Beaumont stood, walked to the window, stood there with her back half turned, her hands clasped in front of her. I asked her, "Do you believe it? He would do that to me? I would be ruined. Everything I have built, everything I have borne, all of it for nothing." She shook her head slowly. She did not care. All she cared about were the trinkets, the flowers, the jewellery, the attention. She told me she did not even love him. The last 4 words fell into the room, like stones, into still water. She did not even love him. She was going to take everything I had, my husband, my position, my life as I know it, and she did not even love him. It was nothing to her. I was nothing to her. Clara sat very still. She turned her back on me, picked up that white scarf and adjusted it in the mirror, as though I were a maid who had come to empty the basin. Lady Beaumont's voice had gone quiet now. Not a whisper, but something drained of volume, as though she were telling it from a great distance. I took hold of the scarf. I wanted her to turn around. I wanted her to look at me. I wanted her to see that I was a person and not furniture. She stopped. The gap. Clara could feel it, the place where the memory broke, where the sequence of events dissolved into something Lady Beaumont could not narrate because she had not been present for it. Her hands had been there. Her body had been there. But wherever Lady Beaumont went in that moment, it was not the dressing room. The next thing I knew, she was on the floor, and I heard footsteps in the corridor, and I let go and I ran. Lady Beaumont turned from the window. Her face was wet. She had not wiped it. She stood in her own drawing room, in her dove-grey dress, in her cream and blue perfection, and looked at Clara. Whatever relief the telling should have brought had not come. She looked smaller, without the secret, not lighter. She did not even love him, she said again, as though repetition could make it make sense, as though saying it enough times would explain how a woman could destroy another woman's life over something she did not even want. Clara sat with it. She did not comfort. She did not condemn. She looked at Lady Beaumont and saw a woman who had snapped, not from malice, not from calculation, but from the accumulated weight of 20 years of being no one in her own house. A lifetime of swallowing, one moment of being dismissed by the woman who was taking everything, and then a scarf, and then the floor, and then footsteps, and then running. It did not make it right. Nothing would make it right. Giuliana Rossetti was dead, and Marco Valenti was dead, and Lady Beaumont was standing in her drawing room crying, and none of it could be undone. Clara reached for the teapot, poured a fresh cup, set it on the table nearest Lady Beaumont. The gesture was small and inadequate, and it was the only thing Clara had. The craft, the cup, the ancient herbalist instinct to offer something warm to someone in pain, even when the pain was earned. Lady Beaumont looked at the cup, sat down, did not drink. Will you go to the police? I will tell Graham, Clara said. What he does with it, I cannot say. Lady Beaumont nodded, slowly, as though she had expected this answer, and had been preparing herself for it, and had found, now that it was here, that preparation had not helped. He will not be able to touch me, she said. Not with defiance, with exhaustion. My husband's solicitors will see to that. I know. They sat in the quiet room with the cold lilies and the ticking clock and the tea growing cool between them. Two women who understood exactly what was going to happen next and how little any of it would matter. Clara stood. She did not offer her hand. She did not say goodbye. She walked to the door and opened it, and went out into the hall, where the footman was waiting with her coat, and the Duchess was coming down the stairs with the housekeeper beside her, holding a piece of lace she would never use. The carriage smelled of the Duchess's perfume, rosewater and something sharper, cedar perhaps, from the wood of the cab walls. Clara sat with her hands in her lap and watched the streets pass and did not speak. The Duchess did not ask. She looked at Clara once, a long, careful look, and whatever she saw in Clara's face was enough. She settled against the seat and folded her hands and let the silence hold. They were halfway to Bloomsbury before Clara spoke. Thank you. Do not thank me yet, the Duchess said. Thank me when it is over. Clara looked out the window at the grey afternoon, at the carriages and the umbrellas, and the ordinary world going about its ordinary business, and she thought about a woman, in a dove-grey dress, sitting alone in a perfect room with a cup of tea she would not drink, waiting for whatever came next. She thought about Graham, what she would tell him, what it would cost him. She thought about a white scarf and a woman who turned her back and the sound of footsteps in a corridor and the terrible, irreversible distance between grabbing and letting go. The carriage turned onto Belrose Lane. Clara reached for her key. Chapter 19. She told him at his kitchen table, not hers. Clara had gone to Scotland Yard first, but the desk sergeant, Mills, the one who never looked up from his ledger, said the inspector had not come in today. Clara did not ask if he was well. She took a cab to the third-floor walk-up above the bookseller and knocked. Graham opened the door in his shirt sleeves. No waistcoat, no collar. His hair was pushed back, as though he had been running his hands through it for some time. He looked at her and stepped aside without a word. His rooms were sparse and book-lined and smelled of cold tea and pipe tobacco, though she had never seen him smoke. A framed photograph hung behind the small desk. A house in morning mist, the kind of house that came with a title. The curtains were half drawn. The fire was low. "Sit," he said. She sat at the narrow table by the window. He sat across from her. He did not offer tea. She did not ask for it. There were certain rituals for certain conversations, and they both knew this was not one that wanted warming. Clara told him what Lady Beaumont had said. All of it. The Paris papers in the study. The gowns ordered with delight and cancelled with fury. The dressing room during the encore. Juliana dismissing her, turning her back, adjusting the scarf. I wanted her to look at me. The gap where the memory broke. The footsteps, Marco's footsteps, and the running. She told him the 4 words that Lady Beaumont had said 3 times, as though repetition could make them bearable. She did not even love him. Graham listened. He did not interrupt. He did not take notes. His hands were flat on the table, and he watched Clara's face the way he watched witnesses, not for the facts, but for what the facts had done to the person delivering them. When she finished, the room was very quiet. You believe her, he said. I believe she killed Juliana Rossetti in a moment she cannot fully remember, and that she has been carrying it since. Yes. That is not evidence. No. A private confession in a drawing room, over tea. He pressed his fingers against his eyes. The commissioner will laugh me out of the building. I know. And the solicitors. I know, Graham. He dropped his hand, looked at her. She could see him doing the calculation. Not whether she was right, but whether it mattered that she was right. Whether truth weighed anything at all when the scales were built by the people it indicted. I will go to Beaumont, he said. He stood, walked to the window, shoulders set, spine rigid. Clara understood. The 3rd son of an earl, going to speak to a peer, not with a warrant, not with the law behind him, with knowledge and the willingness to use it like a blade. He went that afternoon. Clara waited at the shop. Marmalade was sleeping on the counter, and the late afternoon light fell through the window in long amber bars, and the dried herbs overhead smelled of chamomile and lemon balm and dust. Her world, small and steady, and hers. She swept the floor. She measured chamomile into jars. She wiped the counter around Marmalade, who did not move. She did the small, physical things that steadied her when the world was beyond her reach and her hands needed occupation. The gilded leaf was closed on its stand. Genevieve had not stirred all day. The lavender was faint, not absent, but resting. The candle on the counter burned steadily, without flicker. Whatever her grandmother had set in motion with the belladonna page, it had done its work. The ghost was satisfied, or as close to satisfied as a dead woman could be, when justice was imperfect, and the living had to carry the rest. His footsteps came at 6:30, measured, deliberate, heavier than usual. Clara's hand stopped on the chamomile jar, the warmth beneath her ribs, quick and certain, before she could think it away. The door opened. Graham stood in the doorway. He had not hung his hat. He had not moved toward his chair. One hand on the frame, looking at her, and whatever had happened in Mayfair was written across his face. The jaw set too tight, the eyes flat with something worse than anger. The warmth went cold. She crossed the shop, took his hat from his hand, hung it on the hook, set the cup in front of his chair, and waited for him to sit. He sat. He said nothing. Graham's voice was flat. I told him everything. His wife killed Juliana. He knew it. He sent the solicitors to stop me getting close, not to protect himself, but to protect her. And he sat behind his desk and listened to every word, and then he asked me to leave. Graham picked up the cup, set it down without drinking. He did not deny it. He did not threaten me. He did not call for his solicitors. He asked me to leave, and I left. Because there was nothing else to do. Because there was nothing else to do. The shop was quiet. Marmalade had moved from the counter to the windowsill, where he sat with his ears forward, watching the street. The last of the afternoon light was fading. Hale is sentenced for the thefts. 6 months. Graham turned the cup. The only person who will see the inside of a cell is the man who stole paste jewellery because he could not afford to eat. An earl's wife kills a woman and walks free. A struggling composer steals brooches and goes to prison. He looked up. That is the shape of English justice, Clara. Mrs. Penfield arrived at 7, with seed cake and Mrs. Turner. Dorothea came 10 minutes later with a basket of mending she had no intention of touching. Harriet arrived last, breathless and ink-stained, carrying the leather satchel that meant she'd been writing. Graham rose when they entered. He reached for his hat. "Sit down, Inspector," Mrs. Penfield said. "You are not leaving, and I am not asking." He sat. Clara told them what she could. Not the confession itself, not Lady Beaumont's words, but the shape of it. The case was closed. The wrong man had been blamed. The people responsible would not face justice. There would be no trial, no arrest, no public reckoning. Mrs. Penfield listened, with her hands folded in her lap. Her face gave nothing away. It never did, when the news was bad enough to matter. "The wife," Mrs. Penfield said. Clara looked at her. It was the wife. Mrs. Penfield did not make it a question. I have been alive long enough to know that when every obvious answer has been eliminated, you look at the person nobody bothered to suspect. She smoothed her skirt. When you told me what she said at the musicale, that remark about the tributes, I filed it as bitterness. It was knowledge. You could not have known. No, but I should have wondered. She turned to Graham. And you, Inspector. What will you do? Nothing, Graham said. There is nothing to do. The word landed in the room and stayed there. Mrs. Penfield regarded him for a long moment, flat, unsentimental, measuring what could be done with what was left. Then we will do what we have always done, she said. We will remember, we will know, and when the time comes, if it comes, we will be ready. She looked around the room. This is what we are for, not justice. Justice belongs to men in wigs, and it has failed us before, and will fail us again. We are for the truth. We hold it when no one else will. Harriet had her notebook open. She was not writing. She was holding the pen above the page, very still, as though she were listening for something she could not yet put into words. The wife did it, Harriet said quietly, and nobody saw her. Nobody ever does, Dorothea said. It was the first thing she had said all evening. She was looking at her hands in her lap, the hands that measured silk and pinned hems and dressed women who smiled at parties and wept in fitting rooms. Nobody ever sees the wife. The room held the silence. Mrs. Penfield cut the seed cake. They left at 9. Mrs. Penfield kissed Clara's cheek at the door. Brisk, unsentimental, the kind of kiss that meant I am proud of you, and I will deny it if asked. Mrs. Turner squeezed her hand. Dorothea said nothing, but held Clara's gaze for a moment longer than usual. Harriet was already walking, her notebook out, writing as she went. Graham was still at the table. Clara closed the door, turned to the lock, pulled the curtain across the glass. The shop was quiet. The herbs overhead smelled of lemon balm and something deeper. Rosemary, perhaps, or the last trace of the lavender that had been gentle all evening. Marmalade was asleep in the tarot drawer. Genevieve must have opened it for him. Clara almost smiled. Clara put the kettle on, not because either of them needed more tea, but because the kettle was the thing she reached for when the world was too large and her hands were too empty. She sat across from him. Graham was looking at the table. His hands were around the cup, the cold one, the one he had not drunk from all evening. The muscle in his jaw was working in the way it did when he was holding something back, and Clara knew, with the certainty she brought to diagnosis and dosage and the reading of plants that were struggling, that whatever he was holding was older than the Beaumont case. Graham! He looked up. This is not only about Juliana. He held her gaze. Something worked behind his jaw, not the usual calculation, something rawer. His fingers tightened on the cup. No, he said. It is not only about Juliana. The kettle began to hiss on the stove. Neither of them moved to take it off. I have watched this before. His voice was quiet, not a whisper. Something controlled, held in place by years of practice. A woman who died, an aristocrat who walked away, and a system that decided it did not matter. The words landed in the shop, the way Lady Beaumont's confession had landed in the drawing room, with the weight of something long carried and finally set down. Clara did not ask who. She did not ask when. She saw the mourning band he wore beneath his cuff, the one she'd noticed in their second case, and never pressed about. And she understood that whatever this was, it had shaped him. The fury at the solicitors, the bitterness toward the commissioner, the way this case had been cutting him from the very beginning, deeper than any professional frustration could account for. This had happened to him. Someone he loved had died, and the system had looked the other way, and he had carried it into every case since. "You do not have to tell me," she said. "I know. Not tonight." "No." He looked down at his hands. "Not tonight." The kettle was whistling now. Clara rose and took it from the stove, and poured the water into the pot and brought it to the table. She sat down. The shop ticked and settled around them. Somewhere beneath the lemon balm, the faintest trace of lavender. Genevieve, listening. Her father's hands came to her, unbidden, trembling. The doctors who came and went and left him worse. Genevieve arguing with them, and them not listening. And him dying anyway. She set it down. It would be there when she was ready. Clara looked at Graham. His hands were on the table, around the cup he would not drink. His knuckles were pale. He was looking at the space between his hands as though it contained something he had lost. She reached across the table and put her hand over his. His knuckles were sharp beneath her palm. His skin was cold. He did not move, did not breathe, for a moment. And then he looked down at her hand on his, and then at her. The shop was very quiet. The candle, the lemon balm, the faint tick of the clock above the door. Graham turned his hand beneath hers. His fingers closed around hers, carefully, as though he were not sure she would let him. They sat like that. The tea cooled. The candle burned low. Marmalade slept in the tarot drawer, and the ghost rested, and the shop held them, the way it had held every difficult thing that had ever happened within its walls. Quietly, patiently, with the smell of rosemary and lemon balm, and the steady warmth of a fire that someone had remembered to feed. Neither of them spoke. Neither of them needed to.
Chapter 20.
Marmalade's Observations, final entry. The shop smelled right again. I do not say this lightly. For weeks, far too many, the air had carried the wrong things. Burnt oil from the late candles, the sharp green bite of herbs Clara crushed when she could not sleep, and that particular human scent I have come to recognise as worry. It smells of damp wool and stomach acid. Deeply unpleasant. I have catalogued it extensively. But this morning the lavender was back. Not the sharp, anxious lavender the ghost wore when she was agitated, but the quiet kind, the resting kind, the kind that meant she had settled back into whatever space she occupied behind the walls and beneath the floorboards, and inside the pages of the heavy thing Clara kept on the stand. The shop was warm, my bowl was full. The sun had found my cushion at precisely the angle I prefer, which is the only angle because I am not a creature of compromise. There were new humans in the shop. This was, on balance, tolerable. They came bearing the scent of the old one, the silver-haired one with the excellent hands, and the shortbread crumbs perpetually lodged in the folds of her coat. The Duchess, Clara called her. I called her the one who understood the proper way to approach a cat, with offerings and respect. These new humans came on her recommendation apparently, which meant they arrived with a certain quality of biscuit and a willingness to admire me before conducting their business. At the counter, I approved, provisionally. Clara moved through the shop the way she moved when things had settled. Not the frantic efficiency of a hunt, not the exhausted drift of its aftermath, but something steadier. She measured, she labelled, she swept around me without asking me to move. She has learned over 3 winters that asking accomplishes nothing. I respect her for this. The tall one came at 4. I heard him before the door opened, measured, deliberate, slightly heavier on the left heel, the dark, smelly things on his feet announcing him before the door could. He hung the warm, scratchy thing on Clara's hook. It had been hanging there more often lately. I had noticed. I noticed everything. He sat in his usual spot, and Clara set a cup in front of him without being asked, and neither of them spoke for a moment in the way they had recently begun not speaking, which was different from how they used to not speak. Before, the silence between them had smelled of uncertainty. Now it smelled of something warmer, not quite the lavender and rose-hip scent the ghost wore when she was matchmaking. Something new, something that belonged to them rather than to the ghost. I observed all of this from my position on the counter, where I had arranged myself with the kind of effortless elegance that humans could only aspire to and never achieve. There were 2 cups on the counter, the good ones with the little flowers that Clara's hands touched carefully. They appeared before he arrived, always set side by side, though Clara had not set them, the ghost's doing. She had been placing those cups since the second hunt, and neither human had ever acknowledged it aloud, and I had long since stopped expecting them to demonstrate even basic observational competence. He stayed longer now. This was new. He used to leave when the light changed, some internal clock wound too tight, pulling him back to the cold building Clara worried about. But lately he stayed past the long shadows. He drank his tea. He talked about cases I did not understand and people I had not smelled. Clara listened with her whole body, fingers still on the counter, weight tipped forward, the sharp worry smell gone from her skin. I had not smelled her this settled since before the dead woman. She smiled differently around him now. Not wider, humans were always imprecise about the mechanics of their own faces, but somewhere deeper, as if the smile had moved to a place he could smell but not see. He noticed. I could tell because his scent changed when she did it, a slight warmth, a softening of the bergamot and wool into something less guarded. He was, I had concluded over 5 cases, and considerable study, deeply stupid about his own feelings, but not entirely hopeless. Progress was being made, at a pace that would embarrass a garden snail, but progress nonetheless. I jumped down from the counter and crossed the shop. This was not, I wish to make clear, an act of affection. It was an act of territorial assessment. I circled his ankle once, firm pressure, establishing ownership, and retreated to the windowsill. 1 circuit, no more. Standards must be maintained. I may have purred, briefly. It was involuntary, and I will not discuss it further. The lavender deepened for a moment, and then the heavy thing on the stand fell open. Not to a page of the scratchy marks Clara read with such seriousness, to a card. It had been placed there, or had placed itself, which in this shop amounted to the same thing, at an angle. Not upright, not reversed, tilted, as though the hand that left it could not quite decide. Clara picked it up and looked at it for a long time. She set it on the counter and did not explain it to the tall one, and he did not ask. I have observed over 3 winters of careful study that the flat, colourful things from my sleeping drawer carry meanings the humans take very seriously. I take them seriously too, but for different reasons. They are the perfect size and weight for batting off the counter, and the gold edges catch the afternoon light in a way that is frankly irresistible. The tall one left at dusk. His footsteps faded down the lane, measured, deliberate, slightly heavier on the left heel. Clara stood at the door and watched him go. She did not call after him. She did not need to. He would come back. He always came back now. She closed the door and turned the lock and stood for a moment with her hand on the frame.
"Good night, grandmother,"
she said to the empty shop. The lavender answered, faint, warm, content for now to rest. I waited until Clara had gone upstairs. I waited until the candle was out and the fire was low and the shop was dark except for the yellow glow the lamplighter left behind, falling through the window in long amber bars. Then the heavy thing moved. Not much. A shifting, a settling, the way old things do when the temperature drops. But the ghost's lavender sharpened for the space of a breath, and a page turned with no hand to turn it, and one of the flat, colourful things slid from between the pages and fell to the floor. I jumped down, sniffed it. It smelled of the ghost and of ink and pressed flowers and something I did not have a name for. Older than the shop, older than Clara, older than the heavy thing itself. It was warm, it was exactly the right size. Whatever it meant to the humans, and it would mean something it always did, could wait until morning. I settled on it, then I took my position. The windowsill was cold beneath me, the smooth surface that held the night chill and the last warmth of the day in equal measure. I pressed my belly against it and watched. The street was quiet. The usual sounds, hooves on the hard, rough ground fading, a door closing 3 houses down, the particular silence that fell over the lane when the lamplighter had passed and the humans had retreated into their warm boxes for the night. But there was someone. The same someone. I had been catching his scent since the cold time, before Clara went to the loud place where humans sat in the dark and listened, before the dead woman, before all of it had swallowed Clara's sleep and the tall one's composure. He stood in the usual place, the doorway across the lane, 2 buildings south of the Kipper woman's house. He did not move. He did not smoke tonight, which was unusual. He simply watched. Not Clara, never Clara. He watched the lane the tall one walked down. He waited until the tall one's footsteps had faded entirely, and then he waited longer, and then he pulled the warm thing higher around his neck and walked in the same direction. Following, Clara never saw him. The tall one, who noticed more than most humans and less than any cat, never saw him. I saw him. His scent was the same every time, the hard, smooth things on his feet. Expensive, not like the tall ones, lighter, quieter. A sharp herb I did not like that humans set on fire and breathed. Tobacco, Clara called it, and wrinkled her nose. And underneath it all, patience. Cold, settled patience. Waiting for something to ripen. Whatever he was waiting for, it had not ripened yet, but it would. I pressed my ears forward. The bowl was full. The shop was warm. The ghost was quiet. Clara was safe, for now. Tomorrow there would be customers and tea and the endless indignity of having my ears scratched by strangers who smelled of coal dust and lavender soap and whose biscuits were, at best, adequate. Tonight there was only the window and the street and the dark. Someone in this household must maintain standards.
We hope you've enjoyed this presentation of Death at Her Majesty's, written by Zia Bellamy, narrated by Isadora Blythe and Cross Audio Productions.